How you been, brother?
And we should be live now. I am starting an attempt. Oh, we get some more people jumping in. Who's this? Whoa, is that Mike?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, switcheroo
Happy
here.
holidays.
Mike, what's up, man? Squatting Casanova.
Yes.
How you doing, brother? Eric
Carlberg.
Carlberg.
I feel like you changed your name.
Eric
Oh, wow.
Lofbrook. Yeah, I was using
Yeah.
Lofbrook as just a substitute for my Swedish last name, and I decided I'm gonna just go all own my last name. Just to create a layer, you know what I mean? I wanted to create a layer between me and the pickup world, and
Yeah. Good stuff.
How you
I'm
been,
in,
brother? Doing a
Thailand
bunch
right
of boot camps in Vegas still?
That's good. I'm doing half in Vegas and half in Asia. So semi-retired, but not really. But just chilling, enjoying
Retired?
life.
How old are you, man? You can't retire
Typical
yet.
Asians.
Dude, I'm fucking old, dude. I'm 42.
I'm 42 also, man.
All right.
Kudos to you for retiring, man. I couldn't retire right now. I got to make more money.
You gotta invest in that S&P. Put that money in Palantir,
Yeah. I'm doing some dollar cost averaging in the S&P.
I fucking moved my money out of Palantir like 2 fucking years ago. Shit. And then I saw it like
$7.
massively changed. I noticed that like 2 weeks ago. I was like, fuck.
Man, I don't have the bandwidth to pick individual stocks. I'm just S&P 500, target retirement account, and call it a day. Just not enough time. I don't know.
Good.
Anyway, I'm just going to explain, since this is the very start of the stream for the guys who are going to see this very early on, what the fuck is going on here. Basically, I am attempting a 24-hour live stream. I don't know if I'm going to... Whoa, what the fuck? Why are we saying... Why are we saying... That was unexpected.
Gotta get that multi-angle.
I don't have that kind of fucking setup yet. I'm moving place relatively soon. They haven't told me when yet. Anyway, I am attempting 24-hour live stream. I don't know if I'm going to last that long, but we'll see how it fucking goes. Why am I doing this? I don't fucking know. It just came across my mind like a few days ago. I was like, you know what? Might be a pretty crazy fucking idea. So who knows what's going to happen? You can drop questions into the chat. We can answer them. We get some weird super chat things going on. So I probably haven't finished like writing them up. But basically our super chat specials right now as they are, just some examples here. $5 shoe time. What does the fucking camera look like right now? That means I will add another shoe to the background. It sounds super fucking random, but there we go. $10 meme time. I will show a John Anthony lifestyle meme on screen for a good 5 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes. Whatever. We'll see. $20 super chat. Next topic time. You get to choose the next topic. Just let me know in the super chat what the topic is that you want us to go in. $25. You can join the stream for 30 minutes. $30 lunchtime. I haven't even finished fucking writing that one, so you're just buying me lunch basically. $35 brain freeze time. I will order a slushie and I will get brain freeze on purpose. Please don't fucking sabotage me, okay? I don't want 10 of these fucking super chats coming in. I might have to set some limits eventually. $40 Vice City time. I will play GTA Vice City for 30 minutes, screen shared, and then you'll still see us on the side. And I will play as Candy Sucks because I got mods, so at least it will look a little sexy, not just my face. $45 sriracha time. I will put sriracha hot sauce. I went to a Chinese... Oh, Mike's here, so this is going to be a fun story for you. I went to a Chinese event and they gave me like 100 of these fucking sriracha hot sauce things. So I'm going to put that fucking hot sauce on like whatever food I'm eating. And $70 kick a guest, not one of the dating coaches, but if there's someone who dropped a join stream super chat, you can kick him off for $70 and replace the fucking guy. So you kick the guest, whoever dropped a super chat to join the stream, and you come on the stream instead. If that person's, that's an evil thing to do, but I give you guys the fucking power for that. $80 pitch. You can pitch a fucking business to me or whatever. $100 infield review. We can review some infield up to 5 minutes, and we get some others like $150. I'll order the XL fucking pizza on Pizza Hut. The rest you can read in the description there. But anyway, Mike's here, Eric's here. I got to pay attention to the screen so I can see others come in. But anything on your minds today?
Can we review my infields?
Oh, we can do that. We got 24 fucking hours. So, yeah.
I'm just going to throw this out there real quick. I am going to try to get Mystery to join the stream at some point here. I believe he's spending time with his kids. He's understandably very protective of his kid time, but I'm going to see if I can get him to just join at some point in this 24-hour marathon. Just wanted to throw that out there real quick.
Perfect. All right, so shall we start with reviewing some of Mike's infield? Shall we, did you finish the Las Vegas one? I know you got
I'm
the
editing
Bangkok
right now.
one.
It's fucking 3 hours, dude.
Well, I did split your Bangkok version into several videos, so it's 10 approaches each. So I can open up that one and see how
it might be too much. Maybe I'll just put the best ones. Yeah, if you want to, let me set this on present mode, and we can blast away. Let's see here. All right. Let's see. Present.
Mike, while you're setting that up, I'll just say I'm just happy to be doing something other than working on my book. I have been working like crazy on my book, The Vortex of Love, How to Get a Woman to Fall in Love with You. It is crazy difficult to get all of the technicalities in place for these print-on-demand companies, formatting, cover design. I thought I did the hard work by writing the book, and it's just been crazy challenging. Here we go.
Cool. Can we start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great. Excuse me. I know this is random, but I thought you were very pretty, Juanita. And you're very strong too. You have like, you play tennis?
Yeah, I did track and field.
Track and field?
Yeah.
100 meters?
Yeah, 100 meters.
You're the Sha'Carri Williams of Mexico? Or?
Wow. I hope. Oh, do you know?
You know Flojo?
What?
Are you Mexican?
Yeah, how do you know?
Soy chino.
Yeah.
Soy vivo en Las Vegas. Pero,
You live here?
yes.
It's my
Pero,
first time here.
Ice White. Really?
Your Spanish is really good, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Did you live in Peru?
You say deltoid in Spanish.
I hear
Deltoides.
Deltoides.
Where do you live? Guadalajara?
I live in Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua.
Oh, Chihuahua.
I say soy
Chihuahua
chino
is
all
like
the time.
South of
With
Texas.
El Paso.
Okay.
Yeah, with
It's
El
close
Paso,
to
Texas.
Monterrey. Is Monterrey in Chihuahua? Close.
Monterrey?
Yeah, Monterrey is near Chihuahua.
What is Monterrey?
It's a city in Mexico. Monterrey.
Ah, Monterrey, yeah.
This
No,
is near. It's
no,
near.
it's
Let me
like
check.
8 hours ago.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Okay.
also in the border.
Chihuahua is right
I'm
south.
here.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
Monterey
here.
is over here. Okay.
In Monterrey is here.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. Oh, it's north of
But
Durango.
this is better, right?
These are all the places I've been in Mexico.
Really?
Mostly like Jalisco and then Mexico City, and then I went to Hidalgo
You
for
went to
the hot springs.
falls,
Yeah, the hot springs.
Really?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
I want to go there.
Aguascalientes.
Okay, let's go.
It's good or no?
Let's go tomorrow. A lot
Can
of
I ask for a
people.
pause?
You gotta go
But
early.
It's clean or
Yeah.
Mike, I got to say right out of the gate, man, you have what I call level 1 attraction, which is ideal, where when you walk up to a woman, she seems to be instantly attracted to you. Now you're doing a bunch of attraction building and getting to know her on top of that. But you have guys that say, do looks matter? Does it matter if you're in shape? Does it matter if you're well dressed? Doesn't game trump everything? No, when you look good, clearly you squat, Mike. Look at those quads, man. You walked up and this girl is instantly at ease with you because you look clean, you look good, you're fit. This is ideal. We never want to use a lack of level 1 attraction as an excuse to not approach. Oh, I wasn't getting any signs that she was attracted to me right out of the gate. We still want to open. We still want to convey personality. But, dude, you look clean. She's clearly attracted to you right out of the gate. Good shit, man.
Yeah, I did 100 approaches in like 14 hours. So obviously there's going to be some bad ones. I'm just showing one of the better ones. Just, why not?
Sure.
I would say this girl probably has never dated an Asian guy. So I think a lot of guys think that, oh, we need more Asian representation in, media. We need more K-pop. We need more this and that, or we need more Asians in movies. It's not really.
We need more kung fu.
Yeah, it's not really necessary. At the end of the day, it's your individual qualities. I think she was probably attracted to me just because we're on the same level in terms of fitness. But I'm pretty sure she's never dated an Asian. And I would argue that for a lot of girls, you actually don't want, like as an Asian man, you don't want girls to have an Asian fetish. Or is too into Asian culture. Because if you look at what most girls consume in terms of Asian culture, it's like anime, it's like weeb shit. It's K-pop, it's really feminine stuff. It's very like introverted stuff. So if you're an Asian guy that enjoys working out, doing sales, traveling the world, you actually distance yourself from the stereotypical Asian representation in social media. And I've gone on dates where there are girls that, just too into like Asian culture shit. And a lot of them are just really introverted, or they have like no friends, or they're like kind of,
it reminds me of guys that want to date really young women and they think they need to act younger or like dumb themselves down a little bit. And it's like, no, man, these girls don't want older guys that are younger and immature. The girls that date up in age, they're doing that for a reason, kind of reminds me of that concept as well. I did an interview with JT Tran. Would love to do an interview with you as well, Mike. You're welcome to, if you want to do an interview sometime. But JT Tran got into a lot of that, specifics of Asian sticking points. A lot of Asian guys with inner game issues. They have so many hangups about the fact that they're Asian, So good stuff.
Yeah. Thank God I was born in the 80s and I was brainwashed with Chinese communist propaganda and how like China is really strong. So like I never had that being Asian is inferior mindset. So
yeah.
Thanks
I grew
up
really respecting Asian culture too, being in martial arts and training Gong Mao Kung Fu and everything. And it was really eye-opening when I got into pickup in my early 20s. We're going back 2 decades ago now, right? But so many Asian guys with these hangups. And I'm like, dude, you guys are Asian. You guys are fucking awesome. What are you talking about? Like, this is, get out of this headspace. But, I get it. I get it to an extent, how that could form. And, not to completely blind ourselves to some of the statistics out there, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, let me play through the rest.
Be Asian and awesome.
Because I have little fears.
There's a lot of kids.
Yeah.
Let me.
I want to go, but I think that maybe
it's dirty. A lot of
dirty.
Yeah. Mucho mierda and agua. Let me see if I can find it.
How many times do you have?
Oh, here we go. I'm just showing her. Hold on.
Where is teacher?
What do you teach?
This is chemistry.
You're a distraction. What's Avogadro's number? 6.02 times what? I'm a chemical engineer.
Really?
Yes.
I'm chemist too. I'm a chemist and I'm having mastery in materials.
With
engineering.
stoichiometry. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes, girls say a lot of shit and then you quiz them like 8th grade science and they can't tell you the answer. It's really weird, Sometimes I'll meet girls and they're like, yeah, I'm going to med school, or like I'm studying nursing. And you go, hey, where's the clavicle? Like, where's the pituitary gland? And they don't know. I don't know. It's just like, it's the school system just failing us. But it's crazy how like girls can't answer basic 8th grade science.
That's a Chinese version of a shit test right there. You're just Asian period.
Well, how are you a chemistry professor and you don't know Avogadro's number? I don't know.
I like
the words different. Everything's
just comment real quick, too, right? I like that you complimented her looks by saying that she was a distraction, and she received that well. You can see the pang of attraction hit her, the spike of attraction, using lots of humor, and now you're locked in, right? You're leaning against the table. Your body language is strong. You're sort of the center of gravity, and she's gravitating to you. So many guys, when they do an approach, they have this outside looking in thing where, they're wondering how to get inside the girl's world. And she's sitting there as the anchor. You, by leaning against the table, have become kind of the center of gravity of the interaction.
Yeah. I was also really tired because this is like hour number 8. So the words is in Spanish, chemistry the same? Like, how do you say oxygen in nitrogen?
Are you able to expand the screen?
Carbon.
So we see less from your pro and more.
This is a periodic table riz. Wow.
It's not like charbon.
You're like a Latina version of me. We both study chemistry. We love protein.
Living here.
12 years. 16. How do you say 12? How do you say 12?
12, 12.
12 años in Las Vegas. And then before that, I was in California and then Seattle.
And what do you do for a living here?
Mostly invest in stocks and like coaching business. I have a personal, like a different, not that kind of go, like brain, like personal development coaching. So you're in front of a class.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of. How old are your kids?
I don't know how to say in English. It's like I'm in insurance.
Dude, look at that! You have literally a vein going. You have like a vein going down your bicep right here. Holy shit, dude!
I do a lot of work.
Yeah.
I'm in.
You ever dated an Asian guy? Yeah. You ever dated an Asian guy?
No, never.
Tango asiático novio.
I am really I love the Asian.
You love the Asians.
Yeah, really.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay, we love you too. We're so handsome.
Yeah,
wow,
really,
dude.
Really,
okay. I'll teach you.
I didn't imagine that.
我爱中国人. That means I love Chinese. 我爱中国人.
Well,
It means me.
Right.
A sprinter.
From 100 hurdles.
Hurdles, yeah, you jump.
Hurdles.
Más, what was it? Grande pierna y culo.
This,
But how do I do underscore?
how do you what?
Underscore.
Can you translate for us, Ice?
What?
Can I see?
I heard
grande. Yeah, grande pierna means big legs and ass.
Yeah.
Pierna.
Anyways, yeah, okay. She was visiting from Mexico, so she was pretty down to meet up, but I had to leave and finish the other 30 approaches. So cool.
Congrats. And hey, just checking in. Can you guys hear me and see me okay?
Yeah, audio is a little I don't know, strange, but yeah.
Vidas, what's up, man?
Hi guys. Yeah, it's my first live stream, so I'm excited. Like first live stream on YouTube, first time being officially on Ice's podcast, on Ice's live stream here. So I'm happy to be here. Nice to see you again, guys. Erik, also Ablaze, nice to see you.
Yeah, both of you are from Chicago. Are in Chicago. Yeah, so both of you are in Chicago. Actually,
Yeah, we had a chat a couple months back.
For the guys watching, Vidas is the game coach for Game Chicago. So he runs mini boot camps, which we call coaching days. He's your guy if you're looking for one of those affordable mini boot camps in Chicago. So jump over there. Alrighty.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the intro.
Any stuff you guys want to discuss? We got some
Chinese
Mexican game. Grande Pierna. Did you say culo as well?
I'm just throwing shit out there. I definitely need to learn. I need to learn more Spanish. That's for sure. But it works if you just say it in a funny way, and you can get away with a lot of stuff. I think Latinas are definitely more forgiving when it comes to approaches, for sure.
So there was a party I went to with Justin Mark when he came to Peru last year. It was like, whoa, what the fuck? We got some blurry ass background there. We're just seeing who's this random Chinese guy we're seeing the side of the head off. This is what the Chinese are doing, guys. These are Chinese spies right here.
We're farming views.
Look at that. Look at this Chinese game. What the fuck? How many monitors is that? He got a monitor behind a monitor next to a monitor, and he's got a.
That's the play of the infield.
That's a quality camera there.
I got the Thailand infield playing in the background. I get more work done in Thailand. I just go to the gym, do yoga, and then I just work when I get back. So
man, I can't work when traveling, man, especially with mystery. There are too many distractions. I got to be in my home base.
You just set it up. So you just get a 12-month lease on a condo, and then you buy all the equipment. And then so when you move here, it's kind of like your second home. You don't have to reset everything.
Props to you, man.
So it's also a huge waste of money too. So whenever I'm back in Vegas, this place is collecting dust. I'm paying rent even when I'm not here.
Are you in Thailand right now?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing, man. I love Thailand. I went there for 3 weeks, Thailand and Philippines, scuba diving, eating great food. I was there with a girl. She was doing the solo female travel thing all over Southeast Asia. She was super cool. She was into spirituality and all sorts of solo female traveler in Asia stuff, right? Not to stereotype, but we had a really good time, man. Thailand, beautiful.
Yeah, it's great. I would say the quality of clients in Thailand is not as good as the ones in Vegas. Just because I think getting girls is not necessarily that hard here. So what happens is guys just get into relationships with the wrong types of girls. Right? It's like because they're getting laid, they don't have this huge pain point and this huge motivation to fundamentally self-improve. And so they're kind of like in this limbo. The pain isn't super there, but then they're not super motivated, and it's easy to get laid here and there. But I do think that in Thailand, there is a huge skill gap. Like the types of Asian women here, there's like the really easy ones, and then there's the really high society, a family has a business, international students, half Chinese, half Thai. And those girls are like potentially much harder to get or date. And so I think
you should ideally be able to game kind of anywhere, right? Like there's this big movement of guys that are going overseas, and like I get it if you are going there for personal reasons, for culture, whatever it is, but some guys are doing it, I feel like, as a cope, and they think that it's just so much easier in Eastern Europe or Southeast Asia or whatever it is. And yeah, man, I think that if you have game, you should be able to game anywhere. It may be a little bit more difficult in certain areas. There are some logistical differences, and now the political climate is dividing people so hard. There is a noticeable difference when you're gaming in like an uber liberal city versus an uber conservative city. There are certain cultural norms that if you can be vigilant of those and infuse those into your approach, they make a difference. But really, I think what you're kind of getting at, and I agree, is you really want to fortify yourself on a deeper level. You don't want to just try to go where you think the low-hanging fruit is, so to speak. I don't say that in a disrespectful way. I don't believe that a person is low-hanging fruit. You get what I'm saying, though, right? There's this this mass cope that's going on.
Yeah. I think a lot of guys here, they look for IOIs. So they're waiting for girls to give them the look or show some sort of interest before they approach, or sometimes they even wait for the girls to approach them. And that's just a huge red flag. I think most wholesome, like the good Asian girls, they're not fucking giving you looks. They're not staring guys down. They're not, tracking their eyes looking for dudes. And also a lot of the girls here, the ones that are wholesome, they go to school, they go to work, and then they just take the BTS back home. And most times you never even see them. So I think a lot of guys are just stuck on the dating apps. And I think there's almost a reversion back to cold approach. I've ran a few boot camps here. Almost nobody does day game here. I think most people are running online game or they're doing night game. If you do day game in Bangkok, there's no lady boys. There's no fucking, there's no working girls. There's none of that trash. It's like you just do day game at high-end malls. You're meeting college students, international students, doctors, lawyers, and just really educated girls. So I think truly the hidden gem in Bangkok is day game at malls.
Yeah, a similar experience in Ukraine, in Odessa. We did a boot camp, me and Mystery and Baxter, in 2019 in Odessa, Ukraine. And people think that all you have to do is show up to Ukraine or Eastern Europe and the women just flock to you, right? No, these girls are well aware of their beauty. They're suspicious sometimes, even. What are you guys doing here in Ukraine? What are you doing hanging out in Odessa? Why here, right? And there's this difference between the girl that's going to gravitate to you just because you're courting social attention and sort of that down-to-earth, family-oriented type. I'm engaged to a Ukrainian girl. She's actually a United States citizen. She's been here for 13 years. But, she is not like, oh, my God, you're American. I want you, right? Like, that's not.
Have you had the ICE raid yet?
What's that?
Have you been ICE raided yet?
No, not yet.
Deport.
She's a citizen.
All of you should be deported.
Hey guys, I got totally a sales call, so let me hop on in about an hour or two.
Already. All right, keep going back. We're going for like 24 hours. Let me show some chat first. I gotta address this. Can we send videos to react to? So I just added in the description. I'll figure out a better way to display the shit. $50 super chat. You can send a video to react to, like up to 5 minutes. Non-infield video. If you want an infield one, that'll be $100 super chat. But non-infield, 5 minutes, $50 I can take. So there we go.
We'll drop and roast and whatever they request. And Erik, it's awesome hearing about your book. I remember you were super excited about that, and it's awesome to get it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I would like to briefly chat about that because I have to jump off shortly here as well. I can come back later. Hopefully, I'm going to come back with Mr. Wizard himself, with Mystery, but he is with his kids, so it might be a little bit difficult to wrangle him. But yeah, man, my book is right there at the finish line, and it's crazy. This book has been written now for over a year. Like the final manuscript has been like the same manuscript for a fucking year. It's just so difficult. I can't even tell you the hurdles I've been jumping over for formatting, cover design, getting set up on these print-on-demand platforms. I've been through 3 formatters, a bunch of PDF specialists. It's been incredibly difficult. It's been consuming all of my time, but I'm very excited about it. Mystery recently agreed to do a co-branded 2026 round of boot camps. We just did 7 boot camps in 2025. In 2026, we're going to be doing more boot camps, and I'm actually going to get to teach the Vortex of Love on boot camp alongside the M3 model. So I'm super excited about that. There's a lot of what typically happens with guys with Mystery is like they pay homage to Mystery and the M3 model, and then they're like, but it didn't evolve, and he's what about day game? What about social circle game? What about direct game? And when I created the Vortex of Love, I took all of this into consideration, all the feedback that I had gotten from guys over 20 years in the game. And I wanted to create a method, a super method, if you will, that was kind of inclusive of all the different styles of game. Mystery wrote the mystery method, how to get beautiful women into bed, right? What happens after you get the girl into bed? The Vortex of Love, how to get a woman to fall in love with you. That's where we kind of take the timeline a little further down the field. So I created the Vortex in such a way that it interlocks with the M3 model. It interlocks with a lot of other methods. So I'm super excited because I was very secretive about it with Mystery. Like, I wouldn't tell him what I was writing. I wouldn't show him the book. And I just kept telling him, dude, you're going to love it because it's its own method. It interlocks with the M3 model if you want it to. And if you don't want it to, if you don't like the Vortex of Love, then it's the perfect counterbalance to your system. So you either embrace the Vortex and teach it with me and let it live with the M3 model, and let's do some co-branded shit. Otherwise, I can just flip it inside out and make it its own standalone system. So I don't know if any of that made sense, but basically I'm very excited about my opportunity with Mystery. He is my number one sensei next to my parents and the women that have touched my life. Mystery has been like an older brother to me in a lot of ways. The older brother I never had. I've always been the older brother. So I'm very excited about my collaboration with Mystery. I'm very excited about teaching the Vortex of Love alongside Mystery. I'm very excited about the book dropping. I think it's a book that guys really need in the community because it just ties everything together. We have all these debates, these different schools of thought, and like, we don't have to pick one style of game. We can do it all, Yeah.
Vortex of Love, my man. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds impressive. I like how you said you're building on and complementing others' styles and interlocking as well. It sounds unique, fresh, and this ecosystem is always changing.
Yeah, it's not adversarial. Like, we do all these debates, and yes, I've debated some guys, and a few guys I've debated hard. But you'll notice a theme.
Yeah, they're good.
You'll notice a theme in a lot of my debates. I typically don't disagree with a lot of what the other person is saying. What I disagree with is when they tout their style of game as the best or the only way. And I'm like, look, we can get into debates on what is the best. Like, if you want to debate whether direct or indirect is generally the best approach, we can have that debate about different contexts, different styles, different personalities, what the woman is into, whatever. I can have those debates, but what I think is hilarious is when a guy wants to debate and say, your style sucks and is completely wrong and mine is better. Every now and then a guy has a certain way of gaming that I think is generally pretty bad or should be avoided or has to be used with great caution. But almost everybody that I've debated, it's like, no, dude, I totally dig what you're saying, but, and then we add layers of complication and complexity because the game is complex. We can try to simplify it, but the reality is if it wasn't complicated to a certain degree, why are we all fucking struggling with it? You know what I mean? It's a struggle. It's a complicated thing. Anyway, I'll digress. The debate about debates.
Yeah, $10 super chat, and I'll leave a spicy chocolate bar right now. I got it right here. Just want to show it quick.
Ice White is going full on Steve-O mode.
Chocolate Museum. Oh, hell no, that's a bit too weird. He is a bit wholesome though. He does pop up on my Facebook feed and whatever. I was watching. He did like a quick video about 5 most dangerous like social media challenges, and man, social media challenges are stupid. People die from that shit. But anyway, here it is. It says ahi on it. It literally it's laced with fucking peppers and shit. Anyway, let's answer some. How the fuck do I'm new to this thing, so give me a moment here. But there we go. There we go. answer some questions from the chat here. Did John Anthony Lifestyle ready threaten to sue you? Basically, he was saying that in his videos, and his new thing, he has pretty much given up on that at this point. And well, kind of. So he realized he can't sue me in the USA or various other countries. So because I live in Peru, he was like, let me try to sue him in Peru. But like, how the fuck does that work? Like, he expects that he could just waltz into Peru as a tourist and try to sue me for defamation, speaking English in a Spanish-speaking country, as if they're gonna give a shit. And just completely silly. There's a video coming up in the next few days where it explains how that's just a ridiculous fucking thing, and that's basically not going to happen. But in the last few weeks, he has been saying Ice White is going to jail in Peru, and recently I was at a police party, and the general of the Peruvian National Police was there. And I met him before a year ago. So this was my second time meeting him. So I was like, you know what? Why don't I get a photo with this guy? I might as well show it on the fucking screen. Hang on. I got it here somewhere.
Yeah, I saw that. That was cool. Photo of you. And
absolutely hilarious. Here we go. Where the fuck? There we go. There's me. Hey, Ice White is going to jail in Peru. No, the fuck I'm not. Here is the general of the fucking National Peruvian Police. No, the fuck I'm fucking not. So there we go. That's just fucking. I was like, it'll be pretty fucking funny if I just got a photo of him. He has seen me before last year, but there we go. A few days ago, Christmas Eve, I was walking through getting some last minute gifts and shit. And there were like almost 100 police officers wearing their bright uniforms. And I was like, let me quickly get a photo. But me and my wife and my daughter were rushing somewhere, or they were. So I didn't bother to stop. But that would have been another fucking even more hilarious photo, because I would have been just in front of like 100 fucking officers in their bright uniforms, just like, hey, is it happening, guys? Like, what the fuck? But yeah, he's just obviously really fucking silly. And if you haven't picked up on that by now, then you got to question your own silliness too.
Here's my John Anthony story. Ready?
Yeah, let's go. Okay.
All right. So back in like 2016, I was a bit more active on like Facebook groups and posting on social media. And I had this totally like warped understanding of how algorithms work in social media. And like, I actually was building a YouTube following, Facebook, Instagram, and then I deleted all of it because I was afraid that if I didn't post in exactly the technical way I was supposed to, that I was going to fall into some black hole of the algorithm and then never be able to climb out. So I was like, if I'm going to post on social media, I have to do it with some technical prowess, right? So I deleted all my social media and didn't start it up again for many years because I thought I needed to be really technically sound, right? I'm an elder millennial and apparently not a super tech savvy one, although I'm getting better. But anyway, I'm posting on all social media, whatever. I wind up in John Anthony's Facebook group, not knowing who he is. He was going by J Mulv at the time. And I was just posting advice. And what happens a lot of times in some of these groups is if you start outshining the masters of the group, you get kicked out. You have to give good advice, but your advice can't be better than the head, person running the group. So I'm giving all this advice and I'm even getting into little debates with him back and forth. And I pissed him off at some point and he challenged me to a fight. He wanted to fight me, right? And I'm like, we want to do this for real? Like, we're going to film it and whatever. I accepted his fight. I posted a video in his group saying, John Anthony, I accept your challenge. And I like held my fist up, right? And it was like this big thing. Everyone was all excited. Oh my God, these two coaches are going to duke it out. We're going to live stream it. And then I asked him, I said, so do you have martial arts background? And I basically got him to reveal all of his fighting experience and whatever he had going. He's like, well, I've been kickboxing for a year or so, but I learned really quickly. And like, I basically got him to just tell me his skill level. And I was like, yeah, I'll fight you, right? Then I started thinking to myself, this isn't really fair. Like, I'm not a super experienced martial artist, but I'm probably more experienced than the average dude that says he trains martial arts, right? I trained Shotokan karate for 5 years. I trained Gung Mao Kung Fu for 3 years. I've got Krav Maga training. I'm a blue belt in jiu-jitsu. I train at an MMA gym right now. I train, right? So I was like, am I really going to siphon this dude's experience and then challenge him to a fight and whoop his ass on a live stream? Like, that wouldn't be cool, right? So I messaged him and I said, hey, bro, like, before we do this, I got to come clean. Just the martial arts spirit in me didn't feel right about this, right? So I said, listen, you're probably not going to beat me. I just was honest. You're probably not going to beat me. And we decided not to fight, which was the right move for him to make, right? But anyway, I tried to stay cool with this dude. Meanwhile, he talks so much shit about everybody. He talks shit about Mystery. He talks shit about everyone. I start seeing all these roasting videos popping. Just over the year, progressively watched him get worse and worse. The whole situation where he went to jail, that whole thing. I don't even want to comment on all that. It sounds like it was a horrendous ordeal for his parents. He made a video talking about how his mom lost all this weight. She couldn't eat. She was, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to touch that too much, but I stayed cool with him, like, peripherally. Like, he would message me and he would talk all this shit to me. And I'm like, John, this is weird, bro. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, you always message me all this nasty shit. And then I just try to be cool with you and friendly and change the subject. And he's like, well, I've got to just tell it like it is. I got to tell the truth. And I said, bro, you're really burning a lot of bridges with people. He really wanted to do an interview with Mystery. He wanted so badly to get Mystery on his YouTube channel, on his whatever. And at the same time, he's making these roast videos of Mystery. I'm like, Mystery doesn't want any part of this juvenile pickup stuff. He's a grown man. He's got kids. He's had his moment in the spotlight and he's happy to just be at peace now. He doesn't want to get into all this pickup politics and stuff, right? But so anyway, this went on for a long time where I wouldn't hear from him for months at a time. Then he'd message me and then he really started amping it up. And I finally said to him, John, like, join the party, bro. Like, we're all coaches are kind of like united. Yeah, we have apparently little rivalries and disagreements and debates. And like, if I really think about it, do I know some coaches out there that I think aren't doing a great job? That, maybe they're not as good at the game as they say they are. And maybe their guys would be better off coaching with me. Of course, right? But like, the free market has a way of weeding out those people. And they are helping change lives. And most guys that are coaching are doing this because they believe in it. They enjoy it. They're passionate about it. Like, just live and let live, man. Join the party. Why don't you, this is what I said to him. I said, you'd be a lot cooler if you had more like an older brother type of vibe, like you're this big, strong, masculine dude, like be chill, be cool. Right. And he just insisted that he was protecting everybody from bad advice. And no, man, there's all these scammers and they've got to be weeded out. And like, he wanted to go the I am king and everybody else sucks route. And I don't know, it was just weird, man. Like, when I told him, like, why don't you be a little more chill, more older brother type? He's like, you don't even know me. I'm like, that's the point, bro. Like, you message me, you talk a bunch of shit, then you try to get Mystery to come on your YouTube. And I'm one of the only people that still even communicates with you. I haven't talked to the dude in probably 9 months, a year, whatever. But every now and then I get a message, hey, poser, hey, this, that. Like, he'll just talk a bunch of shit to me. I'm like,
what the fuck?
At a certain point, like, do I just block him? Do I just stop responding? I generally like to keep the peace with people and whatever. But I hope John Anthony sees this. Like, dude, there's certain point where like you're beyond redemption, but I've found that people are very forgiving in life. Like, I would love to see John Anthony change his ways and say, you know what? I've realized that just roasting everybody and thinking I can be like the king, and you know what I mean? Like, I would love to see him have some moment where he realizes some sort of error of his ways and he apologizes and he tries to break bread. Although I feel like that would be a ruse at this point. If he were to do that, it wouldn't be genuine. It would be like a ruse, you know? Anyway, he seems like a very complicated dude. I think he's operating from a place of deep pain. And as hard as it is for me to say this, I wish him healing. It's very easy for me to go, I hope that guy just suffers and is miserable and hates his life forever. I've seen the nasty shit that he's said about people, and he's really said some horrible shit about people. He's really harmed people. But I hope find some sort of healing or something. I don't know. That's my John Anthony story. Shut up.
Well, let me show this thing again. Oh yeah, let me put that. Tell the truth. Jilliana is back, and she says, "Lady in red, tell the truth. You just photoshopped the handcuffs out of the photo. God damn it, Jilliana, why you expose me like that?" Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's I see what you mean, because I'm like, there's a part of me that's like, I want this guy to do better, but then you see over and over again, he just keeps sabotaging himself. And you're just like, well, there's kind of no hope. But at the same time, like, I genuinely do hope that he like sees a way out of his own downward spiral and like stops doing stupid shit. But there's always the class clown, I guess. I don't know what else to say other than that. I had my fun, and well, for me, it wasn't a matter of fun, but a matter of, you know, if someone's gonna fucking lie about people, including oneself, then, well, there's a balance.
Yeah. There's a balance between protecting yourself from people and respecting their pain. You know, like if somebody is trying to fight me, that's not the time to be like, oh my gosh, you're suffering, you're in pain, like, let's talk about this. They're swinging at you. You must kick their ass, you know? And then if you can, kick their ass and then hold them there for a second and be like, bro, why did you try to do that? Let's get you help. You know, that's the ideal scenario. But dude, at a certain point, you have to protect yourself. Like, he has clearly tried to damage your business, Ice. He's tried to damage your reputation. He is said,
I don't feel damaged though. I feel pretty victorious. I don't know.
Dude, he's breaking
I'm
the
not
law.
affected at all.
If he was taken down by YouTube, he's clearly violating policies. And we can get into the debate of how moderated do we want social media to be. But you have to be pretty, you have to commit some pretty bad breaches of the community policies to be taken down, you know? So yeah, that, dude, I am all for protecting myself from somebody, you know. I'm just, that dude is suffering on some deep level that I can't fully wrap my mind around. I can only imagine. I have suffered as well. And people that suffer usually go in one of two ways. If we're going to be broad generalizing here, you either become more humble and compassionate towards your fellow man, or you become bitter and angry and you see the world as this super negative place. It's very easy to fall into anger. I feel like I'm trying to be all Yoda-like here and shit, right? Like, anger, the dark side, beware, right? No, but like, for real, be compassionate. If you've been through shit,
the South Side,
turn that pain into compassion for your fellow man, you know?
What do you think a Chicago version of Yoda would sound like?
Oh, that's great. It's snowing over here, and Eric, you can have your chime in. I'm interested to hear your perspective as well. But I think Chicago style Yoda would definitely, I would say, talk about the winter versus the summer, because I like to make the arguments. And like this summer, the Game Global guys here, we had 2 awesome events, awesome turnouts, a lot of fun just out and about on the beach, at the Bean. So I would say Dark Side is kind of like the winter, where like it forces you to wake up. Like when you're outside, it doesn't matter if you're wearing a lot of clothes, it's gonna penetrate into your bones, and that will wake you up, but also like kind of activate you. But
nah, I disagree. I think Chicago Yoda sounds like this: join the South Side, you will not.
Yeah. Chicago Yoda would say, warm jackets are a must. He would say, avoid the wrong
Cold
neighborhoods.
approaching.
You must eat the deep dish pizza. You must. That's all I got, bro. I don't have that good of
Cold
a
approach in the subway, you will.
It's not the set you were looking for.
Lady boy, she is.
Hard workers, girls in Chicago, they are attracted to.
I have an interesting perspective, actually. So one of the things in my coaching clients, I had 7 this year. It was a great number for me. And there's one point where I talk about activating the dark side because at a certain level, women want, if they see your dark side and isn't like your greed, your pride, like your protectiveness, then at a certain level, they can know that you're better qualified to be a protector.
Hang on, is this a troll account? Is this a troll account or is this the real John Anthony lifestyle?
Keep talking, dorks. This is being transcribed. Just know I'm always watching. I will bury you in court. That's all you have to say after my little monologue there, John Anthony. That, bro,
he's transcribing this for 24 hours. I think we
have
should go
another
for
olive branch and another olive branch and another olive branch and just keep breaking them and throwing them in everyone's faces, man. I don't know.
Hilarious. Just gonna check this though. Let's see.
Like I just told a pretty humanized
it's a blank account.
John Anthony, didn't I? I humanized him for like 5 minutes there. I don't know. Transcribe it.
Let me screen share this shit. Gotta clean this up a little. And present. Share screen. Yeah, here we go. So this is it was only made today, 29 December 2025. So we don't know. This could be the real John Mulvehill, or it could be just a random person just having fun. It's all good having fun. Hey, look, if it's the real one, then I encourage conversation. It's gonna be interesting. But
you're a nobody. Keep talking and see what happens. Is that a threat? Are we transcribing here? What does that mean, John? You're gonna talk shit about my new book, The Vortex of Love: How to Get a Woman to Fall in Love with You? Ding. Talk shit about me. Talk shit about my book. That's what I don't think he understands either. The shit talking is just bolstering. I've even often wanted to message you, Ice, and say, hey man, stop talking about John Anthony. Just bury him and let it be. You're just bolstering him at a certain point. John
Jesus
Anthony
got fucking done. Jilliana just fucking roasted him. God damn, Jilliana just roasted him right here. At least Spelly, Spelly. What the fuck? I am not gonna last 24 hours, guys. I'm just gonna descend into verbal fucking vomit. It always happens to me after 10 minutes. At least spell Barry right. What's Barry? Is he planning to freeze y'all? Brr. God damn it. Okay, this is, I forgot. Thanks for reminding me, John, or if it's like someone pretending, whatever the case is. I wanted to show something here, but it's my second time fucking using StreamYard, so I'm gonna have to fucking figure this shit out. Anyway, let me fucking close that shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Let's focus on me for a moment. Let's focus on me. So right here, we're gonna start the lay count, guys. Okay, are you ready to start the lay count? Does this show backwards, or is it just what I'm seeing? Do you see that backwards, or you see it normal?
No, it's forward. You're good.
Oh yeah, it's good. Are you ready to start? We got an entertaining chat. I think we don't need any fucking material today. We'll just fucking watch the chat. It's not really him. He was on AG Hayden's stream too, claiming.
No, that is totally. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why that is totally the real John Anthony in your chat right now, because that's another thing that he hassles me about when he messages me. He goes, why won't you just tell me your lay count, bro? If I told you how many messages I have saying, Why won't you publicly say your lay count? This is the guy who has the running ticker of the thousands of women that he's supposedly hooked up with. I don't talk about my lay count, bro. I'm traveling the world with mystery. I wrote a 640-page book on the game. I'm certified, bro. I don't need to say I've been with 400 chicks. I've been with 150 chicks. I've been with 7,000 chicks. I don't have to say that. But that right there where he says, what's your lay count? I'm telling you, that is the real John Anthony in your comments. He's watching us right now. He's always watching.
Always watching. Mike Wazowski.
You don't go public because your lay count is 3. That's John Anthony, bro. John, how you doing, brother? Hit me up on WhatsApp, I guess. I still haven't blocked you. God knows why I haven't blocked you yet, but I haven't blocked you, brother. I wish you healing. I do. I hope you join the party someday.
6,000 dominance.
You guys are nobody.
Dominance Academy has just fucking dominated. When are you going to join the stream, Dominance Academy? He said he'll be here at some point. I think it was like midday 12 o'clock. I remember. I think. Anyway, Dominance Academy, which by the way is Justin Adams, been on here a few times. 6,000. Let's go. You just being dominated. Here we go. Let's see what. God, there's so much happening in the chat. I can't fucking keep up. It's not the real John. No one band would be dumb enough to come back using his real. That's not even his real name though. His real name is different. His first name is John, but Anthony is not any part of his name. But yeah. Nobody's dumb enough to use the same name as the ones before. Well, he had 4 accounts, so it's. Let me show you. Time to screen share again. Hang on. I am not used to this, so just give me a fucking moment here. Okay, so let me show something again. If I go here and then I go to, here's the original account. John Anthony Lifestyle Band, okay? And here's the second one, John Anthony Dating. As Modern Life Dating kept saying, he thought he was slick using the same fucking names. And the third one, here's the third one. Oh, that's banned. That's a shame. Number 4, account number 4. Number 4 is still there, so that's kind of surprising. But maybe it's going to go down at some point through this stream. You know, all you guys got to do is just report user and then spam and scams and then just type that it's already banned. I'm not going to do it, but I'm just showing you guys. So that's free accounts he already has that were already banned. And he's still... Jilliana, he's not smart. He hasn't figured this shit out yet, okay?
No one banned would be dumb enough to come back using his real name. I would imagine if you're banned from YouTube and then you keep creating fake accounts, that at a certain point, YouTube might even take legal action against you, right? Like, hey, this guy is terrorizing our platform. We tried banning him and he's creating fake accounts and I don't know. Anyway.
Begin the lay count. Okay, I'm going to increase my lay count right now, okay? Starting from 0. I need to have a fucking ticker or something that keeps track of this shit. Here's 1. I'm no longer a virgin, guys. I just had my first lay. Number 2. Oh, this is a big one. This is a big one. That's a solid 10 right there.
Like, yeah, when people like, we talk about shit tests, but there's this other Reddit who said that guys love to shit test more than girls like to shit test. And when somebody threw that one at me recently, I just said, statistically, if you live in a major city, then a top tier like womanizer sleeps with 5 different girls a year. That's what the difference the Croc said, ChatGPT said. 50 sometimes. That's a statistic.
I came prepared for this shit. I knew this would fucking happen. Guys,
nice.
I'm ready to prove my lay count right now. I'm going to increase. I'm going to get the biggest lay count in the universe. I gave myself 24 hours to do this live stream. I'm going to get the biggest fucking lay count, guys. I'm going to be the fucking best. Nobody's going to beat me at my fucking leg count now. Fucking look at me. Mama.
I'm intimidated. I'm already intimidated.
Mom, look at me now. Clavicular. My leg count is going to be really fucking high. Everyone's going to finally approve of me with my massive leg. I got more down there. I only have 2 hands, okay? That's how high my leg count's going to be, guys.
Pornography, man.
Lays can keep you going for a while, man. Got that salt, electrolytes.
Keep track of this. That's free so far. I got to fucking... You guys continue talking. I'm just gonna figure out something in the background.
I want to jump off here in a minute because I've got more work to do on my fucking book. I swear to God, it's a never-ending nightmare right now. But I want to just a few quick, if I may, just quick announcements. I am gonna try to get Mystery on here at some point today. We've got 24 hours to do it. He's with his kids, but I'd love for him to just sneak off for even 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and say hello to you guys. We've got boot camps coming up in 2026, Dallas, Miami, LA, Vegas, New York, Nashville. Discounts for anybody who joins the boot camp with code ICE. Code ICE will get you a discount. We have some other cool announcements coming up. We have a live online workshop starting in 3 weeks. This is Mystery's most affordable training option. $6.99. You can train with him for 3 days virtually on Zoom. You get to interact with him, Q&A live. It's not a webinar. You will get to meet the master himself. Once again, code ICE, and you get a discount for the live online workshop. I'm super excited about my book. As I've said multiple times now, The Vortex of Love, How to Get a Woman to Fall in Love with You. ICE, I really hope that we can do a one-on-one interview at some point when my book drops. And I want to do an interview with you as well, ICE. Like I've said, man, I'd love for you to do an interview on my channel. And, you know, you can talk about this monster called Game Global that you've built, because this thing is snowballing into something pretty epic, man. You're like the hub of game now. What else to say? I'm looking forward to 2026. I'm looking forward to my book dropping. I really appreciate all the panels, all the debates, all the different coaches. Yeah, game on. I'll try to join back a little bit later, and I will try to bring Mystery with me. At the very least, I'll pop back in myself maybe at some point. But yeah, and good to see you, Vidas, fellow Chicagoan, man.
Like, yeah, Team Chicago. Thanks for sharing your presence. I hope to see you guys out in the field as well. I was really bummed, I wasn't able to join you previous summer, so looking forward to some awesome adventures between us. And
Mystery will be in Chicago at some point soon. We're going to be doing some work, some filming, and we've got some cool stuff that I'm not going to announce just quite yet, but stay tuned. Vidas, hit me up though, man. I'm in Chicago, man. I'm down. Let's meet up by Woodfield, Schaumburg, right. Woodfield Mall.
Right.
Good spot for
grab
me.
some lunch or something. I'm down.
I'm down. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys. Let me see if I can figure out how to exit the call here now.
Yeah, it's still new to me. I'm just trying to figure out like how to like press a button and just increase that number of my leg count, guys. My leg count. It's just gonna go up and up and up, and I'm not gonna get demonetized or banned from YouTube. I'm gonna increase my lays here on the fucking live stream. Right fucking now, got all the fucking lays I need, and I'm not gonna be terminated for it. I'm gonna fuck. I threw away the receipt, so shit, that doesn't help. I have paid for all my lays, guys. I paid for it.
Okay, guys, I'll see you.
Lays.
I'm out. Enjoy your lays over there. Use protection. I want to make some joke about like lays with protection, but it's escaping me, so I'm just gonna leave now.
Oh, I do have that one actually. I was thinking I'll be back. I'm gonna get that protection right now.
Here we go.
Every guy in bed has before he gets the protection.
Hey, he's gonna need those electrolytes, man. You got salt in lays. You're gonna need that salt to stay energized. Too much salt, drain your energy. Just the right amount of sodium can lift you up. Yeah. Here we go.
Great. Just to keep my hands clean, okay? I literally thought about this before streaming. I was like, my hands are going to be so messy. I don't want the computer to be fucked up. So here's the solution. Protection, guys. Always wear protection.
Innovation.
Once you're chasing your lays. You want a really high fucking lay count? Always wear protection, okay? Here we go. It doesn't feel as good. Oh, see, I'm making a fucking mess already. It doesn't feel as good. I can't really fucking feel anything. I don't know how many. I could have a threesome right now and just barely fucking feel it. Anyway,
protection is a real thing.
Jokes here, but
that'll be my last word. I'll say, guys, for real, wear protection for real. And get tested every 3 to 6 months if you're super sexually active. Get tested every 3 to 6 months and wear protection. It's for real. There are real STDs out there, and a lot of them are curable and aren't quite as bad as people think they are. And there's a lot of scare out there, but the real one is lurking out there somewhere. And if you wear a condom, your chances of getting it are dramatically reduced. Wear protection. I'm out. See you guys.
All right. Thanks for jumping in. I'm probably just going to make like Google Slides of like leg count.
I like the cleverness, man. You're adding it in. And yeah, there's a lot of loud concepts and like bold takes on the show, but that's what the dating coach ecosystem is about. That's why people tune into the show, because we show that cleverness, we show bold takes, and help people out with those. I like how Erik said, like that big brother perspective, or like that insider scoop. But yeah, it's take us away. Where do you want us to lead? I'm still gonna be on for like an hour and a half. That was a plan anyway. I do have since 12. But go forth with the format that you have experienced is optimized.
Well, I got 24 hours to figure that shit out. But if you want to do your own monologue while I'm editing something right now, fucking go for it. Talk about your kind of coaching days or just anything you want. I'm just gonna quickly make this leg count presentation, guys. Okay.
Absolutely.
This is so fun.
Cool. All right, so it looks like we have about 24 people viewing right now, which is awesome. And so I'll monologue. I'll talk a little bit my journey in the dating coach sphere. All right, there you go. So my story started with I joined formally Game Global last year, 2 years ago, so 2023 December. And it's been an amazing journey. So I've talked to a lot of different coaches out in the field. A lot of us join for shared value community. We always talk about in the manosphere about like tribes. So us men are naturally drawn to kind of group behavior, and it's just in our blood. So naturally we are following along, looking for tribes that match our shared values, and those change throughout the lifetime. So when I joined Game Global, I was like, I was embarrassed. I'm very sensitive about my reputation. I come from high-profile work. I have as well. So joining was unique to me. And even in the book game, the first chapter is just all about embracing strange risk, kind of talking to other people online about kind of like the sensitive area, a very, very important area of life, of dating, relationships, and kind of that difficult work it takes to succeed. Coaches are here to guide you along the path. So the group chat was great. It was awesome to see some people participating. At first, I admit I muted some of the conversations, but I liked having the option of having a free wingman community that ICU created out in Chicago. So I went out and about with some of the guys. My first coach was Hamza. So for these guys in the chat, Hamza was the previous coach of Game Global Chicago, and he was great. So he hosted an event in his. All right, hopefully it's not. Seeing other guys, meeting them in Chicago was a great experience. So right now I'm trying to encourage you to take those kinetic first steps to meet up with somebody, proactively message them on the Telegram group to meet up at your favorite bar, join one of the boot camps, take those first steps to go out into the field. Doing it is so much more better, so much more satisfying, meaningful than simply reading about it. Once I met Hamza, and there's maybe like 9 or like 11 guys there. My friend group, my social group immediately expanded. In the 2025-2026 information year, it's so easy to get isolated, a little bit reclusive, just because the internet is awesome. This technology empowers us to just thrive in our monkey brain, but then that but we're still trapped in an age of duality. So the risks still increased as we are isolated, but have all these different social media tools, online dating tools that kind of trap our dopamine and hijack our old primordial systems brains. And that face-to-face interaction, meeting up with the wingman, going to boot camps, is in itself just a solution. It's an upgrade, and it empowers you to finally meet up with other girls, where it's not just a social, where you're not just there socially. You're there to, first of all, have fun. And like when I have talked with my clients and coach, everybody's just simply attracted to fun, just connecting, sharing, releasing shared experiences, creating inside jokes, humor. That in itself is one of the most attractive things you can do. Sometimes the price you pay for companionship with a woman is just providing her fun, release attention, and when you meet up with the wingman, the first thing you guys are doing out and about when you're at a boot camp is just there to experience a good time. We all have our jobs. We all have work we don't want to do. And with game, I just had a great goal. It was like you each game as a chore or some like fun activity. And at this point, like for me, it's kind of like it is a chore. Like when I'm going out and about, of course, I gotta keep my spirit sharp. So I just I end the night and then just kind of count the free time I was out there. I usually I kind of like grabbing girls. So I grab like 3 LinkedIn's, 5 numbers, and it's really on autopilot at this point. The skill sets are there, and I always have a lot of options when I follow through with them. And when you're working with me or ICE, one of the benefits is that we give you an organized system. So if you're wingman, you're out and about, or going to these boot camps, and you're just having fun, that's all well and good. You will experience that. When you take the next step, when you sign up for paid coaching, we set up a system in the back end to help you organize that energy. Make sure it's not wasted effort. Templates for next steps. And once you organize it, systemize it, start seeing the numbers, then that is empowering, engaging in itself. It puts a scoreboard on what you're doing. So that was a little bit more of the technique. Going back to my story, once I applied to the group, I had some coaching before in terms of publishing and just kind of like performance enhancement from a consulting point of view. And then that opened up a whole new ball game, and then I just completely immersed myself in game theory. So I just read, definitely the top 4: Mystery Method, The Game by Neil Strauss. I read many times Rational Male by Rollo Tomassi. No More Mr. Nice Guy, Glover. There's How to Be an Asshole That Woman Loves by Troy Francis. There's Robert Greene's Mask, The Art of Seduction. And then quite frankly on Twitter, there's a lot of great accounts. So RSD I think went down in like 2018, 2019. I see you can correct me on that number, but then of course just reading the forums, that in itself is another field there. So just a heads up, if you think you're like experienced, if you think you've read all the knowledge, you should definitely recognize every single name that I just said. And then of course there's ICE's Amazon book, the Message Game, Social Circuit Game. I read it a bit ago, but that's been added to the classics, and that PDF has definitely provided him just an elevation in this field. I don't have published content yet. ICE and I talked about it. I do have my PDFs, so they're really effective affirmations systems, and I share those with clients I'm working. Definitely looking forward to working with those of you that feel empowered to take the next step. Once your levels up rise, shoot me a message or shoot me on Telegram. You're welcome to join the Chicago Game account. And after ICE provided with the game coach opportunity there, position, then I immerse myself in the field and I host my first boot camp on
I'm trying to make it small.
and then I followed through with a couple clients, and we're here now, the first live stream. So that's a little bit of background of Vidas Dating. My style of coaching, which is really like figure out the fundamentals on the back end, front end takes care of itself. And that's a little bit of my monologue there. Looks like we're at a 5 lay counts of ice. That's a lot of lays. That you technically eat all your meals today, man. You're just, it's
I'm trying to figure out how to make make it display really fucking small, but it keeps fucking. Oh, there we go. Okay, maybe I'm making a format here, making a template. Today I'll put that at the top. Shazam, save.
And I'll address some of the comments. Ice is setting up here. Okay, so happy New Year to all of you. 5 lay count. There you go. 5.
There we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Let's keep up with these comments. I've been too distracted trying to boast about my lay count here. I'm at 5 right now. I'm tempted to get another one. But I gotta keep up with this chat first. This guy's saying Gel is a narcissist psychopath. There is no redemption. He is not capable of it. John says, keep talking, dorks. This is being transcribed. Good luck with that. Just know I'm always watching. I will bury you in court. Can't even fucking spell. You're nobody. Husband. At least learn to fucking spell. Just trying to catch up here. What's your lay count? Always wear protection, guys. Always wear protection, okay? I got this. It's Hello Kitty. Don't fucking sue me, Hello Kitty. What am I doing to Hello Kitty right now? Oh, disgusting. I didn't even fucking pick one up. I can't feel it. Here we go. Oh, I got 2 right there.
Monkey see, monkey do. So
it's going up. Going up, guys.
Ice is providing that pushing up force there for us all to rise up to that level. Cool if I address some of the comments here, Ice?
Huh?
Is it cool if I address some of the comments here?
Yeah, I'm just as we go through them. Here's another one. It's not really him. Oh yeah, I already did that one. It's not the real John. No one banned it would be. Oh yeah, I already fucking just trying to catch up here. Don't go public. Or maybe he is. I'll be on Netflix soon. You guys are nobodies. That's gonna be funny. He does the lay count thing everywhere, so the troll knows to imitate it. Live count. Why is it this fucking updating? It's supposed to say 6. What the fuck? Or am I supposed to?
Is JAL? Is he the guy that has those advertisements saying he slept with like 1,000 or 2,000 women? Because I think I've seen those advertisements. Is that the same guy?
Oh, I don't see ads, but it's probably the same guy. Gotta be. Like you see the profile picture there?
Mm-hmm.
Get ready to go to jail. It's kind of fun. Guys, please suggest me which guy is course. Oh, I missed a chat from a while ago. How silly me. This was on here a long time ago. My apologies for taking so long to get to that. Just trying to keep up with the chat here. Okay, that's where we are. Why do you PWAs and dating coaches dismiss the importance of SMV, sexual marketplace value? Why do you say it's just all about game? Isn't it the same fucking thing? Though, like people think that game is just let me go and express my personality to women. Game is not that. Game is everything. It's you look pretty. That's part of your game. Everything is part of something. What is game? Game is life. You're the protagonist. Game is you're in fucking control. You're the protagonist. When I play GTA Vice City 20 fucking years ago or more, I get to control what happens. Now, in video games, there's data. It's designed by the video game developers, but aside from that, you basically control the character. You, apart from the storylines, you decide what happens. Game is life. It's not just, oh, what is game? Just like telling a woman your opener. That's not game. That's just one tiny fucking part of it. So when people talk about sexual marketplace value and they talk nonstop about that, I'm just like, okay, so, and what else? So I'm more concerned in practical things. Like, I see way too many guys being like, I'm short, I'm stupid, I'm ugly, I can't do anything. It's like, okay, that's true, because you're not going to do anything. You not doing anything is a really good predictor of the future. I can't do anything. Well, you're probably right, because you're just in your own downward spiral of not doing anything because you think you're destined to never achieve anything. Therefore, you're not even going to fucking try. So if your mindset is fucked in the first place, don't expect to succeed, because you don't even try in the first place. So that's one of the problems. Sexual marketplace value, though, it's like, do you have any particular thoughts on this? Because when I see this term thrown around, it's always just vague stuff, and your looks, your money, your status. Money, like, where does that even come into this shit? Because a woman doesn't know how much money is in your fucking bank account. So how relevant is that? It's not money. It's maybe resources. You could probably see resources like you have a house, you have a beachfront apartment as your second home. Those are resources. Money pays for that, or maybe you could have stole it, or you have a relative who has access to that. So is it resources, your personal resources? Is it your personal money? Is it your access? Like, how deep do we want to fucking go on this? Because, I could go to a beach house in a few weeks from now. I don't own it, but I could go there and I could make use of it. So SMV, like, especially when people talk about LMS, looks, money, status, I'm really not into this line of thinking, because that line of thinking is extremely limited. That's just my take on it. But I got many hours to think about this more. How about you? You're muted.
Thank you. All right, modern situation there. I hear this question as we're not necessarily dismissing the importance of social media value, SMV, and what we're not saying about game. We're just, you hire a coach in order to help you yourself overcome the brain's like tricks and kind of like self delusions and techniques. It wants you to just conserve energy. So the brain was just designed to conserve energy. So you hire me, Unites, to help you guys quickly and efficiently guide you through those biological factors, get you momentum with a couple girls, so that once you're in momentum, then your personality, your style of game, your style of process, attraction flourishes. So we're not dismissing social media value. We're just saying, obviously, social media value is kind of what starts.
No, it's not social media. It's sexual marketplace value.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for that correction, Nice. Your sexual media, your sexual market value, your fitness level, maybe like how your objective, like health, and your money, that retains the girl and might spark her interest. But game is the process of going on multiple dates. I mean, that's what dating is. It's just setting up date after date after date after date until you're thriving and successful like ice, with family and a huge organization. So I hear that question is, we're not dismissing looks, money, status, unless we are trying to urge you to create that systematic process where you are dating a girl and you're putting in that effort, you're taking those risks. We're helping you with the process there. And yeah, I think this comment was around middle of the chats. There's a lot of great chats in that are in the second half that are coming up here on the screen. And just quick response to the individual that asked questions, the Chicago guy. Do I teach natural game or technical game? Definitely start a natural, and then after I read 7 books and have my notes and have a 42 PDFs out here, definitely going along to technical. Ice is a previous engineer. I'm a previous engineer, so just the technicalities are in our blood, and what you call us a nerd, we'll have to take that as a compliment. And that's it for me. What about you guys?
Let me see if I can find any blogs on this. Maybe we could review what people write about this sexual marketplace value. Let's see if there's like a blog or something. Okay, so I'm gonna screen share this. Share screen. See how that looks. Oh, that's a way too small one. There we go. Okay. Let's see about this. Okay. I'm just getting used to this, guys. Right. We define sexual market value as an individual's overall desirability. Desirability makes sense. My problem with the term value is people really twist this into something completely different, where you're like, my value as a man is my money, because we think when we think about value, we think about things based on how much money they're worth. So it's like, what's my sexual marketplace value? Don't think about your fucking money, because that's not really a massive part of it, or a significant part of it, at least. Determined by a combination of factors, determines their perceived value, aka the word we should really be using is attractiveness or desirability. Attractiveness in the dating, I wouldn't say mating, but the dating market. Now it's weird that it says mating, because mating is sexual, but you don't have to mate with each other to be fucking sexual. So that's my first criticism of this. Sure. Let's see. Influence, high SMV. Oh yeah, I see that thrown around a lot. High dating power. Top 10%. This is my problem with this kind of shit. Like, any guy looking at this is just gonna be like, I am the bottom 32%. Shut the fuck up. You're a unique fucking person. You define who the fuck you are. Now your attractive traits, that's something you can improve or not bother improving. So what's your choice on that? If you actually care about sexual marketplace value, then improve the things that can be improved. Anything else is pretty much man, there's even a fucking calculator here. What the fuck is this shit?
Creative tool.
Man, here's my problem with this particular one as well. How far does that go? 80. Let's say you're like 35. Everyone's gonna think they're a fucking 10 centimeters. I should be about 190 or something. Fitness, fuck knows. I don't know what I am on here. I'll put myself at a free just to fucking see how shit is. Status, which seems undefined here. Style grooming, I'm gonna put that 0. I can't even do 0. What the fuck?
Hey, you're looking
Dominance, really fucking high. Okay, so apparently I'm a 7.17. And what does this even fucking mean? It's really okay. Yeah, it's subjective for entertainment / education. There's nothing educational about this shit. So I don't know. This is when I look at this, I'm like, okay, what the fuck even does this shit mean? To me, this is just people being pseudo-scientific about shit that means absolutely 30% game. What and 9% person? What the fuck is this shit? 35. Oh my.
Yeah,
Oh my.
say,
Who the fuck made this stupid fucking thing? Age 7%. This is so fucking dumb. It's hurting my brain. I'm supposed to stream for 24 hours. I can't fucking look at it anymore. No, fuck that. Let's move on to the next one. Let me check my messages here at least.
That was a good answer.
Go. Also, nice try editing your passport photo. Let's see what he's referring to here. Man, this guy has too much time on his hands. It's pretty sad. Right. Here we go. I wish I could zoom in or something. That's not very helpful. Also, nice try editing your passport photo. That's not even my. It's a fake fucking image, obviously. Are you fucking stupid? Are you dumb? You're the one who fucking was like, oh shit, that there's his fucking passport. It's a fake, you dumbass. You're so fucking dumb. It's just unbelievable. So apparently here it says John Mulvehill White, which apparently is my name. I just think that's hilarious. No, that's just really fucking silly though. Anyway, well, let's just keep up with the chat here. Guys, please suggest me which guy's course is best for all day game phases like attraction, hook, invest, close. Please suggest. I don't know because I don't take people's fucking courses. So I wouldn't know about that. Do you have any answers for that? That's probably gonna.
Yeah, that's a great question. There's a certain type of people, and they're just all about the London day game model. So, and then I ran into some other coaches' models as well. Essentially, most of the formulas, and then of course there's the M3 Mysteries model. Most of them are just going to be about like the hook, so you capture attention. Then it's about kind of the maintenance of the conversation. So let's say in a day game environment, so you stop the girl, it's all about the hook. Then it's about maintaining that conversation. And after you approach the hook, and as we saw earlier in the infield footage, the first minute you're kind of just talking, you're almost to yourself. You're just starting like more. You're just saying things, observations, questions about her. So the first minute is just about getting past that kinetic friction. The second value, then the third, fourth, sometimes it varies. It's kind of about turning the conversation from more logical things that guys like to talk about, rational things, to emotional things. There's that conversation, then like a little bit of like innuendo in the conversation. Then it's kind of like the pull, the invitation to the next venue or to the next venue or the next location, and then after that, it's kind of about closing and escalation. So I don't want to give too much of our values there, but that's essentially what the formulas are like. And the London day game model is considered to be kind of the standard there. And there's like a New York model, and I was hoping to come out with the Chicago, day game approach to just approach model as well. So that'll be coming in the future. Study the London day game model if you're interested. Most experienced coaches will be able to talk about that phase, but instead of suggesting a specific coach besides just ICE, just kind of more ICE classes, just hire a coach and then practice it in the field. Practice of attraction will be much better than finding the best teacher on this online. We're in the game. We're in a practice field here, not a theory field. And so that's my answer on that. XO XD. And Yeah, well, this is figuring some stuff out there. I'll address the most recent comments here. Juliana T is commenting, and Daniel Victor 552. There's an interesting perspective here. If you have, this is from Daniel Victor, he's saying, if you have no value and leverage, it doesn't matter how great your character is. And Juliana T says, Daniel, your character is your value. And I hear what you guys are saying. I'm leaning towards what Juliana's saying here. Character is hard to have and practice. It's something you practice. So character could be defined as your moral value, your moral virtue. And we're talking moral here in a version of like you're choosing to do the right thing, where it's like a lot easier just to do what's effective and then notice. The brain wants to do the short-term gratification type things. Long-term character is like your reputation. Over the long term, do you do the hard things to tie up your loose ends, to treat people fairly, to follow through on that email, that text, and that restraint from falling into lust. We're talking about lust. We're day game coaches. We're saying lust is a negative virtue here, where it harms your life, or it's inappropriate in that situation, where it doesn't fit the vibe. So character is value, and women are strategically attuned to notice that the unconscious signals, the unconscious tells. That does come up in a conversation and approach. It does come through the text, the timing. Your character is your value, and high value ones, the ones that we're aiming for here, they will be able to notice that. And quite frankly, the girls will be able to notice that almost better than you will be able to notice that. Like, girls get approached all the time. Their phone is just a constant barrage of guys paying their attention. So you might as well develop that back end character, because an experienced girl will be able to kind of like categorize you better than you can yourself. So always lean on sides of integrity and character there.
Let's address this. Daniel says, I see you saying that money doesn't matter is disingenuous. When I say money, it's a combination of lifestyle and resources. Women value that highly. Yeah, so it's less so money itself in the vague terms, and more like lifestyle and resources then. Just that you're basically just agreeing. We're agreeing with each other there. The problem is, like, when you just blatantly say money, it's like offering money to a woman on the street. That's a bit weird. That just sounds like prostitution to me. So I know what you're saying. I'm pretty sure we fucking agree, but we're just like, I'm just emphasizing the word money less, because if you want to attract women with money, you're attracting the wrong type of woman. If you want to attract women with your lifestyle, I wouldn't want to use my lifestyle as like the main thing to try to attract a woman, in the sense, well, that maybe we could think about this in so many ways that could be wrong or right. But like, let's say my lifestyle was me flashing money and having flashy cars, then as a way to attract women, maybe that could work. But for me, I wouldn't want to do that, because I think flashing money and cars would be attracting the wrong type of woman, a type of woman I wouldn't want to date or marry or be with, for example. If I want to use a different kind of lifestyle, which is more, let's say, humbled, I'm not flashing shit. There's a great movie called Coming to America, Eddie Murphy, and he goes to Queens, fun play on words, and he pretends to be poor instead of pretending to be a king. I would like to be rich and tell nobody about it, so then I can use other things to be attractive, and then she finds out later on, because I choose the right kind of woman, that, okay, this guy has a fair amount of resources. Like, that there are probably things that you can, like, lifestyle wise, let's say, rather than resources. It'll be great to show travel, no problem. Not necessarily, I wouldn't put like luxury travel necessarily, but showing your lifestyle in a non-asshole, non-luxurious, non-show-offy way, that's a game that I would play. I wouldn't want to try to attract women by flashing around Lamborghinis and shit like that. I wouldn't even, if you gave me $10 million right now, I wouldn't even buy a Lamborghini. I would buy a white muscle car. I wouldn't even know which one. Maybe like one of those Ford ones, or I can't, I'm not even good with fucking cars. I don't even have a license or anything. But first, I would buy one car. It will be white. It will be some kind of muscle car, whatever fucking one it would be. Maybe an American one. I don't think they have Chinese muscle cars, unless Mike knows. I'm seeing a lot of Chinese cars these days here in Peru. I'm like, what the fuck? I've never seen these cars before. But anyway, like my idea of a good, attractive lifestyle isn't flashing shit around. Like I have gold, I have silver. I got silver on my wrist, but I'm not wearing like diamond chains and shit like that. Like I'm not gonna be fucking flashy about it. I'm just gonna do what is in line with my personality. Like this is worth money, but I'm not using it to attract women. It's just, it goes with me. So I'm doing it for me, and maybe it's attractive, maybe it's not. People talk about it, but it's one of those things where if I have $100 million and I try to use it to attract women, it's just going to end up in disaster. Like the money topic, you got to be very careful with, because it's not black and white. It's extremely complicated in terms of what you're doing with your money. And apparently John Anthony is fucking calling me now. So give me a moment, John. I'm just figuring this shit out. Let's see what's going on here. Let me show John's chat. I told him, you want to join? I'll give you the link. He's spamming me on fucking Telegram. You think I'm fake? I'll DM you on Telegram to prove it's me. I dare you to show it on stream. I sent you a DM on Telegram. You want to join? Do you want to join the fucking thing here?
Come on, join us, John Anthony.
Have fun in jail. I'm sure your lay count will go up in jail, and I'll still not be with any men. So I don't know. Man, this is just like, what kind of weird conversation is this? Like, I genuinely encourage you to come on and like have a normal conversation. If you're just going to be weird, then that's going to be very strange. But do you want to come on rather than spam me on Telegram? We could, like, I can ask you some friendly questions. We could be nice to each other. It's all good. We could be nice to each other.
And I make sure you're just double check you've seen the most recent comments, because these are comments from maybe like from maybe like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. So just double checking that.
Yeah, there were so many comments here. I'm just trying to start them and whatever. Yeah, those colored pie charts about long and short-term game are ridiculous, definitely. Money, clothes, status, or what you do, character, and being able to lead is who you are. We look at what and who you are. That is what reaches our emotions. Yeah. Money in of itself is not attractive to women, but rather your lifestyle, resources, and competence is. Money is just an honest signal of those things. But then again, it's like not showing it. I know what you mean. Not showing your bank account and shit. But man, I'm getting some weird messages here. What about me?
Yeah,
I'm always fucking weird.
My live stream experience is unique here. I'm getting DMs from people that I'm experiencing 29 culture online, so I'm getting a lot of serious DMs as well. But happy to try the first live stream.
Let me find. Man, I'm just so distracted. There's so much going on. I'm just like not even sure what's happening right now. Let me look for this shit. There, I sent John Anthony Lifestyle the link to join. Okay, so let's see. Sports cars are terrible investments unless they're antique and rare.
I like that comment.
Interesting. Just want to make sure I haven't lost any chats. I still have a lot of chats to show. I'm just trying to keep shit in good order here. And I'm doing a terrible job at it. So bear with me. Okay, just... Yes, after my date. Is he coming on after his date? He has a 9.510 stunner coming over right now. It's for the girl of the day. I'm pretty sure this is just some random guy. What drugs are you on? Don't bring him on. It can get your channel flagged. It's what he wants. Fair enough. Jilliana always watching out for me. She's doing a good job always. This guy's saying they're finally keeping up with the chat now. Backtracking again a little. John's lake count is BS. By the way, PWF leaked messages showing John admitting to buying 2 hookers, and then on stream he claimed added 2 to lake count from pools. Probably most of the count is paid or trans. Interesting. I can tell you that YouTube will absolutely take little action. They have very deep pockets and they are very short in patience. Do you teach from a natural game perspective or technical game perspective for the Chicago guy? Oh, which Chicago guy? Because maybe some of these are a little late, but Vidas is here. There's a question for you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I briefly touched on this comment a bit ago. Definitely, I took on this role also because for a lot of my close friends, I just naturally helped them out in this way. So that would have been called natural game. After I did some this year and a little bit the next year, after reading a lot about relationships, dating, and the technicalities of the dynamics of it all, definitely technical game. That's where the comment came in that I and previous engineers. So we just naturally like the technical aspect of it, meaning like the whole process of, one could say, seduction, with respect to girls, with respect to every different type of person out there, reducing it to a formula, and then just kind of like isolating each part, talking about it. That way you can see it in full, see the macro and micro, and then, open sourcing the data on what is effective, what works, what is not effective, and that just shortens the time span, the energy spent on finding the right mate for you, finding your potential factor. And so that's why a Venetian artist, like a dating coach who studies the formula and is called a dork or a nerd, this aspect is a compliment, because as humans, we naturally have our paths, and partnership and finding a mate is at the end of them. So becoming technical in that is one of the highest return on investment skill sets in your life. And so we have this community here to saying, if you take on somebody, if you hire somebody to kind of professionally help you in this aspect, it's only a true coach will know how much it will actually help a person that is really, really good in their work or their job and hasn't had a lot of time to put in practice in the romantic area of your life. Then it's our job to make sure that you're satisfied and fulfilled and you have a good experience overall in this area. So that's my answer for Bill Usher 265.
All right, beautiful. Playing with fire, did pickup competitions. I didn't even know about that. That's interesting. P-Way guys often lost. I guess the rest of the chat cut out there. Oh, okay, here it is. Any reason you think P-Way is good? I'm assuming you're like, I didn't see what those videos were, so I don't know exactly what you're referring to. I didn't know that Playing with Fire did those videos. Haven't seen them, but I'm assuming that they were just like a bunch of naturals or random guys like trying to do a game and outperforming PUAs. If that's the case, then it's not as if PUA stuff has all the right answers. There are a lot of PUA things which are pretty terrible fucking concepts, actually. So people are going to be shocked. Oh, I swipe betraying the pickup artist, bro. No, that it's just the reality of things. Like, pickup artistry has only existed for a few decades. There are various concepts that come out of nowhere, like shocking news, breaking news. Some concepts are a little made up. Like, I find it hilarious when people say, you just made up that word, or that word is made up. Bitch, every word is fucking made up. Where do you think languages fucking came from? Every word is made up. Every language is made up. My name is made up. I find it funny that people would be like, shouldn't your name be James or something instead of Ice? That's a made up name. Bitch, every name is made up. I just have one that is more original. Not taken from the fucking Bible like Thomas or some Jesus shit. Yesterday, my Uber driver, one of them, was called Jesus. So it said Jesus is arriving now. I'm like, man, you had 2,000 years to think of a better name. Can you just fucking... Anyway, I'm ranting about fucking names here. Or John. I liked my daughter's name, Luna. It's not massively original, but at least it has meaning there and shit like that. People name their kids after relatives in their family. No, I'm gonna name my kids according to how I want to, on more original things. But anyway, I'm gonna stop ranting about fucking names and answer the fucking question. Why I think PUA is good. There are good and bad sides of these things. It doesn't matter what it is. For example, I think that the whole what's the thing I want to pick on in particular? It's not SMV, it was something else, like DHV and stuff like that. Not to piss anyone off, but demonstrating higher value. Again, like, value is probably the wrong word. We should use words like attractiveness. There are also terms like set. It's very dehumanizing to say, approach that set over there. I just talked to the set. No, bitch, you just talked to some girls. Like, be fucking normal. Or you talk to a group. It's a mixed set. Shut the fuck up. It's a normal fucking... There's a bit of like nerdy fucking language embedded into a lot of pickup artistry, and I find it kind of like funny. So on that note, that being said, when I say like some pickup artist terminology is very geeky and nerdy, that's because a lot of pickup artists are geeks. What a fucking shocker. Some guys are like pretty cool guys who just happen to be in this. There's just like, no matter what group of people you criticize or praise, there's always going to be a group of assholes inside, and there's always going to be a group of nice people. I could go to Israel. I could find some assholes and some nice people. I could go to North Korea. I could find some assholes and some nice people. Like, it doesn't matter. I could go to a Black Lives Matter protest, find some nice people there. I could probably find some assholes too. It doesn't matter like what group of people you're trying to fucking circle with a random cookie cutter based on characteristics that are completely unnecessary. Humans will do human things. There's nothing that makes a pickup artist particularly special. It's only that there's a set of resources. There's a relative community. There are groups, and there's a lot of conversation in there. You could go into like generally any pickup artist group. There will be lurkers, and maybe there will be people who take a lot of action. So Game Budapest, I look in there. man, that has some real fucking action takers. I go into Game New York, man, there are a lot of fucking lurkers. It's a big fucking city. I could look at Game Chicago, there are people taking action. I could look at Game Los Angeles, maybe there are some nerds, maybe there are some people taking action. It's humans will do human fucking things, so it kind of makes no difference. Like, so, and another layer to this is, of course, some people have more experience than others. So it's like, I haven't seen those videos, but maybe the PUA only read one book and hasn't really taken action. But I don't know. I didn't see those, so I'm just talking out of my ass here. But there's nothing special. It's just PUAs have the benefit of being exposed to more resources, I guess. But that does not equate to, therefore, that person, whoever it is, must have more success than anyone else who doesn't have those resources. There's a made-up correlation there, I guess. But anyway, let's keep up with my fucking mouse froze there for a minute. See if there's any further comment on this. Let me check here. Thoughts on Anthony Joshua car crash? Who the fuck is that? What's that? Anthony Joshua? Who is that? I don't know. Oh, is that the boxer guy? Is he the one who... Oh, shit. I didn't even... What the fuck? Okay. Screen share time. This looks like it's super fresh. I recognize this. I have seen like the memes from the last few days, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere else, like before this fight against that fucking YouTuber guy. Do you know the name of the person he was fighting? So this is minutes ago. There was something from 2 hours ago. That's all new. Let's just go for like, man, I don't trust any fucking news sources these days. Boxer Anthony, fuck, can't even speak. Only 2 hours in it. What the fuck? I just want to. Okay. Boxer Anthony Joshua injured in car crash in Nigeria that killed 2 others. Damn. Today, very super fucking recent. Jake Paul, that's the guy. I actually know Jake Paul's best friend. He sent me a message randomly on Instagram like a year ago. A widely viewed, yeah, that was big. I didn't see the fight. I don't care about that shit. Yeah, I don't know anything about this guy. I live under a fucking rock. Okay, yeah, that's his Instagram now. I don't keep up with the Kardashians or the Jenners or all this fucking shit. I don't know what's going on. See if he follows anyone I know. Nah, maybe not. Oh man, that was hilarious though. Look at that. The face he made, the meme. Anyway.
Yeah, I was following that indirectly. That's tragic that a car crash happened like that, especially because I saw that they both made a lot of money. Jake Paul is been a rising star, and I heard about Anthony Joshua's fighting skills in the past. And in regards to my ISIS perspective, I think that thoughts and prayers, and then hopefully their fighting careers will continue in the future. And I did want to mention, you said another topic here. I think that a lot of these communities, they do use the word geek, and there's a lot of geeky and sometimes a little bit like authentic people that are drawn to these dating communities because they do need the help. Like that's the demographic that does need the service the most, and where we're positioned in order to provide that help. So, you're going in knowing that there are, in online communities, it can sometimes be like a little bit stranger people, but it's also by, helping
Gossip
form.
is for women.
Yeah,
that's so good. Gossip is for women. I agree, man. Every opinion. It's not even an opinion. It's just fucking facts from Justin Adams all the time. He has some interesting stuff to say with like just about anything. Always getting pinned on there. Yeah, anyway, let's jump on to this, I guess. P-Ways back in the day is weird, in my opinion. But nowadays they're slightly better. And the I say the Riz kids, let's call them Riz kids from now, who are approaching women are doing it way better than OG. Well, they're kind of doing it for the views, so they have like more of less of a I'm scared and more of a I'm gonna get views mindset. So it's a funny thing. Did you see that debate? That was pretty interesting. But the guys who are doing it naturally are better. But I would say that they're still unnecessary because at the end of the day, all you need is basic social skills and balls. Yeah, that's part of it. Like, a lot of people who get into the PUA sphere get into it because they simply lack experience with like talking to women. Like, they don't even know how to start. Ironically, I got in for a different reason. I had girlfriends, plenty of girlfriends before I got into this. I just had a problem keeping a woman. So I call that stage 2 of game. And I had no problem with stage 1 getting laid in the first place and shit like that. But I had a problem keeping a relationship. So that was my issue. And I was like, let me just like learn all this other shit for whatever reason, whatever value it brings. And then here the fuck I am, just doing random shit. So, yeah, let's jump on here too. Speaking of names, women don't have last names. It's usually the name of their father. You mean like paternal surnames? In the Spanish Empire, it's kind of different. So my wife's surname, or like anyone in Peru and Mexico and Spain and so on, it's basically first name, middle name, and then paternal surname, and then maternal surname. And then it would be Day when she gets married, and then the surname of the husband. So my daughter's name is Luna, Lucia, middle name, White, my surname, paternal surname, and then Ceballos, the maternal surname, which is really the surname of my wife's dad. So that it me real comment in this, but just me saying the. And we're back. Okay, we just froze for a minute there. Yeah, so that sounds kind of confusing with the whole like. Yeah, it took me a while to get it. So, first name, middle name, paternal surname, maternal surname. It's really weird. It took me a while to really understand it, but I think it kind of makes sense once you really get used to it. Anthony Joshua has been around for decades, but these chicks only know him for the Jake Paul fight. Feel bad for these chicks. Doesn't matter what you're known for. Money comes once you get fame right. You can get fame wrong, like Will Smith wasted his money when he was like in his 20s or something. And then this was before Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And then he was broke. He had no fucking money. He would ride the bus and he would be famous. People would recognize him. And then he got into Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He almost didn't because he was like, whatever. But there you go. The only reason I'm here is because of Dr. Dick Puss. What the fuck? But I find it, Is that one of those made up names? Like, man, what every name is made up. But I find it fascinating. How? But I'm gonna fucking Google that. That doesn't even. How ironic. Dr. Dick Puss. Oh man, no. You fucking got me. Don't Google that. Do not Google that. Okay. What the fuck? I didn't ever read that. How he bitches about you gonna get you arrested. Crazy shit. Oh, I see what I don't know. I'm going crazy here. I'm not gonna fucking last 24 hours, let's be honest. I think if you go back far enough in time, those maternal surnames will end up being men's surnames. It basically maternal surnames don't really exist. It's just her dad's surname anyway. It's just the paternal surname of the woman. So what you're always left with is it's basically just a surname squared. Surname squared. So it's always the surname of a man in the end. It's the grandfather's name. It's the father's name. It's always like that. It takes a while to get used to it. It's weird how it works. Bourbon, not trying to get you to look at weird shit. I fucking Googled that because of you. God damn it. He's talking about Johnny. Guys, be careful with your chats, okay? It's messing me up. My second name isn't a name. It's actually a title that is passed down to every male descendant. I am a far relative from the Whoa, okay. We got the second in line of the throne here. What the fuck? My second name is a name. It's actually title. Damn. You didn't even spell the Royal Windsor. It has a D in it. You didn't even spell that right. So they should strip you of your fucking title. Okay. I'm a Republican, not to be confused with the Americans watching are going to be confused. I'm a Republican in the sense that I'm not a monarchist. I'm not here saying fuck the Democrats. I'm saying I'm a Republican. I don't like royal families. So I'm a Republican and I got the fucking surname right. Yeah, Windsor. There we go. Anyway, got some more chats here trying to keep up with. Yeah, answered that. I'm on the salt and vinegar lays this morning. Way ahead of you. God damn it. Juliana, always way ahead of me. Will you discuss about picking up in Islamic countiers? Man, I'm going to read your comments exactly how you type them, okay? I'm not even going to last like 6 hours if I do that, actually. I don't know. I have never been to an Islamic country apart from England. That might sound a bit funny, but there are actually lots of Muslims in England, and I was friends with, I guess, a significant amount. Some from Pakistan, some from Saudi Arabia, and so on. But yeah, I think England is kind of heading in that direction now. But I don't know. I never really been to any other Islamic country other than England. Like or I did go to France many times. There were lots of Muslims in Paris. But, aside from Europe, I have never been to West Asia and never been to mainland Africa. So I wouldn't know about that. Have you ever been to an Islamic country? V-Man? Are you frozen there? Vidas.
Yes.
Did you ever go to an Islamic country?
Great question. This hat actually says Qatar.
Oh shit!
Actually, yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I think, yeah, as I heard you were talking about, you went to France. Yeah. So one of the unique things about me when my joke is that I went through puberty in Africa. So my family did a Peace Corps trip to this organization when I was 12 years old. And so I lived in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, which is an Islamic country. And so we hear the prayers, like, broadcasted through the PA in the city like 5 times a day. And so I was there for a year. So I didn't live in there, but I was like 12 years old. And then besides that, recently, no, I haven't been to an Islamic country. I have, like, previous client was talking just about the intricacies of dating like Islamic woman. And then it was awesome hearing about how ICE and the other individuals talked about Thailand. And I was in Sri Lanka a couple weeks back. I was there for about a month and a week. And I sent a picture of the peacocks to the group chat that the coaches that I set up, saying, like, hey, it's us. So that's in regards to my travels. That's what I had recently, and a lot of different styles, a lot of flavors of pictures there. And I myself I've never dated or been intimate with an Islamic girl, but I did hear about the intricacies, and it's cool appreciation of culture. Islam definitely has its place in the world. That's my answer to that. And I'm gonna, in the Telegram, I was just writing this out earlier. I'm gonna share my Telegram link. If you are interested in working with ICE, then there's the school groups you can message in here. And if you're interested in working with me, I have a website up, and in my programs, the best way to reach me though right now is the Telegram group. So I'm posting that in comments. I said the comment didn't go through on the StreamYard. If there's something from your end there, ICE, maybe you can improve that comment. I'm sharing my Telegram link.
So YouTube doesn't allow links to be put in unless it's the channel putting it in. So yeah.
Okay. I'll just without
I
the ad,
wouldn't be able to see it.
I'm glad that you shared that. I'm just putting my Telegram link in here for those individuals that are interested in actually implementing this into your life and working out. I was excited. This is my first live stream because I don't have my YouTube channel that's set up. So this is a good exposure to that. Yeah, I come from my brother's big into coaching, my cousin's big into coaching. So I don't know. I hope that your holiday celebrations were great. You met with family and friends and continued your traditions. But from my side, definitely gonna be leaning more into coaching just because blood down. And yeah.
Is that 2 underscores? I can't copy from where I'm looking.
1 underscore in the official Telegram group.
Okay. HTTPS. There we go. I just put it in as a link. There we go. All right. Jillian lived in UAE for 6 years. Oh, you're always full of surprises. God damn. Dominus Academy lied about his 6,000 lay count. It's actually 6,700. If you know, you know. I don't know what that fucking meme is about. I live under a fucking rock. You're older than me. I don't fucking know that shit. LMS and getting on your purpose is the most important facet of being attractive to women. Getting on your purpose, I left that. Not your game or Riz or your PUA gimmicks. That's the foundation that attraction is built upon. Alrighty. Diamond chains is a must. Man, everyone has that in Vegas. It's funny. I actually have, I don't have a diamond chain, but I do have a silver chain, and it's too short because my beard is longer than the fucking chain, so nobody can fucking see it. I found some seals washed up on the shore of the south of Nova Scotia a few years back, and I took one look at the first one I found, and I was like, that would make a pretty good necklace. So we yanked out its teeth, and I made a necklace, covered the top in silver, and put a silver chain on it. And yeah, I got a necklace that is a seal tooth, and the rest of it is silver. But it's too short because I need it to be longer than my beard, so I don't wear it or anything. I might take it with me once in a while, but there's that. Giuliani, a woman of value will not date a guy that has no value of any sorts. You having money, a nice physique, and high status is a form of value. It doesn't matter how great your character is. Interesting. Maybe there's going to be a debate in the chat. Play my voice notes on stream, dork. Then I invited him. I gave him the link to the stream, but he didn't turn his camera on, so he doesn't want to join. That's strange. Your character is your value. Kablam! We should just have Jilliana come on here. She's so good. Why don't you ban the DD John Anthony troll? His only goal is to get attention and to disrupt the chat. Maybe he should be the female voice in here. He seems better at being feminine than I am. God damn, you cannot outfit. I got to look closely at the profile picture. That looks like a very feminine profile picture. I can barely see it though. It does look good. Can John Effie lifestyle beat this femininity? We're going to have a Jilliana lifestyle versus John Effie lifestyle debate. That's going to be funny. I'm finally keeping up with the chat. There we go. My voice just fucking broke there. Alrighty. Oh my god, I actually caught up with the chat now. I started my company in Dubai. Headquarters is still there.
Cool.
Jilliana is balling. She is such a catch. Vidas, you should slide into her DMs.
Yeah, that's cool. We'll have to meet up in Dubai and have an adventure over there if it works out. Yeah, Dubai is cool. Everyone sees those fancy pictures of Dubai. It seems like their wealthy elites are really visible there. So Julianne is sharing some SMB on her side as well. And Juliana, furthering Ice's invitation, it'd be cool if we had somebody else join on. I'll probably still be on for maybe like 15, 20 minutes. As Ice is working his headphones here. Yes, sir, we'll try to find your previous comments. Your previous comment was a name, a celebrity, Jake Paul. And thoughts on the Anthony Joshua car crash. We talked about Anthony Joshua. We said thoughts and prayers for him. Whenever somebody has a big event and then there's a car crash or some kind of incident that's always suspicious, I think but yeah, talking about celebs is always relevant if we're very online people. I think they're both success stories, and then everybody has their own. There's that song that like everyone's trying to be a superstar. I think a big predictor of success and wealth is that when you see other celebrities, if you're happy for them, and you're giving them respect and props, and then kind of keeping also in mind duality, that if somebody is like very famous, then there's also like there can be some dark side effects and like tough problems they deal with on their end that come with fame, because they're in order to get to that level, you have to play a lot of different games and sacrifice a lot. So sometimes when some of us are living in this,
yeah, I can finally hear it now. There we go. Alrighty. Yes, sir. Says salute to you, Ice. You finally decided to change your format to multi-screen. Damn it. I did. What made you decide to change? Well, I'm doing a 24-hour stream, or like attempting to at least. Is this a one-time only thing, or is this how your format will be looking? We'll see. We'll see. It's my first time using this new thing for this channel. Second time using it in general. I did give it a run on another channel of mine, but we'll see how it works, because MLD, Modern Life Dating, explained to me that for clips, apparently it should like show in any format you want for the clips in recordings, but I don't know how. I'm just trying to get used to it first, so we'll see how it is. For the clips, I just want like one face to show at a time in general, but for this 24-hour live stream, I don't plan on making any clips out of this because I know it's going to be pretty chaotic and crazy. But if there's something really interesting, then maybe a few clips could come out of this, but we'll see how it goes. I just came up with this fucking idea like a few days ago. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen, but we'll see what's going on.
Guys, you're also at making these things happen. Like you just said, you just had this idea a couple of days ago, and then you just assigned some positions, said, "Hey, this is how we're doing it," and then that's how you got those visual talking skills.
My entire life is just I get an idea that pops in my head, and then I write it down, and then I either do it very quickly or maybe I do it years later, but because I got the notes and I keep my notes. So everything, if it's a matter of like, oh, we got another joiner, here we go. Shazam! It's the Deepak.
Hey, how it's going?
All good. We're just having fun here. Anything you want to talk about?
What should I talk about? Yeah, I mean, it was very much unexpected. I just saw my email and then I saw that you have an invitation. I said, okay, so why not? It's the year ending and we have to end the year with positive vibes. So I hope that there will be no fight.
Oh, you missed the fight already.
Which one? What happened?
Well, it was more of a chat thing, not in here among the people on camera, but it seems that John Anthony Lifestyle or someone posing as him came in the chat and was like prodding us, I guess. And then Erik said, Ablaze. I don't think you debated him, but maybe you've seen him around. He was saying that a while back, John F. actually challenged Erik to a fight, and then it never happened. So then, yeah, long story short, John or whoever the fuck is pretending to be him is like going crazy in the chat, and then he said on my Telegram, I will come on the stream. I gave him the link, and he didn't even turn his camera on. So, yeah, that's kind of what you missed so far.
Okay. I mean, yeah, John is an interesting case, actually. So, I don't know if it makes sense. I think we discussed about, I talked about John to you maybe offline one time. So, he has this kind of, personality disorder. So it is interesting. Like maybe maybe you must be thinking, and even this MLD guy. So they were thinking that he must be very sad that his channel is gone. He must be very sad that channel is gone. And but he is not sad. Yeah, but you have to understand he is not. You have to understand how his brain works. He is not sad. He just keep on doing in Rumble the way he was doing in YouTube. So he's like a machine. So this is a good personality trait, that he don't get emotionally like what the fuck is what? Oh, my channel is gone, or my 10 years of work is gone. So he's not feeling that kind of emotional pain. So this one thing is very good in these kind of guys. But on the other way, they are not able to make emotional connection with anyone if they have anti-personality disorder. So there can be guys who are having this kind of issues with emotions, but they don't have anti-personality disorder. So they can still able to get along with the guys or with the people in their life. But with John, is having anti-personality social disorder plus these traits, so he just you understand how his brain is working. So that's how it is. So whatever. So
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Justin Wayne, they're talking about Justin Wayne. So yeah, he's doing good. I'm still in touch with him, actually, with Justin. So we No, once in a year we just talk. Once in a year we talk. 2 times a year. So he's doing good job. He is. I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of things, but I should not say. But he's having a very stable life and really doing very good. He do teach offline time to time, and he has gone out. He has gone out of PUA dating thing. So, but he has some clients in Miami, so he teach them. So yeah, that's like other personal stuff I cannot like talk. So he's doing fine, and he's living the same lifestyle actually. So with the girls and all. So
Ooh.
You sound connected to
so
the
yeah.
community. I gotta
Hmm?
say, hearing you describe that situation there, Rumble provides like a lot less rules and like less restrictions. So maybe he created the account before, and then he always had that option, which allowed him to have like a very like
Yeah,
offensive,
it is
offensive
interesting. Yeah, like he is doing the same thing in Rumble the way he was doing in YouTube, and you can see from his. Wait a minute, what is if that was actually him here? I which I doubt. He is very emotional. Yeah, yeah. This is a bit kind of interesting. Like these kind of guys are not feeling the emotions the way we feel, but they have this narcissistic rage. So they have this narcissistic rage. So that kind of that narcissistic rage kick in these kind of guys, and that makes explode them. So you see, like he's talking in a very monotone way, but this narcissistic rage comes out. So that's what the emotional part, what is like he's talking about.
Yeah.
So
Makes a lot
yeah.
of sense. Yeah, Jillian is saying if that was actually him in here, which I doubt, he was very emotional. His panties were in a bunch this morning. Made me want to offer him a Tampax. You fucking cracked me up. That was that's so fucking funny. Oh
So
man.
it is. I mean, there are not too many guys. I mean, if it is okay, we can also. I have some infields also. If you want, I can share my.
Oh yeah, let's go for it. Go for it. Go for it. I'm just
Deepak,
trying to
looking
fix
forward
How
something
it
in the
works?
background. So go.
looking forward to seeing your infield at a future time. I'm on my way out. I've been on the stream for a great 2.5 hours here around and out. Ice, thank you so much for inviting me. Guys in the
Okay.
chat here, there's my Telegram link. You're looking forward to connecting, working together, getting some gains. And you guys are welcome to the Game Chicago chat. Got a boot camp on the 13th. Let's keep in contact. Wonderful meeting you guys and getting more integrated in this community. Have a great rest of the day. Ice, good luck on your 24-hour, but now like 21 hours to go. We're able to follow through with the entire time. And looking forward to just seeing you guys more in the future, and have a great infield analysis there and some theory in the stream.
Okay. So
And Happy New Year, happy holidays to you guys and your families.
Same
Looking
to you.
forward to collaborating, and thanks again.
Thanks.
So how many people like? So you go this stream for 24 hours?
Yeah, we'll see how my body handles it, but and that's gonna be the limit. We're gonna see how crazy I take it.
So how many somebody will come, or like it is how it is situation?
People are just gonna come in at like random times. One person said they're gonna come in at like 2 a.m. because of so many different time zones and shit. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep up with people asking for the link and talk about. Did you figure out how to share the screen?
Okay, so how to share it? I have never done it. What is
Present
this?
or
Share
invite
screen,
right
video
at the bottom.
file. Okay, so wait a minute. I have to. Okay, so I have slide, share screen. At least to monitor. I don't have. Okay. Select the windows to screen. Okay. 6. Allow. So I have shared. So it's coming.
There it is. It's on.
So the sound. Check the sound. Wait. Oh, I have to play. I was playing from the StreamYard screen. Sound is coming.
I don't hear anything. No, you need to make sure to enable the sound once you.
How to do it?
Sure. So if you're using Google Chrome, once it tells you like what tab to share, or actually, you're doing files. So let me see, video file. Do you have a website version of it? It would probably be easier.
Website version, but website version is DRM protected. It will not come in the screen most probably.
Or
I can try it, but let me see. But most probably it will not come. I turn off. So we.
I'm trying to figure out this shit too. Oh man.
How you share it? You shared the video, so you shared from the. You share it from the.
Mike was here earlier, and he was sharing with sound. But okay, let me try this. So I'm gonna remove that, and well, there's So I literally just oh shit, we're gonna have another debate, or I literally just said your name, and you fucking spawned out of nowhere. What kind of Chinese technology is this? Because he's trying to show his infield too, so that's gonna be fun. He's just
closed my sales call.
How did man? And
it was a very interesting. Sometimes you get guys that are like super niche and they're specific, right? So we have this mentorship program, and this guy was going into very deep. He has a virtual assistant. He's like DMing all these girls. Have you ever met a client where normal coaching programs, it's designed for the general public, right? But then they want just the 12% that's related to what they want to work on, and they're like, okay, but I don't want this package, but I only want this 12%. It was really hard to explain to him that, like, hey, this is general dating. He wanted to be so specific, like, hey, my VA is in Philippines, but he gets like VPN hacked. You know how like if you have virtual assistants like DMing for you? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know.
You don't have virtual assistants? But basically he has like
everything myself.
So this guy apparently very rich, and he's like very I don't know, he's like a quant, super smart, but also kind of autistic. He has a Filipino assistant that works 8 hours a day DMing girls on Instagram. So basically, his entire job is to scrape hot girls on different cities in Latin America. And then he goes through all this dating funnel, right? But because his assistant's in the Philippines, a lot of times Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, whatever, they kind of like shadow ban you, right? So I was like, listen, our program will teach you how to avoid the shadow bans. You can use like a remote into another, computer in the US, etc. but yeah, he's like, okay, well, how much would how much would you charge just to like fix that one little problem? I'm like, well, dude, you got to buy the whole program for us to do the calls. But he only wanted that one little fraction. Real coach Deepak.mn.co.
What domain is that? Like Minnesota?
It's a community I just launched because the issue was that I have this international, and I'm also focusing on the Indian Hindi audience. So it was like parallel working two audience. It was tough. So I merged both in one community, and then I'm like focusing on one place. So that's why like this is my new community where like real coach Deepak is from this name. I became like famous in Hindi market, so I'm like now I'm using this name.
We got a super chat. This is for Deepak. Do hotter women require more game?
Depends on like if what the value she see. If she is in demand, then it may require more game. If she is not in demand, she don't know like she is hot, and she is not yet approached by so many guys, then it can be easy also. It's also depend on geographic location. I'm trying to figure out how to share my video.
I feel like some of these questions you can just use logic. It's like,
what's your answer to this? Do hotter women require more game?
It depends on the girl, man. Like that's the thing with game is like everything is nuanced. You can't say yes or no. It just depends on the girl, right?
Yeah, ironically, I just think if we're gonna give a super simple answer to this, like my version of an answer to this would be the hotter she is, like in general, more guys are gonna be scared of even talking to her in the first place. And some guys are gonna be completely weird to her. So there is a lot of nuance to it. Maybe she has OnlyFans, maybe she has Instagram with lots of followers. Maybe she has Instagram, but it's private, only with a few hundred followers. Maybe she's a model, does some pageantry and catwalks and shit like that. I just posted some stuff on my Instagram about that stuff. And she just goes to events and things like that. So it really depends. I think part of this is really like you have to be in the right place. Not be weird. Some people are being weird.
But I will log in from the Firefox. I come back to I log in from the Chrome browser.
Let's answer the next question. Is it true Mike Cole approached RST Tyler's girlfriend? And the answer is yes. And I have the video, and we can live stream it.
Oh, show the video then.
Hold on, let me. Oh, these are great.
Oh, I remember.
Let me get it ready.
I'm just trying to figure out what the easiest way is to display some writing at the top that just acts as a counter so that each time I eat one of these, my leg count goes up. I'm just trying to figure that shit out. I just don't want it to appear too big and just like manage too much.
I mean, this is like 10 years ago. I don't want to beef with Owen. We're all good people out here, so but let's just watch it. So backstory of this was I was doing a road trip. This was 2013. I was doing a cross-country road trip. We stopped by this was either Austin or Dallas. And I had some students. Tyler had some students. I randomly see this girl on, what is that, 6th Street? I think this is 6th Street, Austin. Approached her, and she was really receptive, and then Tyler comes out of nowhere, and then turns out it's his girlfriend.
You're on a road trip?
Yeah.
Cool. What? How's it going?
Pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, we'll do it. David.
You guys are the hot
hottest girl standing on the street I've seen all day today.
Well, thank you. A really good line. How many times have you used it?
This is my first time in Austin. This is my first night. About 20 times. Mike, nice to meet you.
At least you're being honest. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
No, this is awesome, dude. This is way cooler than LA. I love this.
Yeah, I live in LA.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not that cool. A little bit cooler than
Yeah.
LA. Are you really from LA?
Yeah, I live in Hollywood. She lives there now.
What are you doing here?
I used to live here, so I'm visiting.
Are you a student here or what?
No, I'm done with school. I just work.
Yeah, we're on a road trip.
Yeah? Where are you guys going next?
Me and all my two buddies quit our jobs and we're just traveling.
Hell yeah.
We're like 40 days in a row.
That's awesome. Where are you guys going next?
Houston, New Orleans, Miami, New York, Maine. There's a national park.
Fucking awesome. That's amazing.
Chicago, Yellowstone,
I just got back from Chicago yesterday.
Vegas, and back to LA.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What's your job?
Okay. I did chemical engineering. He just graduated med school. And he does that.
Nice to meet you. That's awesome. Thanks. And then.
Hey, what up? How's it going? Pretty good. How are you? Good. What are you doing out here? I'm on a road trip. Of course, yeah. I'm Sock That Guys. We're on a road trip. You're on a road trip? Yeah. Cool. How's it going? Pretty good. Cool. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. That's why you're from LA. Yeah. Sweet. You pimping? You filming? A little bit. Yeah.
He's doing well. He's doing well.
Yeah. Well, you're filming this. Don't be putting this online. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna keep it camping. Okay. Have fun. That's still awkward.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so to be honest, I think she was nice because she thought maybe I was on his program, but I was on my program, and that the guy that I blurred, he was with me. It was a pretty innocent conversation. Nothing really happened. You know? I think Tyler got upset that I posted this online, but yeah, it was just a casual chat. Talked about my road trip. Nothing happened. That was it. So.
Yeah, Owen's very nice. He's super chill.
I think this is like a period back. You know how like when a lot of dating coaches start out, there's like a lot of ego to prove.
No.
You know, it's kind of like your first year into teaching pickup or making dating content. But now I just want to get along with everybody. Better to be on good terms. So
yeah, I think that's kind of pointless to like just sword fight everyone. Be like, I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you. It just becomes a 5-year-old's game. It's like there's no like. It's okay for all of you to get married. It's okay for all of you to have kids. It's okay for all of you to get a girlfriend. What is the competition even about? Like proving that I'm better than it doesn't fucking matter. You're living your own lives. There's no need to have a dick measuring contest.
I know who I don't want to be on bad terms with, and that's you.
Whoa! Are you flirting
Mr.
with
Google
me right
Master? Jesus. Hey, I got a question. Do you ever how come do any dating coaches live stream like in real life, like RL stuff?
Actually, I noticed that the Nanpa guys, the Japanese pickup artists, are doing that. It's really weird. It's fascinating, but sometimes it's a bit strange. They basically do YouTube's vertical live, so they film with just their phone, portrait mode. Yeah, and technically that gets more views, but it's all in Japanese, so I don't really see like what the fuck the chat is saying. I tried to like send them messages in Japanese saying like, what's your email, so I can have them on the panel and whatever. But they literally spend like hours and hours and hours going around Shibuya, Kabukicho, whatever, Kabukicho. I can't remember.
Yeah, Kabukicho. Yeah,
and
you
some
speak
of the other
Japanese,
places.
right?
I don't speak Japanese. I've been trying to learn like a few letters of kanji, and just because there are less of Japanese restaurants in Lima, so it's like a little bit of practice. So I'm like, now I know what like the su is and the ka and shit like that. So I recognize a few letters, few characters now, but
why did I always assume that you lived in Japan for a period?
I went there, but not for long. I love it though. I would like to go there every year. That's the only thing.
I feel like live stream is the new meta. Like just shit blows up, like IRL stuff. I just gotta figure out
for real. Like, let me show. I'm gonna try showing this here. Give me a moment. Straight from the video files.
What country is Deepak in?
I'm in Germany.
For good, or are you traveling?
No, I'm in Germany, South Germany.
Like that's where you live, or you just live?
Dile canje 2 por 1. Canje 2 por 1.
Yeah, I live in Germany. Yes.
Wait. Here's the audio is a little noisy there, but this woman was live streaming, and so was the woman behind her.
Amamos, dice gente, ¿le gusta el Hello Kitty, sí o no? Postura. Madre mía, espalda de oro.
Live streamer.
What?
You're a YouTuber.
YouTuber. Yes. Streamer.
Streamer.
Sí, yes.
Not YouTube.
YouTube. Cantante. No, intento de ser cantante.
Show me.
This woman's live.
A ver. Soy YouTuber.
Ella soy, mira.
You can see the second camera.
No hablas inglés.
¿Crees que le puedas grabar un videito
Canción.
a una amiga?
Okay. ¿Verdad?
Ay, dale. Ahí están en live. Pero una amiga.
Where is this? Lima?
Yeah.
Pero que está con Marcination.
No tienes YouTube Premium.
No.
It went fucking viral. It got like 500,000 views on Instagram.
What the fuck? Dude, it's so random.
Singer.
Chuli. Canción. ¿Cómo se dice? Dance. No. Music. Chuli.
Within like okay.
Chuli.
You are Zuli. That's you.
Chuli.
Me.
My daughter was about that.
Game Global.
That's me.
And your wife?
We subscribe to each other. Just barely fans.
Okay, a ver.
This sounds a bit.
Kimi Isu, it's your YouTube channel.
Ese es el de aquí, mira. Zuli oficial.
My wife's in the background somewhere, but she's like.
What a supportive wife. She knows you're working.
Yeah.
¿Qué no sé?
She's like directly behind the camera, but like 20 meters away. She comes a little closer.
Randy was going to Zulu.
No sale. Espera.
Es que su YouTube es de Estados Unidos.
So you're going over to San Luis.
Ella soy, ¿no?
Now we are subscribed to each other.
Okay.
How about Instagram?
Ya.
Yo traduzco, P.
A ver.
Hello, I can speak English if you want it, and I can translate her.
So I'm a YouTuber too.
Okay, él es un YouTuber.
Instagram.
Él quiere que cambie de Instagram.
Okay.
Wait, how's your Spanish?
No, ven, así ahora me voy corriendo. Buena distracción. Con cuidado, mami. Buena distracción,
A ver, ¿cómo estás?
I'll type.
Para. ¿Me dictas?
I can type.
You can...
Espera.
Que sí, él puede escribirlo, dice.
I put in some silly stuff.
A ver.
Like, damn it.
Mientras vas escribiendo.
¿Qué?
De capucha, por favor.
La chica dice que pienses en la visa. La visa.
What a nice.
El amor de mi visa.
Hermano, ¿cómo están?
¿Por qué envías Gringo Loco?
Buenas noches.
Okay.
Sí. Alrighty. Can you do songs? She does music, right?
Sí, yes.
Okay. Alright. We'll see if there's some room for collaboration. I'm not a music guy, but we'll see if there's something.
Pueden ver para colaborar.
Ay, ¿cómo digo?
No soy poco ruso. Bro,
okay.
no soy
I know, yeah, but
soy siberiano, no soy.
But that's like
Dagestan.
Okay, but
You can
what do you
speak
think about
Spanish.
Dagestan?
I used to be a video game developer, and we made a video game based
Okay.
on Dagestan.
But you know how to fight? Like,
You want to try?
no, I don't want to try. No, but I'm starting. I'm starting right now and I'm practice. You know?
Are you got it like a YouTube channel or what?
Yeah, I'm a streamer too. Look,
No, me gusta más la blanca.
the people is, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, right there.
Yeah,
okay.
that. Yeah. What do you think about my friend? That's my friend.
She's a little crazy.
Yeah. Why?
Okay, guay.
Dresses.
Me dice que
Thanks.
eres un poquito loquita, dice, un poquito loca.
Por tu vestimenta, porque está haciendo frío.
Ah, de Erik.
y-
Ah, tiene una hija.
Ah,
Oh, that's it.
no importa. Seré más grande.
Niña.
Nice. Do you have husband?
My wife.
Your wife?
Yeah. Yeah. But give me your phone so we can connect. And go watch that. You can't close it.
No, I can close.
¿Qué
Do you
dice?
want my phone?
So Instagram would be better.
Okay, Instagram is good.
Hello.
Okay.
No me va a entender mi español.
So yo gringo de
Habla con tu futura hijastra. Okay.
Bueno, de joda.
No entiende.
Ya me pidió, ya nos seguimos.
Te pidió de frío.
What's your audience?
My what?
What's your audience? You like to
¿Qué? Es broma, gente. Es humor.
I
mess around?
Yeah. I do a little bit of all.
Can I say bad words on this?
No, you can say bad
Okay,
words.
fuck it.
Okay. Bullshit. Oh, bullshit. Sex? No, sorry. No, that's crazy. No, it's okay. I'm joking.
Little slow.
Yeah, sorry, my internet is not good.
We can do a business.
Yeah? You think so? What?
I can give you 25 Netflix. Uber's here, gotta go, but
Okay. Nice, buddy. See you. Peru.
Arriba,
Business. Arriba, Peru. Soy un concha su madre inglés. ¿Chequeó?
This is what I call man zoning or something.
Está regia. Gracias, preciosa. A ver, mi yape.
Espérate. Tipo será gay, pero me vale verga.
Ya no prende, pero hoy cómprame tres.
¿Está muerto?
Se ha muerto.
Está Mario.
Cómpralo tú.
Ahí me pagas.
Sí, ahí te pago. La bonita, cosa bonita. Gracias, señorcito. Bueno, ya no tanto. ¿Cómo estará la tarde? Pero...
Okay.
Alrighty.
This is Miraflores. I got some questions for you. This is Miraflores, or where is this?
No, that's Parque de la Exposición, which is like right in. Let me open the map and then I can show here. Let's present share screen.
Is that the cat park?
No. So Miraflores is down here. This is the cat park.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the cats are. That's Miraflores down there. This was all the way up here. Where's Exposición? Yeah, this one. Yeah, so this is like the center of Lima is right here.
How do you spell it?
That's the center we start.
Oh, Exposiciones. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool.
Expositions, basically.
I rode my
de
bike
la
from Miraflores all the way to La Punta. It got ghetto real quick. Yeah, fucking hell, dude. I feel like I was in a Syria like war zone. It was not nice, and then real bad. It was like, where is this? What area is this? La Perla, whatever. Oh man, Zona.
Oh,
1.
La Perla. You went there?
Yeah.
Man, that's not even Lima. That's fucking Callao, motherfucker. I was there recently, actually, because there was a modeling thing. They were doing catwalks. There were lots of models. So I actually went to like a model event there, and it was pretty good. But otherwise, like, yeah, don't fucking go to Cayal. Only for the airport.
Hey, if I go to Lima, you down to do some IRL streams? Did your wife let you approach?
Yeah.
Or what?
She when we were in Japan, for example, the reason you thought I was living in Japan or something is probably because the first time you came onto the channel, we were doing the Asian. Deepak was there too. We were doing the Asian special, the dating coach panel, like in April last year or whatever. And I was coincidentally about to go to Asia for the first time in my life. And I was going to Japan. But yeah, anyway, to answer your question, my wife was literally making me do cold approach in Tokyo because she would see like those women with their really cool dresses, and she'd be like, go over there and ask her where she got the dress from and shit like that. So she even asked me to do that. And I make my daughter do some cold approach too. Like, oh, you want a photo with this woman in cosplay? Go ask her.
Yeah. Yeah.
So as a family, we encourage each other to cold approach. It's really weird. Like this
That's
makes
very
no
interesting.
sense to a lot of guys watching, but it's like it's weird to think of it as cold approach. It's better to think of it as just being a social opportunist, just like having normal fucking conversations with people.
Yeah. You know what's interesting is it's crazy the rules around live stream vary so much from country to country, and it's just, man, some countries have really brutal laws with filming in public, you know. So even Thailand,
you have this guy White Vitali in Philippines right now. So
well, Philippines is not, dude, the bigger the channel, the more dangerous. It's like they just want to make an example out of you.
Okay.
But Philippines is pretty chill of a country. Like, you'd really have to be an asshat to, like, I feel like Philippines as a country relative to other Asian countries, they kind of don't give a shit.
Oh, hang
There's
on.
so much poor management.
One of the Japanese guys is streaming right now. Let me show you like what the Japanese guys are doing.
You can practice some Japanese. Sumimasen.
買ったばっかなんでね。お酒にします？あ、お酒、じゃあお酒一緒に飲みますか。あ、お酒
Oh, he needs a better cameraman.
Yeah.
あ、お酒、あ、
I'm not even watching right now. Oh fuck! 1,000.
We're in the wrong.
1,000.
What is this production quality? Fuck this. We could outdo this, man. Fuck.
Fucking 7-Eleven or some shit, or Family Mart. Let's guess the store. Got some yellow and red on it. The Japanese guys, they get so many fucking views. Those, it's crazy.
Why? Why do you think that is? Let's go to Japan. I speak Japanese.
I'm trying to figure out, but I think there are just so many
Chinese dating coach terrorizes Japanese women.
Oh, you turned.
Dude, this is bad. You know what I think it is? I think Japanese men are so repressed. They're like really into this voyeurism type thing. Maybe we got to go to Japan. Oh.
So when he's talking to a woman, he puts the camera on himself. That's one thing I noticed.
So you don't even see the girl. Wow.
This guy does know that I have talked to him briefly. Oh, she does come on the camera. So I'm guessing he's getting her permission first. So that kind of makes sense.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn. That makes sense now. I picked like the perfect fucking time. Wow. We should
But you have to
invite
speak
him
Japanese.
once he's done. I'm going for 24 fucking hours.
合体って複数だもんね。男2人、女。
あ、そうそうそうそう。そんな感じです。
あ、そうです。ちょっと待って。あなたのラインは何ですか？
キャッチの人。キャッチの子がいて、その子が連絡取れなくて。ああ、で、その人のこと知ってるかって。
Oh, that goes on for a while. Let's see. I fucking find it funny that the Japanese just like nod at each other at the end. Like,
listen, I gotta head out, but you need to get that. Who's that black guy again? What's his face? The guy I debated. You need to get him. We need to do a live. We need to do a IRL live stream.
He's coming on later.
Which guy?
But I want to do it in
Locario?
real life.
Yeah.
I want to do it in real life though. Can you fly to New York with me, and we go to his house and we confront him and mic him up, and we force him to approach?
Confront him. That's a bit. I would like to be more friendly than that, but I'm up for going there. Expenses paid and shit. But Justin is based there too. Lots of guys who can.
Deepak, why do you live in Germany?
Why? What it means? I mean, because I like
what do you
to live
like
in
about
Germany.
Yeah, what do you like about it?
It's like safe. It's good. Why not? I'm living since 20 years now.
There are a lot of safe places.
Yeah, there are a
all
lot
of
of
Asia is
safe places. Yeah, but
Idaho is
I
safe.
like German girls. European girls I like, so I prefer to stay here. What should I
He
say?
likes to go to those
What?
naughty
Okay,
parties.
outside of women, what else do you like about Germany?
Outside of women, yeah, the culture. I mean, culture is okay. I mean, right now it is not the same the way it used to be, but I will say food. I mean,
Germans have the worst food. It's fucking
food.
nasty.
I mean, healthcare system. I can say they are all fine. Like,
listen, Indian food is 100 times better than German food.
You caught me off guard, So because outside women, there is not too much going in my life, so that's why it's very hard for me to talk about lot of good things. I don't like to go like different places and all. So either I work or either I'm like having time with my girls. So that's it.
Yeah. I only talk to women on boot camps or when the camera's on.
That's fine.
Anyway, I think that would be interesting.
So how is it in Bangkok?
Do those streaming things.
Is it good?
Surprisingly, I'm not even here for the women. I'm here for everything besides the women. I like the food.
Okay.
I like the malls. It's easy to run programs here. It's a good like bouncing launching pad to other countries, right? Like it's really close to China, which is my home country. I can go to Singapore, Japan, Taiwan. It's just super easy, right?
You can
and I just have like a
ping and get further instructions.
So how long you're like staying? Like you stay like a long time, or you
whatever
just
the
stay
fuck
like
I want, dude.
So, but you need a
whatever.
visa, or how it is like you have a residency?
Yeah, so I have a 5-year digital nomad visa. You can stay here 6 months at a time.
Okay,
it's really good.
Okay.
The only downside I don't like about Thailand is it's not really cycling friendly. I like to ride my bicycle, so other than that, it's pretty good. But if I want a bike, I can go to Japan or Taiwan.
Mike's about to crack out the Freddie Mercury. He likes to ride his
bicycle.
So you run your boot camps there, and how it is like it's
yeah,
going
sometimes.
Good? Oh, okay.
Like I said earlier, the quality of clients aren't as good just because I think a lot of men in Thailand, their mindsets aren't quite there. They're looking for like easy solutions. They're not really about becoming better as a whole. Yeah, dude. I had a student. He did a boot camp with me, and then he was like going to Pattaya for 2 weeks after.
Okay.
I'm like, what, dude? Come on, man. You're gonna go bang a bunch of prostitutes after taking a boot camp? And people don't understand is like, yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes it happens like I have also one client. What happened was he said he watched my videos. He said like, okay, let's do the boot camp. It could be very easy. And he has an addiction of going to prostitutes. And what happened, like we were doing boot camp in Poland, and then I was even showing like me doing it, and I was forcing him. He was able to, like, moving forward, getting the numbers. He was able to do that, but like like lay was not yet there. And then one day I was in the morning, I had some issues with my health. Like for 2 hours I got late, and then I said like, okay, I'm ready. So let's meet. He said like, Deepak, I'm already done. I went to a prostitute and I'm already done. So you can take break now. So like he was like spending like 50,000 euro per year for prostitutes.
Not getting women handled is the biggest cost. Being a simp, paying for play.
And then I asked him like, okay,
huge cost.
He said like, he's happy with that. He thought that cold approach will be easy like prostitute. So I said like, but there is more to than sex. You can have a family, you can have wife, and you can have a girlfriend. He said he don't want. He only want to fuck. So there was no motivation for him.
Sure. There's another question. The last one, I guess I can touch upon that. So, so Levi was a former student of mine. So he did a week-long immersion with me. He ended up getting 6 lays in 7 days. So pretty fucking good, right? So he was definitely a top student, kind of a natural. He was like a 24-year-old with a lot of energy, like an Asian guy from Australia, but had a lot of street smarts. We just worked for a little bit, but the general gist is guys that get laid aren't necessarily the best coaches. Obviously, you need to be good with women, but what makes a good dating coach is you understand the archetypes of your clients. You can find blind spots. You actually give a shit. You pay attention. You listen. You wing your resource management properly. A lot of dating coaches, they're just sex addicts that kind of turn it into their job to keep doing their sex addictions, right? So not specific to Levi, but there were moments where I'll see him with a girl, but that girl wasn't part of the students group, right? So I'm like, okay, well, why are you in a set that my student's not even in? It's like, I'm not paying you to fucking talk to, I'm not paying you to pimp your own girls. So that was an issue. And then the fact that he was from Australia, visa challenges, he couldn't stay in the US long term. And so I think we only worked together for a little bit, and then he had to go back to Australia. So, but yeah, it's a really common thing. I think a lot of dating coaches or people that aren't familiar with like what goes on with running a dating coach business is that pimping girls on your own is like 5% of what it is. Like most of our time is sales calls, coaching clients, sending emails, making content. The actual like personal pimping is a very small amount. And I would argue that the guys that all they do is fuck probably aren't running the best dating business because all their energy is spent on chasing girls themselves rather than helping clients.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Makes sense. Yes.
For some photos here. All right, we'll get some other stuff coming in. What books do Mike and Deepak recommend men for success in game and life?
That's very interesting. I mean, I'm not a book guy, so I have discovered everything through by myself in the field. So I don't know what book to recommend. Mike knows better.
Question. I mean, read some business books, go make some money. Like, if you're a smart guy and you make decent money, you can really fix your dating really quickly. You know, that's why all these clients of mine, they're software engineers making like $300-400 or $300,000 or $400,000 a year. Take a boot camp or two, get a photo shoot. You know what I mean? Literally 1% of their network, 1% of their annual salary, and they fix their dating, right? So, there's really like, you don't really learn much from watching content online or reading books, because the problem for most guys is you don't know which things to focus first. And people generally tend to avoid what they actually need to work on the most, right? You get a lot of confirmation bias, right? It's the same reason why when you look at social media, the red pill guys go too deep into the red pill, the black pill go too like autistic level into black pill. Same with political viewpoints. You're just in your own echo chamber. So you think a certain way, right? And then you want to find information that supports your bias. And then a year down the road, you're actually like steered in the wrong direction, right? So the biggest point of getting dating coaching is you have somebody yelling at you like, hey, stop working on this thing, work on this instead. I'll get guys where it's like, you know, on one side, I'll get guys where I make $5 an hour and I'm spending 10 hours a day cold approaching at the ball. It's like, you know, it's like, hey, how about you get a better job and then fucking do 3 hours? And then I have guys that are like on the complete opposite end. So it's just better to get coaching, man. Make more money, get more coaching. And the comment I get a lot is like, well, like, this is common sense. You'd be surprised. Like, the way different men process information is so vast. Like, you can see physical differences between people and people. So like, if you see a 7-foot tall guy and a 3-foot tall guy, you're like, wow, these guys are very different, right? But you can't directly see somebody's IQ or their thought process, or if they have Asperger's, or they have just like childhood traumas, right? But after working with so many dudes, like, the way people's brains are wired and the way they think, it's just so different. Sometimes I'll meet the smartest guy, but they're like really stupid in one area. You know, like they could solve quant level, like differential equation mathematics, but you know, they'll go 3 months without a haircut. So it's really just it's about working on your weakest link and getting the most ROI for your time.
3 months without a haircut?
Dude,
it's so random.
Last week I had a guy from Singapore. This guy he works in recruitment, he works in finance. He's clearly making $200,000-300K a year. But when he was in Bangkok, he got a fucking hostel an hour away from the center of Bangkok. He was bragging that he was paying $15 for the hostel. I'm like, wow, Mr. Math guy, like, you saved, like, wow, you saved $20 a night, and then you wasted 2 hours of train ride every fucking day. All right, so your hourly rate is $100. You wasted 2 hours of train ride. That's $200 you wasted. Save $20. And then you were in Thailand for a whole month. You pulled no bitches. Like, what? To save $20 a day? Well, I understand if you're in Singapore and you're trying to save some money. You're in Thailand, man. You could, you know. So and then I was like, look, if you're gonna take my fucking boot camp, cancel your hostel, book a hotel, get a fucking haircut. And then he got an incident like same day, the first day of the program. He's like, oh, Mike, I understand it now. But yeah, so clearly a smart Asian genius guy, but when it comes to dating, not so smart.
Interesting. So are there any like other things we can highlight that are also nuanced like that so many guys just like, it seems obvious, but guys just always miss the mark on that kind of thing?
Just case by case. That's why like listening to other people's dating advice is a waste of time. You got to get on a call with a dating coach, 1-on-1 or 3-on-1, that's listening to your specific problems. It's very tailored to the individual. You know, some people you want to tell them to shut the fuck up, you talk too much. Some people you're like, yo, you need to talk more. Some people you need to gain weight. Some people lose weight. Some people you're like, spend less money, you're being a simp. Some people you're like, spend more money, like it's okay to buy a girl a smoothie. It just depends on the person.
So guys, drop super chats and we can do that for you guys watching. But let's jump into some other things here. Deepak claims you should use indirect game techniques to make girls who aren't initially interested to become interested, but would that not result in relationships with girls who don't like you that much?
No, this is not how it works. But would that not it will the same. It will result into relationship, and the relationship part is very different. So you have to see in this way that when a good-looking guy goes to the girl, and then she can see the face value, and then she will react accordingly. And some guys need personality, and the personality require more time. Personality require more time to for girl to see. And it is very interesting in relationship, the girls really do not care about looks that much. I have personally seen it that if you get the girl through indirect game and you are in the relationship with the girl, then looks part will not be that much going to play the role. Your behavior with the girl, how you lead the relation, that is going to be a big factor. So sometimes a very good looking guy, when he goes in a relationship, he may lose the girl if he's not leading the relationship in a right way. He's showing the beta behavior or something like that. But no matter how you get the girl, but if the relationship part, you lead the girl, you have that alpha behavior, you can lead the relationship in a right way, then looks part is not really important in that. I mean, you should not become like obese. In my situation, sometimes the girls want me to be slightly bad looking in relation so that I have less chances to meet other girls. I have seen these things.
Also, the underlying question, it just tells me that you're not approaching, dude. Look, you have two options, one direct, one indirect, right? If you're approaching 50 girls a week, just split test it, bro. That means you're talking to 200 girls a month. You know, sometimes you don't always need a dating coach to tell you what real life is, when real life is giving you the answers, right? If you're like, hey, if I eat a pound of protein, will I gain more muscle than I eat a pound of carbs? Well, just try it out for, you know what I mean? Do 100 approaches direct, see what happens. Do 100 approaches indirect, see what happens, right? Like a big part of success and pickup is like the ability to test shit on your own and make conclusions and assess real world data. You can't be a fucking NPC and just be like, okay, well, you know, I need the exact, you know, I'm here. I'm in front of me is a girl with a red shirt and she's 5'4.5" and her IQ is 133 and she's born in Minnesota. What is the flow chart? You know, I mean, like you're not gonna have exact feedback for every scenario. You're gonna have to do your best to extrapolate and do what makes sense. Let's see here. I forget J-Mo. The next question is somebody says they've been watching our videos for many years. Have we faked any infields? Please be honest. For me, the answer is I've never faked any infields because if your game is good enough, it's just easier to just film more, right? So I did 100 approach challenge in Vegas, Bangkok, Poland. So roughly, if I talk to 100 girls, I'll probably get like 70 numbers out of 100, right? And I can pick any of those 70 to use as a model interaction, right? So the amount of work it takes for me to approach a girl is 5 minutes. The amount of work to fake an infield, I don't even know how. I mean, I would assume you got to find a model, you got to give a script. I mean, it would just be so much work that like it doesn't make sense unless you're just terrible or you're trying to film something ridiculously crazy. If you're just trying to get numbers or just a regular poll, like it's just so much easier, assuming you don't have a retarded game to just talk to a couple of girls.
So in my situation, like I have been a lot of people questioned me in the past, in the old days, like a lot of guys from the England, they also questioned like my infield because I do not match the stereotype of the guy who is getting laid that much. So at that time, I remember in 2016-17, I gave them the challenge. I even show my bank at that time. I was on very low in my finances, so I showed like how many infields I'm showing, and if I am doing some kind of transaction behind. Look at my finances, but I'm not earning that much money. So if somebody is like doing fake infield, like Mike is doing, like he's not doing any, like he's legit, I'm doing legit. So we are both in this business from, I don't know how long you are, 2013, 2012. You are like more than 12 years, 13 years you are in the business.
Yeah,
Mike.
long time.
Yeah. So I'm since 2013. So if it would have come out and to make it more crystal clear, what I have done is I have my infields. Maybe we can see if this infield work. So all my infields, like very hardcore stuff, that is also uncut, available in Dating Infields Domination. So you can see my infield as well as my student infields showing the real results, and they are all uncut. So there was one guy also from UK. He challenged me. There is a one infield. I said like, okay, let's meet in real time, and I will show you my uncut infield, something like this. So I have like proved this thing many times that I'm legit. And if there will be some issues, then I would have not able to transfer my game to my students. So the same way I get results, more or less, I mean, I will not say like the exactly the same, but my students able to get the results, and I have the video documented it, everything. This year I was in, for example, in Stockholm, and I had one guy. We did. It is very tough place, a very different place actually, and we able to get 6 pulls, and everything is video documented. And you can see completely like from the street, and it is so it require like tough lot of efforts to get these kind of results. So yeah,
cool.
I would say.
Hey guys, it's almost midnight over here. It's been a pleasure. I'm gonna go to sleep. Thanks for having me.
I just invited the Japanese guy, so should I harass you with buzzes if he jumps on?
Sure, yeah. Send me a DM if he jumps on.
All right.
I mean, but my Japanese is really bad. I mean,
he seems to know some English, so
my Japanese teacher never gave me an A in all 4 years of Japanese class because
standards are so high.
I'm Chinese and she's fucking racist, and I got minus points that kept knocking me to 89% every fucking year. So, all right,
you met Johannes there?
Okay, all right, guys.
Oh
Talk to you guys later. Bye.
So you met in Japan. You met Johannes. In Japan, he's a dating coach. Johannes.
Johan?
Johannes.
Is it some Swedish sounding guy?
It's an Austrian Japanese mix. So he he learned from me at that. He's doing dating coach. I thought, but MLD knows him. MLD knows him.
Oh, okay.
So I thought maybe you. So yeah, I mean, so I have. I don't know. We can try this time. Should we try?
It
works.
Is it this?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, like people can see some of my stuff. So this is from the paid product. So I'm just showing, Let's see if the voice is coming.
Hipster, kind of like creative, artistic look. Kind of weird, but kind of cute too. Yeah. Well, are you like in that field? I'm from Toronto. I have a lot of artistic friends.
I mean, I went to high school for art.
It is okay.
Okay, see,
I
that's.
go to like a.
Science tech. Okay. So, like, what's your major then?
Wait a minute.
Oh,
But
so you're like
I
a
might
nerd, smart.
Do that with product design.
Product design, mechanical engineering. So, do you build like?
We are working on a soccer project.
Soccer pod software?
Soccer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Japanese that like shoots basketballs? Have you seen that?
I think so.
Because that's like the same thing, right?
Yeah. No, but like ours isn't like
I'm not able to listen myself.
It's just like cylinder-looking thing.
Cylinder thing that is supposed to shoot the soccer ball into a net?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I'm like in a completely different. I'm in like the medical field.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like
NYU.
NYU. No, I'm not from here.
Oh, okay.
Are you listening?
Well, I don't go to school. I work in Toronto.
I'm not able to listen.
I don't know if you've ever been to Canada.
Like old.
I'm not old. Wow, that's rude.
I've been to Canada once in third grade.
Third grade.
I thought it was very
cold. Even now, like I've only been here for like 3 days.
Oh, wow.
So in Canada, you still need to wear a sweater.
Like now?
So it's a long infield from my product dating infield domination. So girl is waiting in Washington Park.
Yes, Celsius.
In New York.
Well, I know 32 is boiling point. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're smart.
That's like
6 days. Okay. Well, it's definitely a lot colder in Canada than it is here right now. Yeah. So what are you doing now? Are you just like?
I'm waiting for a friend.
Oh, me too. My friend is freaking late. I don't know where he is.
Yeah.
We were gonna go to Bryant Park. I don't know if you know where that is.
Yeah, I love Bryant Park.
Yeah. Are you from here? Or you look like?
I guess, yeah.
You don't look. That was not like a yes. I am from here.
I don't know what to say. I guess I don't. Yeah.
Like, did you grow up here?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Where?
Queens.
Okay.
That's where all the Asians are at.
Oh, okay. So what do you guys do for fun around
So
here?
So now I can listen. So this infield is like. Could we see my exclusive infield? Not with my clients. I mean, this is very explosive video. So this girl is waiting for a date, and then this guy pick her up, and take her and boom boom. So you will see the real game here. So I have my infield also. I have to check it.
Well, if I come to the
Drink
city,
bubble tea?
I don't like boba.
Boba. Oh, you guys call it boba here?
Well, bubble tea. Actually, I've only known it as bubble tea here, and then I went to school. It's in Massachusetts. And
Massachusetts.
Yeah, Massachusetts.
Okay, the state, right? To where I'm from.
Sure. And like, everyone calls it boba because there's so many people from Cali in my school. So.
Are you sure you don't do something like super artistic, creative? Because like you look at your hair, like your hair is like.
I actually did this like a few days ago.
Oh.
Yeah, I was dying. I thought my shoulders were gonna fall off.
Really? Why?
I was doing it myself.
Oh.
And then I bleached it. And that was the 4th time I bleached my hair. And then I used toner and like it took like 4 to 5 hours.
4 to 5 hours.
Yeah.
I think I had one of my friends actually did the same thing. Like, she's a girl.
I'm gonna diet.
I think we can fast forward a bit so that doesn't get too boring.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
Is that alcoholic? Is there alcoholic ice?
Fountain.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Too old to get my joke.
No, I understand that, but there's also like water fountains around here.
So if you see in this, guys, if you see that we build a lot of like work in building comfort, as well as we are doing a lot of attraction spikes, flirtation with the girl, and this is how the real game look like solid game.
I guess.
You know what I mean?
Like water fountains, like the thing you
but I
press.
don't drink from them.
Yeah, me either. That's why I was like,
You said me either.
me. Why? Is that like grammarly incorrect?
It just sounds gross.
Am I gross?
Say me neither or me too. Otherwise,
either.
it just sounds.
It's a Canadian thing.
Really? Actually,
Like
I
in
was
Canada.
hanging out with a Canadian friend earlier. She also goes to my school. She can't say bag.
Bag?
Yeah, she says it like bag.
Trying to escape. No, not fountain water.
So here is interesting. I will show you.
But you wanted to take bio.
That was just because I got an A.
So in here she will also just tell about like she's waiting for someone. Then what will happen that I told him that if they are staying in this place for a long time, that the date will come and then we will lose the girl. So I told my student we have to lead the girl to a different location so that she is not able to meet her date. So you will see that I will be like pushing him to move this girl.
Intro to bio in high school.
Not even freshman year.
Yeah.
Intro to
Yeah, that's it. That's how the real game looks like.
molecular biology.
Okay.
I think my friend is here.
Is he coming here?
So you see like the friend is here. He is coming here.
Yeah.
What? This is like
He's like somewhere.
Oh, okay. How about you come with me, get water, tell him to meet you.
What?
Tell him to meet you at like the middle part. It'll be like a 2-minute date. A spontaneous adventure with Mr. Canada. Let's go.
Wait, that's weird.
It's not weird. What? It's okay.
Ew.
I'm not gonna see you any like after this, but just tell your friend to meet you up there.
He said he's at the arch.
So you see my hand is like moving. That move her.
It's an arch. Okay. Well,
So one thing you will notice in this infield also, like you have in New York, this kind of public fountain, like you can drink the water there. So I told him, she will tell him.
Justin, do you drink the water there?
What fountain is it?
No, this kind of like this open area, not fountain, like you can push some button and the water will come out. You can drink.
Oh
Drinking
yes,
water
yes,
it is.
yeah. I see what you're saying.
So
Yeah.
the girl said like drink there, and I said like no, to say like this is dirty. I will drink clean water, because if she drink water here, then we have no reason to move the girl. So
I want to get water, so you have to come with me first. You can't escape. No, not fountain water.
You should go buy a bottle of water.
Pardon? Come on, we can be like this, bro. Just joking.
Are you like desperate? Like,
Huh?
are you like thirsty or
Thirsty? Yeah, I'm thirsty.
not physically? And definitely like.
What? Oh, you mean like, do you get approached like this a lot?
No, this is like my second time.
Second time. Where was the first time?
At Target near my school.
Well,
It was like, I feel like if I don't ask for your number right now, I'm gonna go jump off the Carlberg bridge.
Oh my God, that is very suicidal. I'm gonna tell you right now that if you
Why is your camera all watery like that?
Believe me, camera. No water fountain. I want to buy
So you see water. So she's this water fountain somewhere, and then we said no.
like a water bottle. I don't trust New York water. It's like really.
New York has some of the best water. Like the public water is actually some of the best water because
Yeah,
it comes
but
from a spring from upstate New York.
I agree, but if we drink the water here, then we will lose. The goal is to take the girl home. So if we drink the water here, then we will have no reason for girl to move this place because her date is coming right now. So we are taking the girl from her date, stealing the girl.
Really, it's not like water in Canada. We have like mountain water where like the snow melts.
Are you like from the suburbs?
No, I'm from Toronto.
Oh wait, yeah, you said you're from
Like Maine, but I work in the suburbs.
Why are you in New York?
I got a job offer.
Water.
Oh, okay. I got a job offer.
Okay, what kind of job?
Emergency physician.
Oh my god, that sounds really hard. And gross. Blood everywhere.
Blood everywhere. I mean, I've only been doing, I've only been working for a year, but Canada, they don't pay as much money to their doctors as much as like here.
But isn't there like a lot of insurance?
There's insurance, so everybody gets free healthcare, but we don't get.
But there's free healthcare because of taxes, so the taxes should be paying the doctors.
Yeah, but like here.
So what will happen here that I somehow tell my student to convince her that we will not take the water from here. We will go to Union Square. So that's what will happen.
Union Square is one of the best places to get women in the summertime.
Yeah, so we are in Washington Park.
Actually, all the squares, Washington Square Park.
We are in Washington. This is in Washington Square. If you know it, this is from there. So now we will be moving.
Let's go this way.
So here the.
No, you're going in the right direction. Okay.
I don't understand. What's the goal here? Is he trying to like bring her back to his hotel or something like that? Like, what's the?
Yeah, goal is to boom her. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we are not. What should we do? I mean, if I'm dating,
so does she end up having like an actual meetup with some guy, or was that just a fogging technique or tactic?
Fogging. I mean,
well, in the sense that like if a girl is not entirely attracted to the guy right away, she might say, I've got a boyfriend, or I'm meeting up with somebody, or something like that, rather than saying, I don't like the way you look, I don't like the way you sound, I'm not interested in anything about you, like, because she doesn't know how the guy might react. He might flip out, and girls typically just don't like to hurt people's feelings. So sometimes they'll say, oh, no, I'm not alone, I'm meeting somebody in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, does she actually meet up with somebody?
Yeah, she is meeting. She is meeting with one guy. You will see in the video. But I mean, we took the girl to our goal. But what you are saying is it's like two type of rejections we have. One is covert rejection and one is overt rejection. So when the girl is giving you overt rejection, like on the face, she is saying like no. Then it is done. Then it is very hard to come back. But sometimes she's covertly rejecting you, but she is not overtly saying it. So in that situation, you can still convert a no into yes. That's where the games come into play. But when openly on the face she will say no, I'm not interested, then even the best game, it is very hard to come back.
See, I've got a very basic view on these things, and it's to say I do the same thing with pretty much everything in my life. That if it's not a fuck yes or a hell yes, then it might as well be a no. Like if I'm working on a collaboration with somebody, I'm doing business with somebody, I don't want to twist anyone's arm at all with anything to do with me at all, because I want both their feet in with supreme levels of enthusiasm. Because that makes the best collaboration, whether it's sexually, whether it's socially, whether it's with business, whether it's any kind of collaboration, whether I'm doing music with somebody else, I'm doing a collaborative art piece. If you have that 100% enthusiasm, then you get the best results. You don't get the best results at least in my experience, if you're trying to twist someone's arm, either subtly or overtly. So even with my sales, if somebody is not like, yes, Justin, I need to work with you. If they're not like that, I don't bother. I don't try to use sales pitch techniques, get them into the right mind frame. No, fuck it. If you don't want it, you don't want it.
You got it, please.
I respectfully disagree with what you are saying, because I learned the game.
I'm not saying that's how people should be. I'm saying that's the way I operate.
So like, this is how I learned. I understand the game, the pickup through religion, through geopolitics, through different things in life, what I have seen. So when I see, for example, let's take the example of USA. So when USA is having power over someone, then he can go direct style, like, this is how it works. You have to listen, otherwise we will, boom, boom. So like Iraq, Syria, and all these things. But when there is you need diplomacy, for example, like China.
Well, hold on a second, because that's a little bit different.
Let me finish.
Well, but you're using a different analogy, though. It doesn't place, because hold on a second, because what you're saying is dictating my will on someone, right? That was your example when you said U.S. is in power. I'm going to dictate my will. I have the power. You're going to do what I say. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about offerings. When you say, hey, do you want to work with me? Do you want to date me? Do you want to fuck me? You're making an offering. When the U.S. is in power, they're not saying to another country, do you want, it's not an offering. It's saying you are doing this thing or we're going to come fuck you up. So,
yeah,
so
but
it's not the same.
Yeah, but it is like like we can change the wordings, but like at the end, like it is the girls are attracting if the guy is having the power, the authority, and the strength, emotional strength. So this is how I see. For example, if we see the example of how so if, for example, if US is dealing with China or some other country, so sometimes he deals with a proxy. So we say like indirect game. So if I go to, like, for example, if let's see, like, you are from where?
New York City.
From New York. So for example, even if let's see, like, I have to sell someone in New York. So when you go to that, when the guy come to you, it will be very easy for you to build trust, authority, because you are part of the same in group. You are like, maybe the guy is also from New York and like same American guy. So it will be very easy for you to build trust and all the stuff. So if I'm going, I have to sell myself as an Indian guy to New York. I have to put 4 to 5 times more effort, as well as showing the skills 4 to 5 times, maybe, like, I don't know how many times more skills, so that
I see what you're saying.
I compensate. I'm compensating for. So that's the game. That's the same concept we play in the game. For some guys, like, maybe what you are saying is also right, because for some specific kind of guys, your strategy works.
Well, it's not a strategy. It's just how I want to live my life. And I know lots of other men who are like this as well. Like, they don't want to do business with other men who are lukewarm about a particular project. They don't want to deal with it. They're like, listen, either you're all in or you're not. I don't want to deal with someone who's like half-assed here. Same thing if I have a business like a store and I'm hiring employees. I want people who want to be there, not someone who's like, I'm gonna come in, put in my 8 hours, kind of like sort of do the job to get it like just enough, and then I'm gonna go home. I don't want employees like that. I want employees who really want to be here, and that's every single person that's in my life. I don't want anyone in my life who's lukewarm. So does that mean I have interaction with fewer people? Absolutely. But I don't care about numbers. I don't want volume. I want quality. You know what I'm saying? And when you go with quality over volume, you're gonna have fewer things.
So, for example, like this is how I will explain in this way. So,
just real quick,
you go to a guy.
If my clients are not like putting their effort in, I'll tell them to leave. Because it's like, listen, you want to like shuffle your feet around. You don't want to fucking do the work. Just leave. I don't need your money that bad. You know what I'm saying?
So that makes sense. And it also, like, it is a bit kind of complicated in a way that because like it is for in your situation, you are having that kind of for example, abundance, that you will still get some clients to work with.
Even if I have zero, I'm not going to bend my principle. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so for example, when I started the game in 2010, so in Europe, so I didn't have that kind of luxury that like I just go, this is me, and like me or something like that. It never worked for me. So that's why I developed this kind of like, tight game, good game, and which require more time. So for example, maybe it can happen because of your whatever like situation, the guy or the girl see you and then they presume a value, okay, and then some girls or some guys will reject you, but you will still have some people with whom you can work. So that in my case, what I've seen, so if I'm not like my value comes when they see like they talk to me, for example, girls, when they talk to me 20-30 minutes. So if the girl is not sure about in the first 30 seconds, so I can make it to work in next 30 minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you. And like, I'm not saying like there's any right way. There is no right way. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole point, is that when men are learning themselves, they learn what their right way is, and because the whole, I think like the whole notion of like I guess what I would characterize as good game, so to speak, is when you are able to operate authentically without fear. And when you're not trying to be someone that you're actually not. And so if like if I'm talking to a young lady, and I'm not going to spend 20-30 minutes, like that's
so this I will explain. So
but if she doesn't respond positively within the first 5 minutes, like I don't care, like that's fine. It's like,
so this is how this. So you said that very interesting point. You said very interesting point, that I'm not trying to be someone else, which makes sense. So how I will counter argue this argument, I will say this thing. For example, if I want to, I'm bad at sales, or if I have never played a guitar, or I have never learned swimming. So if I want to good in sales, I am going to a sales coaching institute or something. There I'm learning the tricks to have sales. So here I'm not trying to be someone else. I'm learning a skill. Or if I'm going for a swimming, then I'm not trying to. No, I'm learning a skill. So this is how I see game is about learning the skill. You are still who you are. What happens is when people say they're trying to be someone else, the problem is that the issue is that why it comes, because they are not yet congruent. When they are not yet congruent, then it looks like they're trying to be someone else. Once you become congruent, you become congruent and adapt a new behavior, then you will be that personality, and that will work. So for example,
like what I say that congruence is a direct alignment between your thoughts, words, and actions. So a guy could be, and this is what I mean, like authenticity or a lack of authenticity that I see in I've seen it in some of my clients. It gets quickly shut out and shut down, but I've seen it with POA people and students of that stuff, is that they learn the action, okay, they learn the words, but the thoughts are, I reject myself, I hate myself, I'm ugly, nobody cares about me, that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? And so they're not in alignment, or there's like really needy thoughts. Oh my gosh, I really want to fuck. I want to do this, blah, blah, blah. But then they learn certain lines to come out of their mouth, and their behavior or their image to kind of portray somebody else. But really inside, they're deeply insecure. They fucking hate themselves. They worry too much about what other people think, and so on and so on. And the problem is that there's this old phrase that goes, a fool who persists in his folly will become wise. So someone can do this for a long period of time, not solving the internal structure, and get actually good at it. And then they become basically fantastic drug dealers for themselves. And this is what I see with a lot. You guys mentioned like sex addicts and things like that. So this is why someone who gets like a lot of girls is not necessarily the marker of a grounded, healed, complete, authentic man. You know what I'm saying? He's just learned skills to get a certain something. that doesn't mean he's a grounded man with 2 feet on the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the skills also require a mindset. So what you're talking about, the guys who are having this
but
issue,
that's where the congruence
they
comes
are
into play.
that's what the problem with like what is happening here is that like the guys are learning the skills, the technical lines, but the mindset is not yet there, and that become incongruent, and that happens. I know this happens also to my students many times also, that they are not congruent, and the fear is there, and lot of issues are there. So definitely the game is a mix of I will say like more than 60%, 65% is still the mindset, and then the rest 40, 35, 40% is the technical game. So mindset play a big role. But if you are still, but the problem is that mindset require, the issue is the mindset require very long time. It is not that easy to build up the mindset within 7 days, 3 days,
exactly.
5 days.
Exactly. So I know, like, I'm not going to mention her name, but she has a very, very successful business of bringing guys in for boot camps. And she just has a revolving door. So the guys come in, they'll do their thing, they'll have success on the boot camp, because surely, I mean, she's been at this for a very, very long time, very successful. And so surely, like, they'll do the things that they're told to do. They will have success in the sense that, like, you could have this guy who's a 34-year-old virgin and he's had sex 3 times that week. Okay, great. Then he goes home, he's feeling charged up, and within a few days, he goes back into who he was, okay? Because the who he is, the being part of it never changed. You know what I'm saying? Because that takes weeks, months, oftentimes years, because you're dealing with conditioning and programming from childhood shit to make you think about yourself in a certain way that caused you to be insecure, socially inept, an introvert, like all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So like boot camps are great because you do get to learn like real-time skills, like whether they work well for you or not. You get that kind of like your feet wet and you're like, hey, this is what water feels like. And you're like, oh, okay, whether they can swim in it or not, like, okay, whatever. But they get that exposure of being like, okay, it's not that much of a boogeyman that I thought it was. But it's not going to solve the problem of why they're even coming to a pickup coach in the first place, because they have that internal state of saying something feels off inside me. I feel empty. I feel alone. I feel hurting. Let me figure out how to get girls so I can feel better about that. But that's not the central issue. The central issue is something deeply psychological that can take months or years to unravel.
Yeah, but like it can happen with like some students can lead these kind of issues, but normally what I've seen, if they able to start to meet the girl and able to date, able to have like intimacy with the girl, then and then they also learn how to keep the girl in life, then lot of the problem are solved. And I always say to my students that
that doesn't, because that's like saying
on relation
that doesn't work, because that's like saying if I've got like what's like a foot problem, like a corn or an ingrown toenail or a planter's wart or something like that, like on my actual foot, and I say, well, if I just get new socks and shoes, then that's going to change the affliction that's happening in my body. It's not going to work. It'll certainly make things better, because you've got better socks, better shoes, inserts, and all that stuff. So the pain will be reduced, but it does not solve the inherent problem, which is deeply psychological. You don't solve an internal issue with external means. It doesn't work that way. And you can't solve, and you can't do the vice versa either. Like you have to go internal for internal, external for external. So if you have problems talking to girls, learn how to talk to more girls. If you have problems with insecurity, deal with those frameworks that are causing the insecurity. They're not interchangeable.
Yeah, so I do agree with that. Like there can be like some guys, it can happen that the technical game or the talking to girl will not help, because they are so insecure that first they need some kind of like what is the right word to say, like some like they need some kind of other type of like some other attention.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. Like, it's certainly helpful.
Yeah. But normally, like, these kind of guys not come to me because my work is a lot, like, very much based on the field. So they already prepare themselves mentally that they are ready to do approaches and also like, which is also like which is a tough part to teach. So lot of guys get already filtered when they have like very deep psychological issues. So like they may choose someone else most probably. But I have the guys who are on spectrum, for example. That is a very different thing. So I have the guys who have some kind of hardware issues, but like these, what you are saying, the deep psychological issues and like childhood trauma and all. So
but that's most dudes. Most dudes have issues with their fathers and mothers. Like, you know, I mean, you're familiar with nice guy syndrome and all that stuff and the frameworks that create it. Like, have you read anything by Dr. Robert Glover or anything like that? I know you said you're not a big reader, but no. If there's any book that I would recommend, I would definitely check out No More Mr. Nice Guy by Dr. Robert Glover. And I think this would give you a really great insight to a lot of your clients as to why they're doing some of the things they're doing.
Why not? Like, I'm always open to the, like, you know, but what I did was 2017, 18, 19, I was dealing with some guys who have this psychopathic traits, Asperger's, like, you know, spectrum. So it was very tough for me to deal with that guy. So I studied like 6 months very deep into these hardware issues. Disorders, like literally like a I mean, it was YouTube, but doing like a PhD kind of stuff, like dealing. And then I was able to successfully handle these kind of guys, even psychopathic guys, able to work with these kind of guys, spectrum, the guys with spectrum.
Yeah, like Asperger's or
exactly. So there's a very different, there's a different style of.
Yeah, the nice guy stuff I'm saying is not that. It's a conditioned affliction that happens in childhood, and after you read it and then start looking at a lot of the guys that you talk to, you'll find that it's pervasive. Like, I think that there's more guys that you care to imagine that are afflicted with nice guy syndrome based around creating a codependent relationship with the mother, which then extends into their adulthood. And they develop codependency. And if they come from a divorced family where the child was raised only by the mother, it increases tenfold the chances of this happening.
Yeah, I mean, like, I do have some, like, the guy, but I deal in a slightly different way. I give the examples of some, like, you know, religion examples to get out of this nice guy syndrome, which unfortunately, I cannot discuss it on the live stream. So there are like very politically incorrect stuff. So
But you said we're using religious examples?
Religion kind of examples, using religion. So because I have learned game from everything, like geopolitics. I love geopolitics, religion. So I use these examples. I use the example like guys from particular religion. So trying to make them understand how the male female dynamics works, and this helps also a lot. But I mean, if maybe your strategy is very different, so that's okay. That's fine.
I actually don't really have much strategy. You know, it's very, very simple and straightforward. It just has to do with only going with the things that feel absolutely right. Like, there was just the other day, like, I was going to an appointment in Manhattan. I was walking down the street, and I'm walking, and there's this French style cafe on this corner that's on the way to the subway. And I'm walking, and I turn and I just look in the window because the whole front of it is just windows and has like a curved part because it's on a corner. And there's this young lady in there, and she looks like she was clipped out of the 1940s, like just like pasty, like white skin, big bright red lipstick. She had her shiny blonde hair in like big curls, not spirals, but big looping curls, like you would see on like those pinup girls. Pinup illustrations from like the 1940s and 50s. Like, she looked like one of those. And I was just like, that is so like unusual, right? And as I was passing, I looked and she looked, and we like locked eyes as I was passing through, and I'm like, okay. And I just looped right back around, went in, grabbed myself a coffee, and talked to her. And it was just a very simple exchange. I said, hey, I recognized, I made acknowledgement of what we just both experienced. And then I introduced myself. I said, listen, I've actually got to go to an appointment right now. Let me give you my number. I'd like to take you out sometime this week. And that was it. And I just left. Okay. And so that's what that is, because I don't have time to sit there and chat it up. Even if I wasn't going to an appointment, I still wouldn't. Right, because it's just not worth my time.
This is very interesting.
But I knew that like right then there was like high level of interest on both of our parts. It wasn't me being like lukewarm, be like, she's kind of cute. I was like, wow, she's very interesting looking, you know. And she, I guess, felt the same. And so we had like just a quick back and forth. We shared numbers, and then we went along, and like that was it.
Yeah, that is also that's interesting what you are saying, and
I'm not saying everyone should do that. That's just how.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not being prescriptive about this.
So what I explain the game like in a way that when you do like street selling in maybe you see the street sellers on the New York or like anywhere, so even in Europe, so what they do is they close the deal right on the spot. Kind of my mentality. So this is something I learned like 12 years ago, that we have to close the deal right on the spot like a street seller, so that we have chance to meet the girl again, or like something solid, something happen. So that's the strategy I have developed and I teach, and that strategy worked for me. So that closing the deal right on the spot, as we go near to the, if we have time, if I'm very in a hurry, if I don't have logistic like time, then I will do the same strategy what you are doing. But if I have time, and if I have like a one girl who is hooked, then I will just focus on the one girl, that girl till the very end. Instead of that time, I will approach 10, 15 girls. I will just focus on one girl and go to the till the to the like try to close that deal. If I don't have time, then maybe I will take the number like what you say, and then okay, that's how it is. So that's what I teach the students also. If they come for me, like for example 6 hours of training, so if they approach the girl, then I will say you have to stick to the girl till the last, like till we try to close the girl, so that you learn the complete game, like 1, 2, 3 hours of interaction, rather than having short 50 interaction in 60 days, 50 interaction in 6 hours with 2 minutes of small interaction. There they will not able to learn. So I focus in my training a very long interaction, like they survive the interaction as long as possible, and then they learn as much like the game and like this female to female interaction as in a quick amount of time. So for example, this infield what we are showing, the student could have taken the number of the girl because she is waiting for the date. He could have taken the number of the girl within 2 minutes, and then she will meet this date. And what will happen, that student has not yet learned the game, and maybe the girl will not meet him. So I said, like, let push it to the very end, and maybe we will able to succeed. There is no guarantee, but so that's how what I do in my strategies.
All right, let me just jump through some comments quickly, and then we'll keep looking at infield stuff.
Ice is eating that lay.
Ice is eating that lay. Your only move. Yes, I'm that good. That's how it is. Justin is thinking more game.
Justin is thinking nothing wrong with that, but game is about skills and strategy, and that's what Deepak is trying to. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm like, if like, I'm not like disrespecting, like thinking, oh, this coach is bad or something like that. But of course, like some strategy can work for him and his student, and that's fine. So that's completely okay. But sometimes some dating coaches, they try to show their supremacy. That's where I get like problem.
Well, and to be fair, I'm not a dating coach. Like I stopped being a dating coach a long time ago.
I'm talking about some other guy. I'm not like
Oh like, yeah, just in general. Yeah.
So there's some other.
I actually don't really like teach this stuff, like just because to me it's very simple, right? Like make yourself presentable, introduce yourself to the woman, give her your information, and leave. Like, and that's just my idea. Like, if she is attracted to you, she's attracted to you. If she's not, let her not be attracted to you. Like, you don't have to convince someone to be attracted to you. You know,
is it fair to say you pretty much teach relationships if we're super categorical about it?
Yeah. Like mostly, like I teach mostly how to deal with, I guess, what you would say the game involved in relationships and specifically power dynamics, because that's what relationships end up being, which is just power dynamics. Even in
exactly
pickup, like it's about power dynamics. It's all about the shifting. The shifting weights of power, you know, and I like who was it? Was it the owner of the Mavericks or maybe Trump said it? But they said the person who can leave the deal without even thinking twice has the power.
Oh, is that Mark Cuban?
Mark Cuban, yeah, maybe Mark Cuban said that. But it's like the person who can walk away from the deal has the most power. I have no problem walking away from any woman, even my girl right now. A fiance of mine, I can drop her like that today.
One thing I will say here, you are right in one way. You're right, but before you have the power to leave, you have to make it sure that in other person's eyes she has enough value about you. If the value is not there and you leave, then she will not.
No, I think what you're trying to say is like that she has to have desire. I don't care.
Exactly.
I don't care what's happening on her end. You know, like, I don't have power because she doesn't like me enough. No, fuck that. Because that means my power is contingent on that. No, it's not contingent on anything. If I want to drop something, I fucking drop it. It doesn't matter whether they're bought in 100% or no percent or somewhere percent in between. It doesn't matter to me. Like, if I don't want it, it's not happening. You know
I mean, it is in one way you are also right. In one way you are also right. But I see it in a way that the power dynamics. This I can walk away from the table because, but the other person wants something I have. Then this power dynamics works really good.
Look at it this way. You know the I think it's been attributed to the Vikings, right? The idea of burning your ships. Okay. I have no problem setting my ships completely ablaze. Like, that's not contingent on something. That's the mentality. It's not around like the business deal. Because
hang on. Let me put some historical context here. The phrase "burn the boats" originates from historical accounts, most famously attributed to Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés, who coincidentally is the cousin of the guy who found Peru for Spain. Francisco Pizarro, in 1519, when he landed in Mexico, ordering his ships destroyed to commit his forces to conquering the Aztec Empire, leaving no retreat.
Well, I stand corrected, but I'm grateful for that that set of proper information. But that's just that basically more accurately describes my mentality. Like, I have no problem burning everything to the ground. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's nothing that I want. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that I need, right? I'm making an offering. If you don't want it, don't care. It gets set to fire. You know?
I mean, like that. Definitely, what you are saying is also correct. And in some situations, definitely in relationship, this works really, really good. And I do agree with that part. But sometimes when we are like. But in the start, when we are like gaming, when we are picking up girls, when the value is not yet established in her eyes, then it's better to first establish the value, and then you can play that kind of dynamics. That's what I want to say. But he is also right what he's saying. Deepak got smoke with what is this? German people are very direct. They tell you what they think. Yeah, if anybody wants to learn game in Germany, then I'm here. The best place in Germany to game is North. They are quite promiscuous and big time swing. But I will say South Germany is more friendly. South Bavaria, we say is more friendly, and Berlin is North Germany is also rough. It's rough. You can get harsh rejection. So if somebody is planning to come to Germany, like Berlin is definitely very promiscuous. Like definitely they have very hardcore clubs there. But if you want to have like a slightly easy life, peaceful, then South Germany is really good.
The hotter women don't actually have that many options. You would be surprised how many men are afraid to approach those women because they make assumptions about her.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that, but it is we cannot be 100% sure. We cannot say that this what you're saying is 100% correct because they must be having Instagram, so we don't know what is going on her Instagram. So except if it is only based on ability to walk, you can never. Yeah, that's why you have to be slightly diplomatic with if you are married and have kids. Then what you can do is you have to learn the skills to get your girl stay in line. Again, this can be slightly politically incorrect. We cannot speak about that in the like openly, but you have to have the ability to get your girl in the line, because sometimes just walking away is not always the option. You have to give her the chance that maybe she will get on the line. If nothing is happening, then yeah.
No, I don't invest in the relationship. I invest in me. I invest in the structure of the relationship. But
if you
invests in me.
if you have kids, if you are married and kids, then you have to be diplomatic. You cannot just walk away. That's what this guy is saying.
Oh, right. And well, you can. But the thing is that before you even create these sort of things, that it's advisable to have a structure in which the your wife is not being out of hand. That she's obedient. She's pleasantly obedient. She loves serving. She's in a place of gratitude. Basically, that's her state. Then you really don't have any reason to walk away. But I'm talking about just the initial sort of interactions or even dating. There shouldn't really ever be any kind of reason for you to stay. Like, oh my gosh, she's so pretty. It's like, who cares? Like that's kind of worthless.
Exactly.
We got a comment here from a Dominance Academy. You're in games. You're right here in it too.
Yeah, I am.
I was as well. Did concept art for pre-production. Oh, interesting.
Yep. So I did like some environments and characters and stuff like that, like the paintings. Using Photoshop to like make paintings of characters and environments and stuff, and then that would be kind of edited and then sent off to the 3D modeling team and then to the animation team and that sort of thing.
Very interesting. Yeah.
But the pressure is just way too great. So I was like, all right, I'm done with this.
It's a crazy fucking industry. Like even back in the 2000s, it was already $1 billion industry, just video games alone. Now I'm living under a rock, so I don't even have a fucking PS5 at the moment. Come next year, I probably will get one because of GT6 and shit. But I started out in the 2000s making mini games and then more open world games over time, and lots of programming. And I stopped studying programming at college level because by then, every 2 years, whatever you learn in programming just gets thrown out the window, and there's new stuff all the time. And that was a statistic more than 10 years ago. So imagine how it is now. And on top of that, by then, I already had lots of programmers doing it for me for free anyway. So this was years before AI. This was over 10 years ago when, like this particular moment I'm pinpointing. So I stopped doing the programming shit. And I focused more on like the 3D level stuff. I got a crazy memory. I got I call it map memory or 3D memory. I can remember places. I can you ever seen that movie Dr. Sleep? And the woman just like, she's floating above the earth and then she floats down to the planet, and she's like looking down. That's kind of like how my memory is with like remembering locations. I could go to a mall in my mind and visualize like every fucking corner where everything is. I got map memory. It's crazy.
Oh, that's cool.
But anyway, that's a fun little conversation there. And Deepak, you claim you have an in-ear coaching method while in the field. Can you break down? Is that uncomfortable? While working with students?
Yeah, I mean, like this is definitely like these kind of results I have I get. It is only because of in-ear coaching, because you are just like listening and giving immediate on the live feedback what you have to say to the girl, or teaching him the mindset right on the spot, like, you know, this is what you have to do. So this is definitely I mean, definitely now in like I have like better equipment, so it is still, but the concept is still the same. It works fine with the student, and now you can also have this, you know, AirPod and connected with Bluetooth. That can also work, so it is comfortable. This is not at all issue. The girl will never say that. Girl sometimes say, like, you know, what you are listening. Are you talking to me or you're listening to something? So we say like, I am like, you know, I have a high responsible job, and sometime I get this urgent call, so I have to immediately, like, you know, give my team the guidance. So that's why I'm like, you know, always online, so I can work and I can flirt at the same time. So the girl don't really dig too deep in this thing. She's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny. I was looking at this guy's comment, the yes sir 98971, and certainly like there's, you know, I absolutely could be talking from a place of ignorance and privilege, but you know, you were mentioning like flirting, and I know guys use flirting in the sense of trying to increase attraction, interest, like emotional percolating, that sort of thing. And it certainly does that. But to me, that is work, right? And that is me giving away a developed skill or ability of mine for free, right? And so, like in my world, I don't give away that. Well, I don't produce emotional stimulation for a girl who has not earned it. So, and just by existing, just by being pretty, does not count. Like that doesn't count as earning it, right? So for me to get in her emotions and start working my Jedi magic, I'm not doing that for somebody who I've just met. Like that's like giving away free money. Like I don't do it. But I understand why other guys do. You know, I'm not saying that what I'm doing is correct and what other guys doing is incorrect. Not at all. I'm just saying this is my type of thinking. This is how I go about stuff. It's not prescriptive.
So this how I will explain this thing in this way, that when the girl is having the maximum emotional, like, you know, this connection with that guy, is like that she wants that guy. That happens when she has slept with that guy. Then this kind of emotions like in her comes, that she is really attracted to that guy. So what you are saying is correct, but these things, the mindset in what the mindset I use is that if we able to get the sex out of table, if we have the sex with the girl, then that's the maximum I can do, and now she will find me attractive. If then I can also like change the dynamics, that this is I have my power, my authority, and if she is still not into me, then okay, then let her go. But this is how I say that, okay, like getting the number, she is not yet emotionally invested, so maybe that power dynamics will not work. So I have to sleep with the girl, and now we are sure that sex is out of the table. Now I have nothing to hide, she has nothing to hide, she likes me. Even if now she don't like me, then okay, she can go. but but after sex, the maximum attraction happen actually. So
not for
sex
me.
is actually sex is actually like what we say about building attraction. So sex is, in one way, sex is also an act of building attraction, where the girl is reaching to that maximum attraction level for that guy. So once you build that kind of attraction after sex, then the girl is complete into you. So when you approach the girl, then of course the approach will build some attraction. Imagine you take the girl number, that act is also building some attraction. You go for a date, instant date, that can build attraction. You hold her hand, you kiss the girl, that will also build attraction. You are amplifying it. But when the sex happens, that's the maximum attraction amplification. And then after that, like, the things happen, and then I played you can always play this power dynamics. This is how I see it.
I look at it in a way that, like, I don't give away my dick for free at all. Like, she doesn't get it unless she's earned it. And this can take weeks, this can take months. I do not give it away quickly or easily, because I know that that's my most not my most powerful, that's like within the set of my powerful gifts, right? Because I do know that once I do give her this, it does create what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? It does increase that it amplifies things greatly. So I'm not going to do that to a girl who has not proven herself worthy of it. You know what I'm saying?
So
just hold on a second, Deepak. So like I said, like, everything of mine is quality. Everything of mine does not give it away for free. The only thing I give away for free is my curiosity. Then everything else beyond that is an assessment to see if she's good enough for my time, my attention, my dick, my resources, my emotional spiking, all of that stuff. So I do have like a short criteria for that. It's just 5 things. And if she passes that criteria of quality, then that's when I can start getting in her head. And when I can see that I can walk into her mind and then start engaging her emotions and her psychology, and I notice that she's more and more and more open to my direction and my influence, I don't even need to touch her. Like at this point, my girls, they can come on command. I don't even need to touch them at this point. I talk to them for like a couple minutes, and I can tell them, come now, and they will have an orgasm, like a full body orgasm. I don't have to touch them at all. So them getting that sort of influence from me is because I know so much of like what goes on inside the psychology and emotions of women, and being able to just pull the levers how I want. That produces a tremendous effect for them. It can be healing for them. It can be transformative for them. It can be so much for them. Okay, they become grounded. They become focused. They become contained. Their emotions calm down. Their mind settles down. They become settled. And it's like, I'm not going to offer that to just anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to see your devotion before I even touch you. You know what I'm saying? Because when I do touch you, it's going to change your life forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying? So I don't waste that on peasants. You know what I'm saying? Even if they're good-looking peasants, right? Like, okay, cool, you won the genetic lottery, or you had enough money to get surgery. Cool, right? I can appreciate beauty. I love that for you, but that doesn't qualify you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't qualify you for me. And that's so that's kind of like, I know that mentality will not produce a lot of numbers for guys. It will not increase your range of experience. It won't at all, but it will increase the quality of the experience by having stringent like categories and qualifications, standards, you know. And so, like, and because that's the sort of thing that you need to carry with you into relationships, because that structure, that like firm, organized structure with like knowledge and being able to progress, like to lead someone through progression, kind of like a good teacher at a university will take you from, 101 and then bring you all the way through and make you a very competent student, such to the point where they could even teach themselves. You know what I'm saying? They could become a teacher because you progress them so much. You need a solid structure, just like a university has a solid structure, and because they want to produce the very best. And so I'm saying it's like, I know I have that effect, that I'm not going to just waste it on girls just because I want to get my dick wet. Like, what have they done for me to enhance their lives in such a way? Again, that's not prescriptive. That's how I live. That's how I teach my guys.
That's also like understandable what you are saying, but some guys will not have that kind of perceived value right on the, like, when they speak to the girl, and if they follow that kind of strategy, then they will not able to get any result.
Which is why my guys, they work with me on that psychological crud that they've been carrying around with them since childhood. We work on that for months. They still talk to girls. They still do the thing, because I'm saying, like, don't put yourself in a closet until we sort yourself out. Definitely not. Continue going out there, scuff your knees, get the reps in, get some calluses on your social persona, you know what I mean? So you're not so scared of it. Absolutely. But most of the work is done sorting yourself out, so that then they can kind of meet, and then they can kind of converge. And now those calluses are fine. You're comfortable because you've just received so many rejections. You've talked to so many people, and now you're just comfortable talking to people. It's like not a thing. But now you've caught up your internal world, and you're no longer hating yourself. You're no longer rejecting yourself. You're no longer using this to make up for this. You know what I'm saying? And they can come together and be like, okay, now I'm solid, I'm grounded, and I'm much more flexible because I'm not dependent on how I'm received. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, like maybe like for some group of people, it definitely can work what you are doing, and if you are getting the clients and it is working for them, then definitely it is like for some group of people it is working. So I do agree, like yeah, that can work. Like for example, when I was in Vegas, so if one time I was in Vegas and we were doing some game. And if I notice, like, if I'm not doing any kind of game and the girl is what kind of girl find me interested, if I'm not playing anything, just who I am, then it was not really that attractive. These girls were not very attractive, and I will pass. So definitely for some kind of guys, your strategy can work for sure, but not for
Well, I don't see it as like a strategy, you know what I mean? Because that's like something like outside that you're applying. It's really realigning your internal world so that you're congruent, so that your thoughts, words, and actions are not only aligned, but they're coming from a place that is grounded and healed, right? So that you're no longer looking to women to accept you. You're no longer looking to women to validate you. You're no longer using them as a measuring stick for your values, saying, oh, this girl is really hot and she is attracted to me, so therefore that must mean I'm a great guy. You know what I'm saying? It's like that.
Okay, but like this is what I also teach, that we are, but in a way that we are like not to validate or something. All the things are correct what you're saying. So, but our goal is also that if we are talking to the girl, then again this geopolitical strategy, that if I have given a task that we have to make deal with this country, then I have to do it at any cost, because win is most important thing, and that's why I am getting paid as a foreign minister.
What if that other country knows that what if the other country picks up on that you have this mindset of at any cost? That then gives them leverage over you, because they're like, he's willing to do anything, so I'm going to see what I can make that other country do to see how far I can make them do ridiculous shit or grovel or bend on this contract or whatever, and just to see what I can get out of them.
So what I'm saying here is that, of course, if the country, like, there's a limit, like what I'm saying is there's a limit to the game, limit to like if the girl is not at all interested, no matter what we do, she is completely then any strategy what we do will not work. Simple. But sometimes, again, we talked about earlier, like overt rejections. So sometimes the girl is not yet sure, she's a maybe, she's not yet sure, in that situation, if we play the game slightly like more technical game we play, then we can still get the girl. And again, get the girl means if we able to sleep with the girl, then we reach the maximum attraction threshold, maximum attraction.
Right. And
then we can
is,
also,
I'm not getting the girl, I'm allowing her to get me.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a different, it's like I'm already starting the moment I wake up, the moment I step out my door, I'm assuming a position of authority. I'm not saying what can I get, it's what am I allowing her to get.
Yeah, I mean, like if it is working for your personality type, your situation, that's fine. But
because
in the
whenever
old
you are
days,
whenever you are in the position of wanting to get something, whoever has that thing is automatically in a position of authority over you, regardless of whether you get the thing that you're after.
that's how we are tricking it. We are not making it sure that she has the power. We are still playing the game, but we are not giving. If the girl knows that she has power over us, for example, then it is not going to work very well. So that's why I avoid teaching, telling my students. Like the process, the mating process is different. It's of course like we are coming from the authority, but even if we are giving, let's go technical. So even if I'm saying like, we don't say like you are cute, so we always give a mixed signal. We never say like, we never give complete like compliment like on the face, like you're beautiful, you have nice eyes or something. We always mix. So I'm talking about technical thing, but sometimes we give a very shocking compliment that she is shocked what that guy has said. So the main idea is that during our conversation, we are emotionally stimulating to different technical strategies and moving things forward. And doing our best. If it leads to like sleeping with her, that's good. And sometimes it can happen that we did every strategy and it still didn't work out, but at least the student is learning the strategy, and we will do the same strategies with other girl. Maybe she is slightly more receptive and it can work out with that girl. But if he learned this kind of strategies, then that is like more that's what I have seen.
All I'm saying is that like if you have a bag of food and I'm hungry and I want your food, regardless of whether you have power over me, the structure itself is such that you have power over me based on my desire. Whether you know it or not is irrelevant.
You want those layers, don't you? Just
but you said you have the bag. I have the bag of food. What you said?
Let's say like you've got a bag of food and like
I have the bag.
You've got a bag of food and I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I want some food. And I come across you and I'm like, ooh, he has some food. Let me see if I can get his food, right? And I exert whatever sort of like verbal tactics of my own to convince you to give me that food. Okay. Now I've gotten that food. So within that short exchange, right, within that small like in the parentheses, I've won. Okay, because I've gotten your food. Okay, but even before the interaction started, you were put in a position of authority because you had something I desired. And whoever holds the thing of desire is always in a position of power. Whether they know it or not, if they know it, it becomes even worse.
Yes,
they can manipulate you, right?
Yes,
but just
yes.
by being in a position of desire, your desire itself puts you in a submissive position. That's the nature of desire itself.
So yes and no in such a way that we are.
You would know this because of your
I do understand what you're saying.
Hinduism and
but,
Buddhism.
Yeah, but the girls do not see in that way.
It doesn't matter what they see. I'm saying that's the structure
the girls'
of it.
Attraction.
Right, Deepak, I'm not saying it doesn't.
Yeah, but
right, regardless of what they understand is irrelevant. The structure itself is it starts with the desire of it. So you in the place of wanting puts you in a submissive position. whether you get what you want
No,
or not.
I will not say like it is like if US is wanting something, some deal from a country, it is not that the USA is submissive. You understand? So it is not like
yes,
it is submissive.
in that
Maybe he has
context,
to
yes.
use some diplomatic strategies to make the deal happen, but it is not submissive. For example,
It is.
let's see that.
Listen, the state of wanting is a submissive position. The state of not wanting is state of dominant
let's
position.
take more like slightly controversial, but still it is okay. Like this example of a religion. So if Islam is not, for example, spreading in a country where like maybe 1% or 2%, so they has to slightly live according to the rule of the country, because they are very less in numbers and they cannot show their authority. So it is not that now Islam is submissive, but it is in the textbook, it is written that when you are very less, 1%, 0.5% or something, then you have to follow according to the rule of the land you are living. So now they are not submissive. They have adopted their strategy according to the strength and according to the power they have. But if they are like complete Saudi Arabia or like Dubai, so they have the complete Islamic rules. So they set their rules according to their according to their what we say religion. So that's the same thing with the girl. Is the same thing. You have to understand that when it is not like, oh, Islam is submissive or Islam is authoritative. No, we change the strategy according to the situation, but inside ourselves we have the same value. Inside me, I'm the same strong value I have for me, but I have to change the strategy according to the situation to get the best result. USA, what USA they think about themselves.
The analogy doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It fits. So if you and I are in a business deal, you know what I'm saying? You and I are in a business deal. Okay, you're working on a project that I would really like to be a part of. Okay, who has the power here? It's really simple.
I have the project. If I have the project and you want to work, so I have the power.
Say you're like a developer of something. You're building a skyscraper. You're a developer, okay? And I'm like, say I'm a construction worker. I've got my own private construction work business. I want to get in on that because if I sign a deal with you, it's gonna be a massive payout for me. Who has power in this situation?
I have the power. Yeah,
exactly,
of course I have
because
the power.
I have what you want. Okay. Now, whether you know this or not, let's say you're a numbskull. Let's say let's say you're raised by like a rich father. You have no idea of the psychology of business and the intricacies of what things are working. You're just like, yeah, my daddy gave me this thing. Like all I got to do is just kind of like sign some papers. Like you have no idea of the power differentials that are there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
The structure.
Let me correct it.
If a third person, like Ice, hang on, if Ice were to kind of look at that and go. And then he was asked, hey, Ice, who has power in this situation, the numbskull project developer or the construction worker? He would say the numbskull project developer, because the structure itself is dependent on the desire. So when you have the desire, you are in a submissive position in the situation. It doesn't necessarily mean you are a submissive. That's not, it doesn't alter your identity.
I do understand.
In the context of the situation, you are submissive to what you desire.
So let's see, like if I'm the only guy with whom you can sell your work, so that's why you have to make the deal happen only with, there is no other like who is making the building, there you can sell your construction like work in the city. So you have to make it sure that how you sell it to me.
Well, there could be
so there will be some kind of guy.
Yeah,
there is no other. So you have to sell it to me. Then you have to learn the skills. Yeah. There is no other. There is no other. So that's why you have to have the skills to sell it to me.
Right.
So, for example, Iraq or Sudan,
that would help, but it doesn't change the structure of it. You have something that I want.
So you can say like if US is going to some other country, then it is
like can you not make with the analogies? Look, it's really simple math. No, but I'm saying it's very simple math.
I do understand.
The desired thing has
I
power
do
over the
understand.
one who desires it. So if you want sex, the woman has power over you. It's just really simple math. There's whether you use strategies to get it, whether you have the skills to get it, it doesn't matter. They have power. And that's what happens.
I do understand what
So
you're
regardless
saying.
of
I
whether
do
you get the
understand.
girl, you get 10,000
So
girls. Look at like John Anthony with his 2,000 leg count. He is submissive to pussy so much that he has such a high leg count. Pussy rules him. I am not ruled by a little wet hole the size of a quarter.
Let's like do not discuss about that because he has like personality disorders and all, like that's like a long, so he's not the right example. But
Well,
I
no,
do
no, I'm just
understand.
saying,
I do
like,
agree
using
with
that
what
as
you're
far as
saying.
numbers go.
I do agree. I do understand what you're saying, and I do agree. But then the whole pickup scene, anybody who is going to approach a girl, of course the girl is having that like power of pussy. I do agree, and that is valid for every situation. That's okay.
Which is why I said in the beginning, I'm not coming her to see if I can fuck her. I'm coming to her to see if she is good enough for me to offer anything that I have, whether it's my mind, my words, my dick, my resources, my time, everything. I'm assessing her to see if she's good enough to present anything whatsoever. Okay, she could be sitting there with her legs spread open saying, please God, Justin, if there's one thing I can do left in my life, please fuck me. I'll say, why? Well, you have not proven yourself worthy of that. What's the fucking point? You know what I'm saying? Like there's no value there.
Yeah.
There's zero
Makes
value.
sense.
And as long as guys have a very high value of pussy and a very high value of female beauty, you will always be at the mercy of those things. They will
No, I
always
do
be
not agree with that.
reacting to the market instead of the market
Yeah,
reacting to them.
it depends. Like for your strategy to work, definitely you need to have also like I don't know like what kind of I do not want to like go personal what kind of girls you're meeting or something, but definitely you like if this strategy has to work, then you have to have a good SMV level.
Well, strategies are for outcomes, right? So
looks level.
I think it determines on what your outcome, what outcome you're trying to produce. Okay,
So
I'm not
good
trying
looks.
to produce sex. I'm looking for compliance, and I'm looking for deeper levels of compliance and deeper levels of compliance and deeper levels of compliance. Like I want, like so like if I was an invader to a land, okay, I don't want to just come in and like take their goods, you know what I'm like their food reserves and so on. I want to destroy and take everything. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking for compliance, because once I have compliance, the deeper and deeper and deeper levels of compliance, down to the compliance of her soul, I get everything. You know what I'm saying? And not because I want it, because I'm trying to achieve it. She will just offer it. She'll say, please, here, take my will, take my sex, take my minds, take everything. It's yours.
Yeah, I mean that strategy can work if the funnel is very big, that you are having like lot of girls who are coming in the funnel. Then definitely you can filter out that kind of girl. But sometimes in my situation, from the very start, the funnel was not that big, so I need to focus on one girl till the very end. So your strategy works, that's fine, and my strategy works because of what like the situation I am in.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's what I'm
and
saying.
it's good
So
like for guys who have not, because I've had my time of like just like fucking random girls. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I found that the satisfaction gets less and less the more you do it. I find that's what it was with me. Like, I just found it less appealing. I'm like, what the fucking, like, what's the point? Like, it doesn't offer real satisfaction. And once I started going deeper into the minds and the hearts, and they're like offering their entire self to me, and that was like, that's really interesting. Like, fuck, like what's between the legs. That'll just come naturally. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really concerned about getting it, because I know that it will come. You know, I'm not concerned. So I started looking at that sort of thing and saying, okay, I'd rather go deep rather than wide, right? So yes, I don't have 12 girls in a harem right now. Like that would just be too hard to manage with how I work. You know what I'm saying? There's 3. and that's enough. But they're like literally like their spirit is like on their knees saying every morning, how can I serve you today? Like that's much more appealing to me, much more satisfying than meeting the random new girls and just fucking, you know. But I understand, like, for a guy who's like never touched a girl before, or who has never, you know, has like never gone on a date, never flirted with a girl, never like touched a boob, you know, like I get it. Like you should have that physical experience, but understand, like, it's not going to really be ultimately satisfying. It's not going to change you as a man. It's not going to enrich your life. You know, it will be very surface level. You know what I'm saying? Like changing jobs or like switching out a new car. Like you're it's going to be satisfying, but not very deeply. It's not going to make your anxiety go away. You know what I'm saying? You just be like, like cool. Like there's new chicks around. And that's what kind of like what happened to Dan Bilzerian. I mean, it took him a long time, but like he kind of came around full circle, and he was like, damn, I had lived this crazy life. I've fucked tons of girls. They were all super, super hot. And he's like, now I just kind of want to like have like a meaningful relationship. And I'd say more guys want a meaningful relationship than want to be out here as indefinite players.
Would you? I'm going to send him a message right now.
I mean, like. So I will say like with the age, with the age hormone changes, and I don't know the story of Dan Bilzerian. So I do understand, like with the age, he is able to realize that. What is your age? If I can ask, what is your age?
I'm 48. I just turned 48 back in
Justin?
July.
40. You're 48. I'm 47. So with the age, these like, you know, the desire like changes, like more like you are more wise, and I'm also different. And 10 years ago it was 30s. Way different.
This shift in me happened in my 30s. You know,
maybe you started your journey way earlier than me. I started with 31 actually. So till 31, I was not even like having. Like nothing.
I started fucking maybe chicks when I was 16.
So 16. So you see like,
so like
double the
belt, right?
Yeah,
so where you
so
it's like you're given a Ferrari. Like the first couple weeks, you're gonna be like, I fucking love this. But after a couple of years, it's gonna be like your regular car. You're not gonna
exactly. Plus the age factor plays a role.
If you start like a video game on sandbox mode or God mode, like it's really fucking fun for a few hours. But if you like start from zero, you'll play it like a lot more. And like by the time you get to fucking sandbox mode, you're like, I got everything here now. Doesn't matter anymore.
You know, I like what Juliana said here. She said the confidence, being able to read the guy within a couple of minutes. We want men who can lead us to follow you. And that's why I said the initial thing that I'm looking for is compliance, right? Well, there's sexual interest, enthusiasm, curiosity, open-mindedness, and coachability. Those are my 5 things.
So
if she displays these 5 things, then like all at once, because they're all necessary, then I will continue moving forward, right? But if one piece is missing, then I'm like, all right, not worth my time.
I do not agree with this statement. Like she is, this is like standard statement she has said. Like it takes only minutes for her to know if she's interested. It is debatable. This statement is debatable. Sometimes the girls don't know. Like sometimes the interest comes after 20 minutes, 30 minutes. When she see the real value. Sometimes she's completely closed off, and she's not yet open to the like this kind of like direct like approach or something. And you start very slowly, and she open up, and then you can inject like, you know, what we say like game and I will like flirtish or technical things. And then it can happen that she is interested after 10 minutes, or maybe after like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or maybe after 20 minutes. And I have seen it like this. I have got the girl who rejected me.
If that's fine for guys,
like,
I don't change
girl.
My strategies. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't suit the buyer. You know what I'm saying? Like I have it the way I have it. You know, and maybe it is due to my age. Like I'm.
So it is. Like to counter this statement. So I got the girl who is rejected me, and then I got the girl. So how it happened? So like she decided on the first minute that that she will come in my life, but then she decided also that she will reject me. it doesn't make any sense. So I have literally have cases even in my infields also, the girls are not interested. I've still got the girl. So and some infields are like 3 hours long, 4 hours long. So so that's why this is very debatable, that it's like a standard statement, and I'm not agree with that thing, but yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I like what King Black Canarsie said here, but most genuine interest is almost immediate. And so like, you know, kind of like paraphrase Locario here, you know, he believes that there are 3 levels of interest: low interest, medium interest, and high interest. And he and I both share the same sentiment in that we're only interested in high interest girls. And when there is a very high interest, they show it. Even if they're a shy type, you can like read it on them. You can feel it, like your instinct, you can like feel it off of them. It's almost palpable. And so I'm not saying guys shouldn't go for medium interest girls or low interest girls. Like, do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to deal with lukewarm anything. Like, I want that water to be searing hot, you know? And if it's not searing hot, I can't cook with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just my mentality. Like, I want to cook. I don't want to like bring you up to a boil. I want you boiling. And yeah, that's not as common. That's just how it works. But I don't want to like shortchange my cooking experience. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like I wanna fucking cook. Like I said, I want to come in and I want to own the whole fucking thing. Not just get like one piece of it, you know? And that comes through very high interest.
If she's having high interest, yeah, definitely that makes sense.
Yeah, high interest girls can be low quality. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's like I would take. I don't use numbers, but for those that can understand, I would take a extremely obedient 6 over a disobedient 10.
This is like a very interesting statement. Manipulating us to in bed is never. I do not agree with that, because going in bed is a path to build an emotional connection. Actually, when you are in bed with a girl, that will also build an emotional connection, more attraction. So it works.
Yeah, I prefer being able to utilize the mind to create that same level, if not more, without even touching her.
Genuine interest is
like
most
if you can
almost.
if you can get like compliance, obedience, submission, and emotional investment without even touching her, you know what the fuck you're doing.
Genuine, yeah. I mean, like again, it is also like from the experience. If you are meeting a high interest girl, what you also said, like Locario, like if the high interest girl is there, so almost immediate. But sometimes you want a high quality, then there can be a situation that the girl has not showing the genuine interest in the start. But if you spend good amount of time, have a good game, then you can still able to build that genuine interest after spending few minutes with her, if it is not coming in immediate.
Well, but if you have to do something, is that genuine? Like, so are you suggesting that she's hiding her genuine feelings, or her genuine interest rather? She's withholding.
No, she has not seen the. See it in this way, that she has not seen your value. I will say, like, it is like how you train your, like, the mindset is, she has not seen you have the value in you, but she has not seen the value in you. So she has to experience the value you have, and then she will show the genuine interest. So we are not here to perform and act. We will spend time, and she will see my value, and then she can decide. Because in 30 seconds, 1 minute, I am not having that kind of face value that she will generate genuine interest. Or the girl who is giving me genuine interest, I don't want to sleep with her. Simple as that. Make sense?
Yeah. So you're saying, like, the girls that have been, I mean, so far anyways, that the girls so far that have had genuine interest, you're saying none of them have been very attractive?
Can you, I was reading
immediate, like the ones that have had immediate genuine interest, you're saying that they have not been very attractive.
It can happen. Yes, it can happen.
No, I'm asking, not can happen. I'm asking you of your past. Like, is that what you're saying? Are you saying that the ones that have had genuine, strong interest in you, they've not been very high on like the attraction, the physical attraction?
The girl I want to have in my life, normally
you're
they didn't
projecting
show
into the future.
that.
I'm asking you of your past, okay? Like recorded history.
The girl I had
those
also.
girls,
I'm saying, okay, the girl
like,
I had.
Have there been girls that had genuine interest in you, like strong, immediate, genuine interest? And of those girls, were they not very attractive? Is that why you didn't go?
It happened. So I had like the girls I had in my life. Majority of these girls didn't show that genuine interest. So some girls I literally had to fight.
Were there ones that did?
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
But of those, you're saying they were not as attractive.
Maybe for short encounters, short intimacy, one-time intimacy is okay, but it is not like I want to keep them in my life. Make sense? So that's
because of their physical appearance.
It can be anything. It can be behavior. It can be physical appearance or something. So but the girls definitely I have in my life, or I had in my life in the past in relation, they didn't show that kind of genuine interest, and that's like she's saying sex enhances the emotional. Now we are not creating. It is emotional connection is there actually. So what happens is when you approach the girl, when you build like talking, when you're talking to the girl, the emotional connection is slowly building it. So sex definitely it is not creating from zero. So it was some level of emotional connection is already there, but when sex happened, it is amplified. It became bigger. That's what I mean to say. It is not creating from zero. The whole conversation.
Do you think Sydney Sweeney will give Deepak immediate interest?
Who the hell is Sydney Sweeney? Is she one of my girls?
She was in that jeans commercial for like American Eagle, and everyone was like hating on her.
Sydney.
Yeah,
no, I don't know. I don't really pay attention much to NPC women. Like basically my mother and the girls who are on my system, then I pay attention to them. If they're not, I really don't pay attention.
Back to screen share. God, I need to pick another one. Hang on. Stop that. Start this. This is Sydney Sweeney. So she was in kind of like news recently, I guess. How many followers she got? As if that fucking matters. Millions, many millions, of course. But basically, she was in an American Eagle ad, and bitches got jealous about it. I think. I don't know. Something like that. Sydney Sweeney has great genes. So basically, I think a lot of racist people were looking at this and were saying, hey, that's
we're
racist.
Thinking genes meant GENES.
Yeah, because they can't fucking read or shit.
Right. No, I don't know. I don't know how to answer this question. I don't really care what she thinks.
Deepak, you think you can score what's her name? Sydney Sweeney?
I mean, the thing is like maybe not the same girl, but I have got these kind of girls. Not this girl, not
did
this
she have
girl,
good
but
genes?
Huh?
Good genes or no?
Jeans?
This
do you
is
mean,
like a super
what she's wearing?
old fucking reference now. Anyway.
I am Cricket. Is that really your name? Is that really your name?
I am Indian guy directing, never worked. I
What, you
am
talking to me?
Harshit. Remember my name?
I'm sorry. I'm sure that's like a regular name, like Joe or Steve.
I'm an Indian guy.
Or Ice.
I'm Indian
But
guy.
I would change that name. Don't tell people that your name is Harshit because it sounds like horse shit. So don't go around telling people, hey, my name is horse shit. I would change that name. Don't tell anyone. Just make up a surname that sounds cool and use that. Don't go around telling people your name is horse shit.
And learn proper game. Why you are like, if it is not working direct game, then don't push it. If something is not working, change it. In the software development or in anything. If one way of solving the problem is not working, then change the way you are solving the problem. Why you stick to one? Like I talked to Deepak and learned indirect game and call on the call. Okay, and so it's
Deepak, is that like a normal Indian name, Harshit?
Harshit. We say Harshit.
You know any Harshits?
I will. It's not good.
You know any deep shits?
Use Indian name. So Harshit it can be an Indian name, but if somebody has to change the name, adopt to the environment, then it is okay.
It's a real name, yeah, like Harshit.
It can be, Harshit.
I just googled it. Harshit Saxena,
Harshit
Rana, Indian cricket guy.
It's a real name. Yeah,
of course.
I'm not saying it's a fake name. I'm saying that if it's presented outside of Indian culture, it's gonna sound like horseshit, especially to English speakers.
So they're like, according to the environment, you can do some tweaks, and that's okay. Adapting to the culture.
I get deliveries, and they keep or like Uber drivers, and they keep saying Ise. I'm like, whatever. I don't bother correct, because they don't. If it was in Spanish, it would be AIS to pronounce it as ice or AYS.
Okay, ice.
In Spanish, that would just be Ise. So they just, if they don't know that that's an English word, then like a non-standard fucking name, like they were gonna think, it's one of those random ass Peruvian names. Like I see like I got picked up in an Uber. By the name, the driver was called Vladimir Lenin. I was like, what the fuck? But it was with a W. Very strange. They get like some Polish, Russian random names here sometimes. Vladimir Lenin is a Russian, but it had a W, so that's what I'm saying. Anyway, let's keep this fucking shit going. My point is culturally.
Yeah, there's a question about why I disagree with Ross Jeffrey's teachings. I don't. The only thing that I disagree with is that he was talking about what is it? That mind control nonsense. NLP, yeah. And that there's no definitive real research on whether that works, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I don't really bond with this whole notion of like, let me learn special techniques to get girls. Like it just doesn't sit right with me. Like I just can't imagine like the archetype of James Bond saying that to himself. Like, let me try to do the thing, to learn the thing so I can get the thing. It just doesn't seem genuine. And then, like, I can see the neediness structure behind it. And like, that's the whole reason for seeking out this sort of stuff in the first place. And it's just like, in my mind, it just creates a lot of problems. I don't think it's wise to say like, oh, I'm going to learn special techniques to warp the mind of a girl so I can get what I want. Because that to me is kind of like what NLP in PUA sort of pushes. Like that's maybe I don't have the right idea about the position, but that's
I got a tiny example for you, which we can lead with.
Sure.
So I got some questions once in a while. They were along the lines of like, how should I approach this woman from the side? Should I do the yad stop? Should I approach her from the front? Should I run after? I'm just like, whatever's natural. Like, I'm not going to tell you it has to be 87 degrees west, or like all the, and your coordinates need, shut the fuck up. Whatever
are
needs,
her feet pointing towards you or not?
Yeah, it needs to be natural. Like, whatever's natural, just fucking do that. Stop fucking complicating. 27 degrees west, 72 degrees north.
Yeah. What's the barometric pressure?
Stop. What the fuck is all this fucking shit? Just do whatever's natural. Like, I don't think everyone needs to fucking deep dive on this, on particular things like that, at least. But that's just like a small example.
I do think that one can have incredible influence. I don't even have to think it, like I know it. I know people can have incredible influence over others, right? I like this. It's part of how I live my life and conduct my relationships, but it's not with this mindset of like, I'm going to learn this thing or do this thing so that I can get this sort of thing. It's more of like, this is just how I am. Like, I'm not like adopting things to become something or to produce a certain result, right? And I think that has more to do with when guys really learn to become it instead of like cosplaying as it, where you become a man of influence, become a man of leadership and domination, and you know, and can influence women to just want to give to you rather than learning skills to produce a similar result, right? Like a being versus doing, that sort of thing. And so that this is kind of where like I kind of get caught up with Ross, because I feel like that's kind of his idea, like where I'm going to learn this thing to produce this mystical result, and it may work. I don't know. I don't really know much about NLP, but I did a little research, and I know that it doesn't have conclusive evidence of it actually being a thing.
I have also like some guys who have asked about this thing. I mean, Ross Jeffrey, definitely, I will say, it can work. This can work, but it is not an easy system to implement, because the girl is willing to should be willing to listen to you. She must be slightly into you, at least like she is having an engaged conversation with you. You need to have a really good tonality. Also, you need to have a good grasp in the language what she is speaking. If she is Spanish, then you need to be very good Spanish speaker. If she is American, for example, American English like girl, then you need to, it is not like a guy with Indian accent and start to speak that pattern and she gonna like drop wet. It is not going to have that kind of effect. So
well, American girls are cooked anyways.
Yeah. What I'm saying is like, so there are like a lot of preconditions you have to met, and again, there is in the start, for example, the problem in the system is that, like, for example, the guy in New York, there is one guy who was Ross Jeffrey student. I don't want to disrespect Ross Jeffrey though, but he just came and approached the girl and start this connection pattern, and I was saying like, what is going on, and like, it is not going to work like that. We have to first get the girl to engage, only maybe then it work. But then also, when the girl is engaged, then escalating the girl is much more efficient rather than like without touching the girl having this pattern. But do Ross Jeffrey system works? Yes, it works, but there are more efficient ways to do it. And sometimes it's the same thing, like Ross Jeffrey is a very sophisticated NATO, some artillery you need, like GPS, everything should be and the real game is like a Russian artillery. You just fucking shoot on the enemies, bam, 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 and it will just give the same result.
So you were mentioning preconditions or like pre things. You're talking about like tonality and this and that.
Yeah.
If those things are in place, then you necessarily wouldn't need something like NLP.
That's what I'm saying. Saying.
Kind of
so
like,
that's why I'm
King
not
Black
discarding
Canarsie
Ross
here.
Jeffrey.
Like King Black Canarsie here, he said like he tried these things, and then in parentheses, the most important part, he said she was into me already though. So then it's not necessary. So that what I would say is it wasn't NLP, it was you probably giving commands and her being obedient to them. Like that's probably what it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think that is probably a more effective thing to do, is to exercise the ability to give commands, because it's a double edge. Because on one, it will challenge the insecurities of the guy, and two, it'll be a quick assessment to see if she is compliant. Right? Even simple things like, here, take my number, or come sit over here, or take my hand as we cross the street. Really simple things at first, and you can gauge the compliance, and it can get deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper to see like how compliant she can be towards you. And that's just a really easy indication, So if you hold out your hands across the street and she's like looks at you funny, it's like, all right, that's initially a thing. Her instinct does not trust you. No reason to go any further.
So like Ross Jeffrey, how in the case scenario, the way where the Ross Jeffrey system can work is like, for example, you approach the girl, you did the instant date, and there is some kind of intimacy slightly into you. Now you're sitting in a bar or something, one-on-one interaction going on, and there you can make the system work, for example. But if that situation happens, then there are other ways, other alternative ways to make it work. That's what I want to say. So there you can do like escalation, like touching the girl escalation. That is also effective.
I guess that's the difference. I just realized, like, I'm not looking for attraction markers.
No. What I'm saying, like the Ross, like I'm just saying, like I'm just giving like an example, like where the Ross Jeffrey system work, and then what is the alternative system, what are the alternatives for that system. That's what I'm saying. And there's one example we had we did it. I was with student in Sweden. So what we did was like we have this approach and then make the girl to sit with us in a bar and everything. So then like what we did was like we said like to the girl, the student want to bang the girl at any cost. So we said like, okay, like maybe escalation, like let's do with escalation, we do some, you are a tantric sex coach. So we build we do this tantric sex coach kind of thing, and we have these kind of, all this, we make this kind of like some huh?
So you're lying?
Yeah. So we are just saying, like I was saying to the girl, student, and then he was saying this, how you do this thing, and this orgasm, and this and that and that. So it did work, but we noticed.
Wait a second, he was lying?
Why not?
What? Do men of integrity lie?
There's nothing like integrity or something. So there is nothing like that. Like this is if it is if lying. But everybody lies.
You don't lie to get pussy. That means it's so special.
That's again level of debate we have to do.
Lying about who you are and what you can do just to impress some girl?
No. We are not impressing. Impressing will not work. But
that is a form of impressing, because you're saying I have this greater sense of wisdom or knowledge that is like sort of like esoteric. It's special. Right, that puts me in a perception of above other guys who don't know this thing, so that she can then perceive me as this like something interesting or whatever, and it's all fake. He doesn't know shit
there is
about
nothing
tantra,
like fake or real. It is about
to understand.
No, but there is nothing about fake or real. It is about being congruent. So
that's
again,
completely incongruent.
No,
he has
it is
no knowledge of tantra.
No, you don't need, but I noticed like for that tantra to happen, she need to find him attractive. That's what I want to say.
So but he's lying. He doesn't know anything about tantra.
No, but he banged her.
It doesn't matter. He's a worm for lying.
So when he was banging, he learned.
So that's what I'm saying. So no, go back. You said, but he banged her. It doesn't matter. He already conceded his integrity. It doesn't matter if he got the pussy.
So like this is again we have to.
That's again this goes political.
This again the discussion
of
lying.
Hang on, Deepak. This goes right back to what I was talking about before, with making pussy this achievement, right? Being submissive, doing things at all costs, including shitting on your integrity, to lie about who and what you are in order to get a certain something. That is fucking cheap and low.
No,
that is not a man of integrity.
That is what you are saying. That is what you're saying. That it means that everybody is like is cheap, like cheap. Then, if, for example, in geopolitics people lie, and in religion people lie. So
yes, that is poor integrity.
So that is your definition,
right? But if you look at the tenets
but
of say
I look
religion,
for the,
you know what I'm saying?
I look for the what is successful rather than what is morally correct. I look for the success pattern, not like what is morality, because morality is human defined. Morality will change according to the time period. So there is no
which
such
is
thing
why
like
you
morality.
should hold your own. You should say, I don't lie to women. Like that should be a code of yours, shouldn't it not? Or do we just say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to be truthful to anybody or anything.
No, there is nothing like if lie is bringing
That's
good
shameful.
for the girl, and no, it's not shameful.
It is
your like it is what you think, but I can prove it with like so many examples that
look
this
at
is
look in
like
the
this is
tenets.
all subjective.
Look in you reference religion a lot. Look at Hinduism. Does it promote lying as a way?
That's why we are not doing that's why we were enslaved. That's the problem. That's why Hinduism is not the best example to learn game.
I'm saying look at the
no. Hinduism is not the best example to learn game. We didn't adapt it.
Listen, Deepak, listen.
Yeah.
Just in a bubble, the tenets of the religion, the core, does it promote lying? As a tenet, I'm saying, listen, follow these things and you'll be a good person. Does Christianity do that? Does Buddhism do that? Does Taoism do that? Does Shintoism do that? No. None of them promote to become a good person.
The main religion you didn't talk about that is more like suitable to learn game. That's where the geopolitics is.
I'm talking about being a good man. It does not begin with learning to lie.
Good man is the man who is loyal to his tribe.
No, who's loyal to
taking
his
care of his people.
He's loyal to his principles.
My principles are for my people, for my tribe. That's how the civilization works.
Yes.
But that's how the civilization works. That's how the religion works. If you see so it is because my people, my tribe, my loyalty to my people, my tribe. That's where my principle. But that's what I'm saying.
And you're saying that loyalty can include lying to people.
Lying, this is subjective
to like
because in all
for example, it's pretty simple. You should not be telling women that you can do a certain thing or that so that she can perceive you as something that you're not. That is spineless. We have to get
this done as quick as possible, and we tried something new thing, and it worked out. In that it's not guaranteed to work every time.
With a rubber spine.
No, but I mean, he got orgasm, so I mean, he's fine.
But at the cost.
But then he got
spine.
What?
At the cost of one's spine.
But this is how you think. So I can say, for example, for example, imagine I'm from India. So I can say, you know what, like Britishers ruled us. They did so much bad things. We are very dharmic and we don't break any rule. We accept everything, and one day they will be suffer. And now who is suffering? But they did it. They went away. They looted everything. They made it good there. So like they got successful, and we can say that, oh, I will stay with my values and I will not lie. I will stay dharmic, and this is now how it works. At the end, like my people lost, my civilization lost. Makes sense? So it is about winning the game, not about like who is lying or who is
right. She's
not
saying
lying.
winning,
If I am loyal to my tribe, if I'm loyal to my people, that is more important for me rather than staying dharmic and staying like I have never to lie. Because other people also, they came to India and lie about their intention and they made it, and now they left, and then like I can say in the next life they will get punished, but nobody's getting punished. They are enjoying their life. So I can give that argument. Make sense?
Yeah. He says, get this done as quick as possible. People actually listen to this guy. He has no values. So this is what Juliana said. And so what you're saying is like, okay, so my ancestors had to do some things. They had to compromise some principles in order to survive, to escape Europe so that they weren't killed. Okay. And that's what they had to do at the time. And certainly there were children that were killed. Okay. And that's just the reality of it. They had to strategize, but this is based off of survival. Like it's like, you know, my ancestors, if they didn't lie, they would all be dead. And I would.
So here. Okay, you know so that's very interesting. So I do agree. Okay, survival. Okay,
but we're talking about pussy here.
So
just some girl in a bar.
Okay, one minute. So I will here counter you. So you said based on survival. I do agree when it comes to survival, it is okay. But what about when we say like USA is going to Iraq or Syria or any other? Now it is not about survival. So how you will be argue that? Now
Right, because
USA is the richest.
intention
He
is
has
still,
they have everything. Now the things are not about survival.
right, and so it depends on what the goal is, and no, they should not be lying.
Hey, it's Casey.
What's up, guys?
Right? How you doing, Casey? They should not be lying, right? Like if and so I have the control over myself. I'm not going to lie to a woman to get something out of her.
So I will say this
because again, that is another structure that shows she has power.
So this is how I say, if somebody is powerful, then his lie become truth. If somebody is weak, then his truth become lie. Nobody cares. If the power is the most important thing. If somebody is powerful, then his lie became the truth. If he is weak, then nobody cares. He can say truth all his life. Nobody cares.
And if he's powerful and has virtue, he can tell the truth, and that will be what the influence.
Let's get Casey on in this. Casey, should you be lying to women about things?
Like, would you lie to a girl to say like about your profession?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Women don't really develop into full adults, I don't think, because their lives are so comically easy. It'd be kind of like a child. Like when you tell a child about Santa Claus, that's not a good example, but there may be harsh realities, war, nuclear war, corruption in governments, things that a child's brain isn't really adept to dealing with yet. And women are too coddled by society. I would think in a relationship, most things I would aim to not lie and be truthful about whenever I can. I wouldn't look for excuses to lie or be deceitful or be dishonest. But yeah, I just think that there's certain things that they can't handle.
Well, the reason why this came up was that he was like Deepak is a coach, and he had an earpiece in his student. Like they were at they were just talking to her, probably a phone call or something. And the student was talking to some girl at a bar, and he was giving him like word for word like what to say. And he said, tell this girl that you are like this tantra master and explaining these tantric concepts and things like that. When this guy had very little experience with women at all, and he absolutely was not a tantric master, he knew nothing of tantra, only as a means of like changing her perception so that he could fuck her. And I'm saying, as a man, as something that like should be seen as someone who's grounded, reliable, and honest, like that is deplorable. Like to teach someone to do that sort of thing. Like, and he's like, but he got laid. And I'm like, yeah, but at the cost of your integrity. Like, why would you even bother lying to a child? Like that they're beneath you. You know what I mean? There's no reason. Like, I mean, I told my kids that Santa doesn't exist when they're fucking 4 years old. Like, no, it's my efforts that puts that shit under the tree, not some magical, mystery tour, And they're like, oh, okay, I get it. And now they're actually appreciative when these things happen. So like, I don't pull punches with girls just because they're girls. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie to them to soften something or lie to them to make me look better. I already know I'm better because they are the child.
Yeah, I can see in that instance, it could probably get him into trouble. I guess in this instance, it got him laid, but then afterwards, she's probably like, that's how a tantric sex master fucks, huh? Interesting, And
if you know anything about tantra, it actually has very little to do with actual like penis and vagina activity. It's way bigger than that. So
yeah, I know the basics of it. I'm no expert on it, but I know it's about oming and meditation and stuff, right?
A lot of energy transfer and non-sexual touching. But I don't know. It just like my thing is that there's so many issues with guys today about their manhood as like a foundational premise that to lie about shit just to get pussy, to get the validation that their ego is seeking from women doesn't do him any justice. It doesn't solve the foundational problem. It just makes things worse because then they go, oh, the ego goes, hey, that worked. I can continue lying. I can continue presenting myself falsely. And I don't ever show up genuinely because deep down probably just hate themselves. deep down they're very insecure. Deep down they have a terrible relationship with their own identity. So they're like, all right, well, I'll just keep concocting. And it's like you'll never grow to be someone who people look to, a woman and children, saying, I believe in this person. I can rely on this person, and he's dependable to follow, you know, and trust, like implicitly. Like that comes through honesty, not lying.
Yeah, I guess the goal is to build yourself up and have the life experience, the accomplishment, so that you don't have to lie, right? She asks you what you do. You can say you do some dope shit because you actually do some dope shit, or whatever she asks about. There's a cool story to back it up. There's a cool origin story. There's cool shit to back it up. But no, I overall agree. I would just say my only caveat would be like, you know, little white lies or something like that. Like, did you think the waitress was pretty? I'm not going to say yes to that. I'm sure you would. You would?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. See,
no,
I'd point out like, yeah, what do you think of her tits? You know, I think they're amazing. What do you think? You know, and like put the pressure
That's
on.
what healthy relationships are built on.
Exactly. You know, but yeah, I think white lies are fine. Like if they're obvious white lies, you know, like the little thing, like, what'd you do today? And you're like, oh, you know, I saved some kittens from a burning building. You know, like obviously that is not true. It's so far out of reality, you know, that it's funny, right? It's a funny white lie, you know, but projecting an image of something that you're not simply to put your dick in a little wet hole is just ridiculous.
If you're congruent and then that's all that matters. If you're not congruent, then it will not work.
But congruence doesn't include lying. That's like the antithesis of congruence. Thoughts, words, and actions.
Again, I have explained you like the examples I have given you. So that's how the things are.
Yep. Yeah, young villain. I burns that ship real quick.
Hey, my daughter pointed at like a mascot, and she told me that's not a real bear or whatever animal it was trying to be. I was like, oh, how could you spoil that for me? Anyway, since Casey's here, let's go back into these message gaming questions. Message game: how to pick up girl on Instagram. She has you have 200 followers. She has 10,000 followers. She was responding, I am nagging her, how to convey situation.
Okay, so I guess there's one girl in particular that has 10K followers. She responded to him initially, but like what's the status? Is she still responding? I'm guessing that she went silent or something like that, or there's some issue, otherwise he wouldn't be asking for advice, right? So Yash, if you want to put more context into it, but again, at this point I'm going to assume that she stopped responding favorably, or it didn't continue and go all the way to a date, otherwise you wouldn't be asking. So here's my answer, bro. Just get more girls. It's not a cop-out answer. It may sound like this. So many women use Tinder, Instagram, Hinge as kind of like Candy Crush. Like even my mom, like if she's bored, she'll just whip out some game. It makes a little sparkle. I don't even know what game. I don't know if it's Candy Crush or some mobile game. It's the dopamine hit. It's the validation. It's the attention. And the sad truth is that the vast majority of these women had no intention of going out with you at all. I don't want to spend time, too much time plugging my service, but basically I was in Medellin. I don't live there anymore, but when I used to live there, I was telling my good buddy of mine, the city's amazing, but it's kind of hard to lock in. Like I'm trying to build my business. I'm not at your level yet. This guy was doing really well. I was just kind of starting out. I get trying to get to your level, but there's so many distractions. He's like, yeah, I know, I get it. A lot of beautiful girls. Just have your assistant book the dates for you. I said, what? He's like, yeah, just have your assistant, message the girls and do this and that. I get it. It's frustrating. You match with, 25 girls, 1 in 25, 1 in 30 will actually respond and go out with you, but you never know which one it is. Just have your assistant do that for you. And I felt like an idiot because I'd already been outsourcing a lot of things in my business. I already had a maid to clean my house. I already had a chef to clean my food. Why did I never think of outsourcing this? So there is value in learning proper text game. There is value in, just knowing what to say. Like I said, learning text game, but nothing can replace volume. A lot of guys, they show me their conversations with girls and where did I go wrong? And you could always be nitpicky. You could look at I could show my conversations. Ice White could show his conversations. Anybody on this panel could show their conversations, and we could probably nitpick that, like, you know, a 7.8 out of 10 message, how that could have been a 9 out of 10 message. You could have like, oh, that the emoji was a little cheesy. Don't send the heart. Like, she didn't ghost you because you sent the wrong fucking emoji. They're flooded with options, and you just need to run more volume. So that's why my business is we get guys an online dating virtual assistant to deal with that volume. So this whole thing.
She ghosted you because emojis are gay, and you used an emoji.
That was the only thing.
Emojis are gay.
But yeah, just wrap it up. I mean, I'll let other guys deal with this answer. But yeah, the fact that you're talking about one particular girl, I don't get dates. I go after, you know, very, very, very attractive women. If you guys seen my Instagram, you know the caliber of women that I pull. I don't get dates unless I'm consistently messaging 20-ish girls a day, every day for 2 to 3 weeks without missing a day. Then I start to get a pipeline. Then I start to get the vast majority of girls. You know what's even more common than girls ignoring or not answering my DM? Answering a little bit and then just disappearing for absolutely no reason. So get more girls, run more volume. Forget about this one girl that has 10K followers. There's no magic. You can't throw like the ninja star neg or the super backflip slam dunk that breaks the glass.
There's no magic bullet. No. The magic bullet gets developed like after having a lot of conversations, because then you start understanding how people think, and then you can start basically like guiding the conversation. Like that becomes the magic JFK bullet, where it can turn and turn and turn. You're the one in control of where this goes. But that can only happen through a lot of conversations, because the thing is that and this is like what I teach my guys, is that we take conversation talking for granted, because it's something that we can all do, right unless we have like some sort of speech impediment or mental disorder or whatever. So we take it for granted, but it's actually, communication is an art form. There's an art to it. Like good writers can transport you into a completely different reality. Poets can bring about feelings. You know what I'm saying? Songs and so on. So communication shouldn't be taken for granted. It's actually an art form. Yes, you could say it's a skill, but I like to see it as an art form, because it can be used to generate certain emotional states and engage the imagination. And so when you get comfortable with that and get good with that, then you can start taking people's minds and pushing them and pulling them into different places. And that's when you start leaving some sort of imprint on their experience of you. But it can't happen like, oh, you learn this thing from this one coach, and then like that's your secret magic bullet. It's not how it works. It gets developed over time through lots of conversations. And I would agree. Like I tell my guys that you should have anywhere between 10 and 20 interactions per day, and both like online and in person. And they should just get it out of their system to get that volume and get that comfort.
So I have a theory on this too. I want to know your thoughts too. I would say that a 9 out of 10 texter, communicator, smooth operator would do worse than a 5 out of 10 texter if the 5 out of 10 guy is running double the volume as him.
Oh yeah. Okay. But like but I guess like, what's the determining factor? Is like the quality of it or the amount of them?
Well, here's the thing. Like, you know what cold email is? Yeah. So for anybody who doesn't know, cold email is, I'm just explaining for the audience who may not know. Cold email, say I have a Facebook ads agency and I'm mailing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 business owners every single day. I'm sending emails that say, hey, you don't know me, but I know that you own a business and I can run your Facebook ads for you. How many of those businesses are even interested in Facebook ads? Maybe they have a guy who's already doing it and they're happy with their current provider. But for someone, it'll be right time, right place. They'll just, you know what? I really need to run Facebook ads. I don't know who I'm going to hire. I'm on the lookout for somebody. Oh shit, this email came in. Well, I'll talk to this guy. And it's just right time, right place. My thing with women is when you're DMing women, matching with them on dating apps, some girls will just really like your face. To a certain percentage of girls, not a high percentage, but to a certain percentage of girls, my face is like a 9 out of 10 face. Believe it or not, I promise you this. You run enough volume, you'll realize that. And right time, whatever. Again, she just really likes your profile. She really likes your face. She really likes
could
the
be
way
ovulating at the same time, and it
exactly
just happens to be that state. Yep.
No, ovulating, right? So that's what I mean there. And at that point, you ever like make it to cold approach? You ever just like talk to a girl and she lights up like a Christmas tree, doggy dinner bowl eyes a second, and then all you have to do at that point is just not fuck it up. A girl who's less interested, maybe you want to take more risks. Maybe you kind of want to like metaphorically value slap her a little bit. Not necessarily neg, but you know what I mean. Take more risks. So she's like, oh, he's that type of guy. But when a girl is already doggy dinner bowl eyes, now you're like, okay, just don't fuck it up. Just don't fuck it up. So I think that works online too.
And I think by not fucking it up, the way to go about that is by having a lot of conversations, because that reduces, like, you learn about how people respond and react to certain things, certain type of personality, or how you're communicating. Like if you have very little, you have a greater chance of fucking that up, and you're just like, what do they call it? Like macking on accident. Like if it works out, you have no idea how it worked out. It just did. You know what I mean? Versus like if you have lots of conversations, you understand how people think and how to communicate, how to influence communications and guide the talking, then that it's not just happenstance. It was happenstance that she was one of those ones who was at the right place, right time, and was like, yes, I want to eat that bowl of food. But how it progresses from that moment is up to you based on your experience. So yeah, I absolutely think that you just need a lot of exposure.
Yeah, exactly. This is not to devalue the importance of skill and experience, but there's an element of, I guess you could say, luck. Why not? We can just call it, there's luck in everything. There's luck in business. But yeah, always develop the skill, always do volume and experience to develop your skill set. But then also, like, there's girls that no matter how good your game or skill set is, they're just not going to be into a pale ginger, just no matter what I say. It's not, or if you're a black guy, there's some girls, no matter what you say as a black guy, it ain't going to work for you. But so yeah, it's both, right? It's a lot of volume and developing the skill set.
Wrong one there. How to manipulate the dating apps algorithms, since year by year the dating apps are getting difficult for men. Quick answer for this: I just put in the chat a link to the MGAI channel. There is Tinder peak season is coming, so that page I put the link in for, you'll see lots of Tinder statistics drop in there and research and stuff like that, because it's literally Tinder peak season in a few days. So for the first 6 weeks of 2026, it's going to be the best time of year to start using it. Any other answers?
I gotta bounce out, so I'll answer really quick. I don't really fuck with dating apps anymore. They're crashing and burning. Their numbers are getting worse and worse. A lot of these companies are scrambling because just guys are typically not getting much interaction, so they're leaving the app. And I found that, like really attractive girls, they're not going to bother with that because it just causes like this flood of inbox shit that they find annoying after a while. So I don't bother with them. They're just kind of played out. Like my girls, I met them through Instagram, so they just by cold emailing them, right? And just doing what I do. I think something like Instagram and in person far outweighs the the dating apps, because at the end of the day, you have to meet up with her in person. So you need to develop those skills. So why not go out a lot, talk to a lot of girls, and develop those social calluses, so it's not a big deal. After a while, you just become conditioned to it. Hey, up to 150.
Gonna keep this going now, guys. Let's go.
So, Casey, like, how is it in like dating in Colombia? I may have a bootcamp inquiry next year. So, how is? I have never been to this place. Maybe you can give some light, some information.
Yeah, I'll answer this initial question first, and then I'll answer yours.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, just real quick, I'm bouncing out of here, guys. I got to go walk my dogs. So
cheers,
take
brother.
care. Yeah, Ice, thanks for having me. And Young Villain, nothing happened to me. I don't know what that's in reference to, but you guys have a great day. Take it easy.
Take care.
Thanks. I'm here for the next 18 hours.
Right. So how do you optimize dating apps? And then we'll talk about, he said, how's Colombia? So optimizing dating apps, photos. I'm not going to talk too much on this. There's a lot of content on my channel. I'm sure Ice has talked about this. I'm sure if you Google, how to put together the right dating app profile, test photos, take a lot of photos, cheat and catfish a little bit with apps like Photo Fueler and stuff, even your body a little bit. People forget that, Face app and stuff can do the face, but you can also it's called liquefy. It just means stretch things and make things bigger. You can, if you're close, I would say this, go to the gym as much as you can, and even if your physique is like not quite Instagram or dating app worthy, let's say, if it's pretty close, at least you can use just a tiny bit of Photoshop or a tiny bit of Face app to get it all the way there. And if you can even look, pretty good with a physique shot, I don't care what any study says. I don't care what anybody on the internet says. Physique shots done the right way, not a gym mirror selfie, but like you at a pool, you at the beach, you with a cool background in the right way, that physique shots will do the best. Okay. Beyond that, here's another thing I'll say too. Boosts, I don't like. I feel like they're more or less worthless. I feel like they get you a shitload of likes from very ugly women. I was recently in Rio de Janeiro, which is not a good dating market. I don't recommend it. Difficult for many reasons, but I had a little bit of imposter syndrome there because I wasn't getting any matches. And I'm like, damn, I'm supposed to be the guru on this. I'm supposed to know all the secrets. How come I can't even get a match with a decent girl here? And what I said was, you know what? I'll bet you 15 million person city, very, very, very few attractive women in Rio de Janeiro. I'll bet you the few attractive women here in a 15 million person city are being absolutely bombarded with likes. And even though I'm swiping right on them, they would swipe right back, but they're just literally not even seeing my profile because there's 700 guys who liked them before I did. So they'd have to get through all 700 before they get to me. I'll bet you though, if I use super likes, it would put me to the top of the stack and I would start getting matches. And that's exactly what happened. I bought a package of, so they're expensive. They're like $2 a like. I probably got to send, I don't know, it's something in the order of 10 or 11 super likes gets me a match, right? So that I'm basically buying a match for $20 and then maybe, I don't know, 10% of those I get on a date. So that's a date for $200, right? Do the math. So $2 to send a super like, 1 in 10 match. So that's $20 a match. And then 1 in 10 of those go on a date. That's $200 I'm paying. Now, these are primo insanely hot girls. We're talking 7.5s, 8s, 8.5s. We're talking top of the food chain. Again, you can check my Instagram if you want to know the quality of, the girls that I'm getting. So that's my thing. Get a physique shot if you can. Catfish the photos slightly. Obviously get way better photos. I could already tell by the person who asked this, if your photos on dating apps look anything like the tiny photo you have on your YouTube, look, maybe you have some old unoptimized photo for your Gmail, your YouTube profile, and you have way different photos for your dating apps. I don't want to judge, but if the dating app photos are anything like what I saw there, the photos are garbage first and it's not the algorithm. And use get better photos and use a lot of super likes. That's how you optimize for the algorithm there. Okay, now the next question was, what's Colombia like? So you can't say what is Colombia like. That's like saying what's the United States like. Or are you dating in Anchorage,
Medellin.
Alaska? Yeah, Medellin. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. How can I say this on stream or on live? There is a problem with hookah lounges. If you know what I'm trying to, you got to read between the lines here. A hookah. You know what it means to smoke hookah?
Yeah.
Do you know what word? Do you know what word sounds like hookah? They're all hookah lounges there. I don't care what anybody says.
Okay, hookah.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hookah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There's a word that sounds like hookah.
Okay.
You don't want to go to Medellin because that's all you're gonna get. And again, I lived there for 7 years.
7 years. Okay.
7 years. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what the trolls living under a bridge say. at this point, and I went back in this year in 2025, by the way, too. The only way you can come up in Medellin or Medellin, depending how you want to pronounce it, is by finding girls from other parts of Colombia. So they're from the coast, they're from Cali, they're from some other part of Colombia, or they're Venezuelan. So if you can find a girl, and there's a ton of people in Medellin that are not from there, like all big cities, Los Angeles, Miami, all these places are full of people that are not born and raised there. So again, if you can find a Venezuelan, a girl from another part of Medellin, but the world is moving in the direction of just, you know, pay for play culture. Medellin has always been that way. Medellin was the trendsetter in that way. And here's another phrase that I'm starting to coin here. I call them hookahs in denial. So what a hookah in denial is a girl who, let's say in the city she lives in, she says she's a nurse and she really is a nurse. She wakes up at 6 a.m. every day to get ready, take the train and go to work at the hospital. And she actually is a nurse. And you look up, okay, in this city, what does a nurse make? And then you find out, oh, a nurse in that city makes, you know, anywhere from $600 on the low end to $900 on the high end. So you go, okay, cool. Let's use the high end. So this hookah in denial that you're dating, smashing, flirting with, whatever. She says, oh yeah, I'm a nurse. And then you look at her Instagram and the lifestyle does not match $900 a month. Her rent alone is closer to $2,000 a month. Then there's the vacations, there's the fake tits, there's the lips, there's the 5-star dinners, there's the fashion, the bags, the shoes, everything about who she is, what she does, where she hangs out, what she wears is not indicative of a $900 a month salary. So I call these girls hookahs in denial because that's what they are. And guys can smash these girls for free. One of the stupidest things that people say is, I'm like, dude, it's all hookahs over there. They're like, how do you know that? No, it's not. I smashed this girl for free. I'm like, dude, just because you smashed for free doesn't mean she isn't a hookah. I guarantee you she has guys from random parts of the world, Italy, Germany, United States, sending her money. She may have a few, old Colombian sugar daddies, this and that. And look, if you're one of these guys that has a one-sided open relationship, maybe you have a girl, you already have the love of your life, and then the other girls are just for smashing for pleasure, you can get a lot of these hookahs in denial for free. But they are receiving money for favors from other men. So for a guy like me at this stage in my life where, there's some girls that are, you know, dumb and irritating, but they're beautiful, they're hookahs in denial, but I need to make content with them and I'll smash them. I'll hang out with them. I'll grit my teeth, sit through their annoying personality, you know, just to get the content and whatever for you guys. You know, makes me money, makes me go viral, having beautiful girls in the videos. But as a guy who ultimately wants a long-term relationship, again, except for a girl from Venezuela or a girl from a different part of Colombia that's not Medellin, you're never. Why do I? Yeah.
So you okay? I understand.
Yeah, like so, you're not like girls born. The group think is too strong there, not to be a hookah.
Okay. So what about what about like I've heard like some horror stories, like, you know, this date drug and all. What is this scene? What is that? This is, you have to be very careful with this.
Yeah.
Something that you have to. What is like this?
So they used to use a drug called scopolamine. They use usually liquid clonopin, clonazepam. It's kind of like Xanax. So they mostly these days just use the liquid form of, again, clonopin, clonazepam, which just kind of makes you go unconscious. If you're unlucky, if they're old school, if they're real gangsters, they'll still use good old scopolamine. Clonazepam just makes you go to sleep so they can rob everything from you. And scopolamine basically turns into a semi-zombie where you'll do anything that anybody tells you to do pretty much. Hey, you know, it'd be a great idea if you just sent me all your crypto. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I agree. So you have no decision-making ability. You're susceptible to anybody. Someone told you to take off your clothes and dance like a funky chicken in the streets. If you were on enough scopolamine, you know, you would do that. And it used to just be like old, like your typical old, fat, pathetic guy who would get scoped by these girls, you know, someone very naive. But now they're getting good-looking young guys as well. It's a good thing.
What are the precautions? What are the how you can avoid these things?
Well, yeah, I would just say don't go to Medellin, man. Like passport bros and stuff. You got to understand that like there's a bigger world out there besides just Bangkok, Medellin, Rio, Mexico City, and Manila. You know what I mean? There's a much bigger world out there. A lot of Americans think that there's only America and Medellin. They don't know that Paraguay exists. Yeah, they're literally that dumb. Because the marketing and the reels, like if you watch Instagram reels, you'll seldomly ever heard anybody say anything good about Asuncion, Paraguay, Guadalajara, Mexico, Recife, Brazil, Fort Elizabeth. It's all Medellin, 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 Medellin. Because you get there, it's like Disneyland for adults. So the obvious thing is just, you know, don't go there.
So
the other one is...
You said like you spent there 7 years. You never had this issue. You never it never happened to you. You 7 years you lived in Medellin.
No, it never happened to me, and I'll tell you why. Going back to what you said, if you must go there, if you're already there, just either never drink with a girl, or when you do drink, it's a drink that you purchased. It was sealed when you purchased it. You opened it, you sipped it, and then you never let it out of your sight. I don't care if it was water, orange juice, or a margarita. If that drink ever left your sight for a microsecond,
do not drink.
Don't drink it. And every story, personally, I've heard maybe 40 or 50 stories, either from direct firsthand experience, like, you know, friends of mine, or secondhand, you know, a friend of a friend told me the story. Every single story that I heard of personally starts off like this. You know, I was an idiot. I ignored all the red flags. She said she was going to pour a drink, but she needed to like leave the room to go to like, you know, the ice closet in the hotel. And she left and she brought the cups and the bottle of whiskey out into the hall with her to get ice. And when she came back, the drinks were already made. I'm like, why didn't you just go out, get the ice? Like, but I felt pressured. I didn't want to like accuse her of it. And we were having such a good time. And I thought, no, not her. And then sure enough, so I've never heard a story of like, no, dude, I don't know how she even got it in my drink. I took every story I've heard is like, she didn't have ID. We went to this hotel. It was her idea to take, you know, to go to a hotel. She didn't even have ID. It's like every story I heard is guys just ignoring red flag after red flag after red flag. So if you, and there's and all this stuff, like they can blow it in your face or
put it something I've heard. Yeah, this is what I've heard. Like you're walking on the street and somebody blow on your face and then you become hypnotized.
No, that's bullshit. It's either bullshit, false, or I don't know. I've never heard of it in 7 years of living there.
Okay.
So I think if that was like actually a thing, I think 7 years of experience of living there.
It's a long experience.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, yeah, I lived in Medellin for 3 years, just left about 6 months ago as well, and never had it happen to me. Had it happen to a few friends, and like Casey said, it's always something where you can point out where their eyes weren't open, where they felt bad about maybe offending a girl, or, you know, lust just kicked in and they just said, you know, screw it. So,
yeah. So, I mean, that's what else needs to be said. I guess there's someone that wants to talk about that more, they can. Otherwise, I have a question for me on the screen.
Yeah.
No? Okay, I guess let's go for it. What's Casey's honest opinion on day game / night game in Kenya? Okay, here's my honest opinion. I am very much attracted to Black women, but not Kenyan women. The quality in Kenya, in terms of my personal taste, what I find attractive, was the second worst city I've ever been to. And I've been to about 45 cities across about 25 countries. And I just wasn't a fan. But if you're already there, it's easy, man. They're very receptive. They're kind of like Latinas in the sense that they're very touchy. The word is cariñosa in Spanish. They're very, I guess, affectionate. That would be the word in English. They're very affectionate. They like physical touch. They will stare at you. They will invite you. I guess they call it what, choosing signals or IOIs if they want to be approached. But even if you're not getting strong choosing signals, you can approach, and they're very, very receptive. I don't like day game. I don't like staying up all night. I don't like drinking. I don't like being in environments that revolve around alcohol. And the music at most nightclubs that I went to in Kenya was extremely loud, to the point where, you know, you're screaming in your friend's ear and they can barely hear you. And again, you know, the majority of the women I didn't find attractive. But yeah, day game, there's, I forget the places. Watch Austin Holloman's channel, or pay my buddy. That's AUSTON HOLLEMAN, Austin Holloman. If you just search Austin Holloman Kenya, I'm sure it'll come up. Pay him for a consultation, or just, you know, watch his free stuff. Again, I forget the name, but there's like whatever. If you also just ask ChatGPT, like, what are the nicest like shopping malls and, you know, yeah, shopping centers or malls in Kenya. Oh, by the way, I assume you're talking about Nairobi as well. We just said Kenya. I didn't go to, what's the other, Mombasa? I didn't go to Mombasa. I think the girls are a little bit more attractive actually in Mombasa, but I believe it's also way less developed. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. Like, just do it. They're insane. You will be hard to find more receptive girls that are, you know, about that life.
Could you ask Casey, would he rather be with a 10 that doesn't show you immediate interest, but you get her later on, or would he rather be with a 6 that gives you immediate interest?
Well, I got to go in 4 minutes, so, which is nice because I've probably been hogging the panel and talking too much anyway.
I'm here for the next 18 hours.
Yeah. I may jump on. I have some calls and stuff, but I may jump on later. The answer to the question is, I mean, obviously the 10. Why would I? As long as I get her, it's like saying, would you want $10 million eventually? Like, I guess how long is eventually? But I'm assuming you say get her later on. I assume we're talking about a matter of days or weeks, or like maximum a month. That's what I'm assuming the time frame is. So yeah, would I want to wait a week or two for $1 million, or take $600,000 immediately? Yeah, just wait for the $1 million. I'm not really sure. I understand the question. I mean, I guess you could have both. You could fuck the 6 right away and then get the 10 later. I don't.
These things are way too like numbers, time, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really know how to answer this, but I gotta go. Thanks, Army. Yeah, I'll join up later on, maybe intermittently throughout the day when I have the bandwidth to jump on.
All right, thanks for jumping in.
See you guys.
Take care, man.
And Cole's here, so met him a few weeks back. Must have been like barely a month ago. I suppose. Tell us about your thing.
Yeah. So I have men's groups, which I've been building. Have one in Medellin, in Lima, Peru, done in Mexico, Argentina. And this is about men getting together in community away from the online space and in person, having these conversations around relationships, around becoming a better man, all these things in person. My focus is more on ourselves, accountability, how we can be better, how can we better in how we, how we think, how we feel, how we embody our masculinity. And it really shows up in all ways of life, and it shows up in dating. So for me, it's all about coming back to our true nature as men, something that's been completely removed from us, through all the woke dynamics. So yeah, just building groups around the world and really, really focus on what's our true nature as men and women, and sticking with that.
Muted myself. God damn it. All right, keeping up with the chat here. I met and fucked my interviewer once. I can still remember how I pull it off. But looking back, there was a factor of sexual escalation in terms of conversation that led the interaction to sex. All right. See what this one's like. Even when intentions are good, how do we protect ourselves? Especially if we do BDSM, given what happened to Justin. Interesting. Maybe
What
it's
happened?
probably better saving this for particular people drop it in. I don't know. Let me think.
What happened to Justin?
Oh, you don't know what happened to Justin? Okay.
Not exactly like.
Carl, do you know who Justin Mark is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So recently, there was like Canadian news and whatever, like little, not massive, just like little things on the internet, saying like he got arrested, charged with sexual assault, which innocent until proven guilty is the thing. That's how it is. So there has to be a court date. It seems like a lot of people have this suspicion of it because, first of all, the people involved with the accusations have this strange kind of political background where they've been targeting certain things in Toronto and people. And it just has some suspicious thing around it. But what I'll say about it is, if Deepak is on the news tomorrow accused of something, I'm not going to sit here and be like, wow, Deepak's a bad person. I'm going to sit here and be like, innocent until proven guilty. So it doesn't matter who it happens to. In my perspective, I have seen a lot of guys in the chat. I even had like a random Instagram reel where one guy was giving some advice about how to avoid false accusations. And man, that got hundreds of thousands of views. And there were so many comments from guys who were saying, this happened to me. Like I got a false accusation. And here's an even better one. There were women on there who was saying their sons got false accusations as well. So it's scary how much this actually happens. Like Justin's got money. Justin will be okay, I'm pretty sure. But imagine just like the normal fucking guy that this happens to who gets an accusation that, let's say, is false. That could be really fucking damaging. And I remember some comments on there that were really highlighting like how much it damaged them to actually get a false accusation and were later found innocent after years. And then what happens to the women who gave those false accusations in the first place? Nothing. So I think it's a very strange thing, but it's a spiky.
It's a one or like many, or it's just one incident?
It seems like just one, but it's a slippery thing because on one side, like any accusation should be taken seriously, but at the same time, there are so many false accusations that happen in society. It's just like you got to be really fucking careful what you say because this kind of thing wrecks lives. And if a man or woman is accused of something that is not true, then that can really damage their life. They could lose business, they could lose friends, family, they could harm themselves. So it's a massive disservice for a woman or a man to make any kind of false accusation because on the other side, someone somewhere is making a true accusation. And then they're just going to be treated with the same suspicion, potentially, that false accusers will have. So it's horrible how it is. But, personally, Justin was here a year ago. I went to hang out with him. I went to a party with him. Justin doesn't go around sexually harassing people. It's not in his nature. It's not his behavior. He was sitting down on his phone, being chill the entire, like most of the fucking time. When he wasn't, he was like filming everything. And if there's something wrong with Justin, he probably would have filmed it. So like, let's just, I don't know what else to say on top of that. But.
Yeah. And I mean, in terms of the question, obviously, I'm not going to sit up here and say there's a foolproof way to avoid this because it's happening. It's happening a lot, like you said. But I do think there's things we can do to be wiser about it, especially in our selection process, right? You talk about the vetting process. For me, the vetting process isn't only for a relationship. It's even for someone I'm going to have something short-term with, right? It's like, I don't want to wind up in a situation I regret. I don't want to wind up in a situation even take away the legal consequences. I don't want to wind up in a uncomfortable situation where both of us are not on the same page, and you know, there's some emotions that she may be having. I want it to be good. I want it to flow. I want us to have a good time, right? That's what it's about. So, you know, constantly check in with the person. Is this someone you want to be doing this with? If you are doing it with them, is this somebody who, you know, you're communicating with, you're understanding their yes and their no? One of my personal things, which I do in my personal work, and Ice and I have talked about this, is I work a lot with energy, masculine and feminine energies, the dance back and forth. And, you know, you can tell when a woman is about it. And even if her words are saying yes and her body's not. So how can we build our own abilities to really understand a woman's body, to understand her yes and her no? And I know that's not foolproof, right? She goes on Wednesday, she talks to her friends, comes up with a story. We've heard that before. But I'm an accountability guy, and I think there's always something we can do to put ourselves in the right situation. If something feels off, listen to that instinct and walk away from it. That's how I look at it. You know, it's you can sense when something's going in the right direction and she's about it, and when she's just doing it because you guys are there in that position. So I think a lot of men just kind of are in their own heads, and they're like, oh, I want to do this to her, I want to do that with her, and not really thinking about, is she vibing, are we vibing, is she feeling it? So I think there's more we can do without saying that there's a foolproof answer.
For sure, it's a scary thing. All right, let's see what else there is. Is it important to kiss a girl on your first date if you want to make her your girlfriend?
Depends all on the situation. Like kiss girl on the first date. I mean,
maybe I'll give my quick answer and then I'll shut up. If I think of all the girlfriends I ever had, first girlfriend I ever had, probably, I don't think we kissed on the first date. Second, who the fuck was that anyway? Second, yeah, but it wasn't even a date. It was just like we were at a place and we weren't even dating. And third one, similar kind of thing. Fourth one, kissed on the first date and had sex. 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, the correlation is generally that kissing does happen on the first date. Sex does happen on the first date a lot of the time. But that's just my experience. That's how I am dealing with things, how the women are responding to things. The girlfriend part, that's a label. So I think if you want to get into a relationship, take it slow if you want, but that's not for me. Maybe I'm being a little soft here for guys who are like, oh, I'm religious and shit like that. I'm an atheist. I don't give a shit. I prefer things to be like fast first date, not super fast. Like I'll take my time, like 2 hours. We're gonna have fun doing all these random fun things, and then we'll go back. I'm not gonna have like a 5-minute date and then rush back for fucking sex. But yeah, one side it's a label, the other side it's like a small, almost non-sexual, soft escalation kissing. I'll shut up now. I'm going crazy here. We're 6 hours in. I'm 6 hours in.
It's a quarter of the way through.
I have to go soon, but I mean, you can. It depends on the more than kiss. If you're able to build an intimacy, she is liking you. Then, if kiss is happening, it's fine. If it is not happening, that's okay. If she is into you, that's the main thing. If you're able to establish that in first date, then she will come to meet you in second date, and then you can have kiss or sleep with her. So this is, I will say,
yeah.
So I also have to go soon. So maybe let's see if I can come back again.
Who's this guy with the gray hoodie? I'm here for the next 18 hours, Deepak. Don't you worry. You're going to go to bed soon, and
Let's see. I have to do some work, and yeah, I'm a bit tired. I'm getting tired, so I'm not that.
I'm actually. Oh, you're getting fucking tired. Oh, poor you. I'll see how it goes. I'm actually feeling pretty good. A few minutes ago, I disappeared off screen and get like an emergency bowl of cereal because, man, with this lay count thing, eating so many potato chips in the last few hours, it's starting to have a toll on me. I'm not sure if I can go through with like this crazy lay count challenge, try to get 2,000 and
you'll become fat.
Fucking yeah, that's part of it. But I just felt like a sharpness in my stomach, like the potato chips are fighting back. What the fuck? Anyway, who is this guy with the gray hoodie? This is Karl Lashkari from San Francisco. Oh, we got to do that thing. San Francisco, a gay city. He's not gay though. He survived it. That's why he's no longer there. Wait, you are there now? What's happening?
Yeah, I'm actually there right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
He's there. He's in California right now.
I am.
So you were in Medellin also. So you said that. How is it? Your experience is good there?
Yeah. It was similar to actually what Casey said. Is my response is the women from Medellin itself have a lot of problems. I've never seen a more traumatized dating scene in my life. Truly. Just they just they drink on every holiday, every weekend, everything. They connect a lot easier. People are very friendly, so they easier wind up in situations they don't want to wind up in. So there's a collective trauma out there. So when you start to date a woman, even at 21, 22, 20, they've have a bunch of fears, a bunch of boundaries, a bunch of things. That's what I noticed in Medellin. Now, if you move outside the city, I actually had a motorcycle and I used to take trips to little pueblos. It's a different scene out there. People know there's only 200 people, 300 people. So that's why it's really important if you do these countries to learn Spanish. If you don't learn Spanish, you're getting all the gold diggers who are like, okay, I'm learning English so I can get myself an American or European man. But if you learn Spanish, you can go to the small towns and you can actually go to places where they have family values, and it's a lot better. Overall, Colombia has a little bit of a excessive drinking culture, reggaeton culture. So they're very, if you're into that, it's good. But if you want more day game and all, it's a little bit harder. A lot of the women are very hardworking out there. There are actually a lot of feminist principles, like women have to have their own jobs, be a leader of the family. There's a lot of feminist principles out there which aren't great. But the thing which is really amazing about Colombian women is they're very emotional. So the guys like myself who leave the US because, you don't want to go on a date with another guy and talk about careers and politics and logic, you can have the dance of masculine and feminine polarity very easily with Colombian women because they're in their emotions and they love masculine men. And even if they don't love it, they might hate it, but it brings out the feminine in them, and it's very fun. So
how do you think it compares to Peru or Lima in general so far, especially about like the feminist part about Colombia?
Yeah. So I've been in Lima for what now, 2.5 months, so smaller sample size there, but dated multiple women, one of them consistently already. And I'd say in Lima, there's more family values. There's more kind of them looking for a relationship, them looking for couples. In Colombia, it's hookup culture. They're all about it. And in Lima, in Peru, they're looking more for that. They have more family values, usually more. They live with their families, spend time with their families, less drinking culture, less body counts. I'm seeing that in Peru. A little bit less exciting, but more quality. Whereas in Colombia, the excitement level is 10 out of 10 there. But if you're looking for someone who's going to have your back, be caring, be thoughtful, a lot harder to find in Colombia just because they have so much abundance, right? That whole culture has been sexualized. They know that they have the biggest product produced in Colombia is sexuality. The women know that. They all know that. I haven't been in dating apps in a couple of years, but they all have the Eiffel Tower. They all have Dubai in the background. Like their biggest production in Colombia is sexuality. So they use it.
Interesting. Yeah, I think like in Peru at least, it's really a lot more like relationshipy, like way more paternal. Lots of fatherhood here. Lots of emphasis on family. It's interesting. It really got me thinking about some perspective. Speaking of which, maybe that's an opportunity to show this. Let's share this screen. The free stages of game.
Let's see it.
1, 2, free. A dating coach cannot claim to be advanced at game if he can't even handle a relationship with a woman. Game isn't just about getting women to sleep with you, and not recognizing the stages of game damages the lives of pickup artists long term. There are three stages of game: dating, meeting women, relationships, keeping women, family, raising family, and building legacy. There are many guys who become stuck in stage 1 of game, and there are also many PUAs who proceed through the stages of game only to retire the mindsets of game without realizing the real practical applications game has on raising a family. This is written for blah blah blah. Stage 1, dating, of course. That's the exciting one. That's where the excitement is. Meeting women, dating. This is widely known as the dating game. The way to meet women is through the 4 pillars of game: day game, night game, social circle game, message game, blah, 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 blah. The problem with the PUA mindset is that it is too focused on stage 1 of game. Many PUAs become trapped in the stage 1 mindset, placing too much importance on the endless pursuit of dating as many women as possible, aka chasing this, trying to eat as many potato chips for get so many lays for their lay count. That's something that guys become trapped in, and it hurts. There is no genuine end goal or higher purpose within stage 1 of game, dating, without the existence of stage 2 of game, relationships. Abundance is great, but abundance alone doesn't automatically secure the next stages of game for you. If your entire identity is that you're a pickup artist and day game is your only hobby, you will struggle to keep women around once they realize that you have nothing genuine going on in your life. A woman might be attracted to a guy's game for a week, but she stays for his world, for his lifestyle. If your world is just haunting malls with your spam approach day game, she will not see herself in your world. Even coaches themselves advise against getting into relationships and avoid relationships themselves. But this is detrimental to your future. If by the time you reach your 30s or 40s and you still have little to no relationship experience, what do you think is going to happen? I'll just check that nobody's jumping in. By the time you want to get into a relationship or have a family, you're going to be on the more unfortunate side of the spectrum where the divorce rate is concerned. So don't be surprised when you spend 20 years doing day game, get married, and then get divorced after 2 years. You've trained how to fish, but not how to prepare and cook one. What's funny to me is that many dating coaches will make videos roasting random celebrities or figures, if that figure's girlfriend or wife cheated, blah, 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 and then simultaneously refuse to admit that relationships are a part of game. Funny. Especially in the last few weeks, this has been happening with like comedians and shit. Akash Singh or whatever his name is. Cold approach is only a small part of game. Cold approach doesn't even encompass 2 of the 5 pillars of game. So it is therefore necessary to understand that game isn't just about dating. Game is life itself, and you are the protagonist. Don't set yourself up for disaster in the future just because unmarried dating coaches are telling you to stay single. Lots of guys are stage 1 rich and stage 3 poor, in that they have 500 phone numbers, but not a single woman they can trust to be their life partner. And I'll speed up on the rest about stage 2 and whatever. Game doesn't end when you get into a relationship. I find it funny when guys say they stopped doing game because they got a girlfriend, or that they are getting back into game after breaking up with your girlfriend. The game doesn't end when you get into a relationship. It just enters the next stage. And if you cannot apply any game to your relationship, then you completely miss the entire point of game in the first place. Several people have come to me confirming that dating coaches even admit that they are staying away from relationships because it would make it harder for them to teach game and be a coach. Skill issue. So why are they coaches? Many men surrender leadership when they get into a relationship, and their girlfriend or wife later then begins to dominate the relationship. Hence the popular term, she wears the pants in the relationship. You can think you have all the game there is just because you slept with hundreds of women and ate thousands of potato chips. But the moment you let a woman dominate your relationship, you clearly have no relationship game. And you may not even realize it until it's too late. All because you got too comfortable. The ideal woman for your life is a woman who makes you a better man. If you are with a woman who makes your life worse and brings out the worst in you, you're with the wrong woman. That's not good for your game. So, if you can't keep a woman around, you ultimately have a lifestyle or inner game problem. On the flip side, if you keep a woman around but you can't maintain your game leadership, your life can easily descend into misery. This is why stage 2 of game is important. Because it's not only just a part of game. Game isn't something you put on a shelf in a storage closet when you get into a relationship. It doesn't just fucking disappear. But your happiness will certainly disappear if you do not realize or utilize the power of game in relationships. Stage 3 of game, I'll keep this much shorter. Raising family, building legacy, family game. I haven't figured out everything about it yet, but with family, you get the full benefits of a woman. Children, loyalty, support of your mission, femininity. Or you can get that in dating too, but not the children, the support of mission, the loyalty, and so on. It's the only one out of the stages of game that you can boldly implement into your identity, your father, your family man. It is the only stage of game that can fulfill itself as a sole higher purpose of life itself. You could have more purpose, but I'm just saying. There is truly nothing better than raising your own little clones and conspiring with them to take over the galaxy. So, that's pretty much it. There's some more there, but for guys who are curious, that's on the website. Okay. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the different stages of game is one of the most important things that modern men aren't understanding, because game can be a very superficial thing and it can be a very authentic thing, right? It can be a mask you're putting on, or it can be who you are. The guys who can get in a relationship for 3 years, get out, and still be good with women again because they are that man. And then when they show up in business, they are that man. If they're single, they are that man. In their relationship, they are that man. But so many guys I've seen in the world of game are putting on a mask, right? Maybe they had the nice guy thing going on when they were younger, right? Maybe they got hurt a few times by being too nice, being too sweet, being too kind. And then all of a sudden they realize, wow, if I play this shtick, I can attract more women. I can get more women into me. I can get more women wanting to come home with me. But they haven't learned how to become that guy. So when adversity strikes, right, when the heart starts opening, your heart starts getting soft. A lot of guys collapse. You talk about the lack of leadership. Why is that lack of leadership happening? Because they know how to have game when they can put on a front. They know how to have game when they can show up and day game 2 hours a day. But when you're living with this person, all of a sudden that softness that you lived with for 30 years starts to come up. You know, that over compromising, that over people pleasing. So to really become that man, you're going to be that man single, you're going to be that man in relationship, you're going to be that man with women, you're going to be that man in business. And I think of a lot of men focused on just becoming that dude. That's just who you are. It's the confidence you have on the inside. It's the way you speak, it's the way you make eye contact, it's the way you truly believe in yourself because of your own life experiences. I think that's when you can handle relationships better as well. And I agree with you, Ice. Relationships allow you to connect with women at a more authentic level, right? When you're just single for, I was this in my early 20s, when you're just single for years on end, you don't really realize how to connect with a woman. You don't really realize what her deeper needs are, what she's actually looking from you in all ways, in intimacy, in, you know, her own safety. You know, women are safety seeking creatures. So when you get in a relationship, you really understand what the needs are of a woman. And then dating, when you're able to bring that in, it just makes everything better because women are seeking authenticity in some way. You know, it's women want you to be authentic, but they want you to authentically be the best version of yourself. They don't want you to be an authentic crybaby. They don't want you to be an authentic loser. They want you to be authentic, but authentically the best version of yourself. And I think relationships are the best teacher because there's no running away, right? When you're living with a woman, you can't run away from it. You have to be that guy or be soft, and you can't hide it. So I think relationships are a great teacher for dating in all facets.
Yeah, absolutely. It do be crazy like that. Oh yeah. Anyway, let's get some comments in here. Quick question for approach. What do I do if I approach a girl and she just doesn't initially respond and keeps walking? Do I keep talking to her and walking with her, or do I just leave it alone?
So from my experience, I actually had that happen just about 3 weeks ago. I was in the Malecon, you know, in Lima, and there was actually this actress. She comes on a bunch of dramas, and I tried to stop her. She stopped for maybe 10 seconds, and then she was, and I, you know, stopped, had her in a good place, and she was like, "Nope, I'm gonna keep walking." So I kept walking with her, knowing I was going to have to stop her again because she decided I'm going to keep walking. So kept walking for a little bit. And then when I noticed that the connection was getting a little tighter, we had a little commonality there. I said, "Hey, stop right here. Come here. I got to show you something." And I stopped her and brought her to the side of the bridge. So the ideal is you stop and you stay there, right? But you can't always control all external dynamics. So when a woman wants to keep walking, to me, the idea is okay, I'll give it to her because women, you know, some women want to feel like they have control over the situation, even if whether they do or they don't. And find another way to get another stop. You're not going to necessarily get the number by walking the whole time, but if there's a way you can take the conversation to a place where you can get another stop, then you have the ability to reconnect at that place.
I
What are
would
your
say,
thoughts, Ice?
I'm not a chaser, so I wouldn't really like if she's walking away, I'm not gonna fucking pursue. So yeah, I don't think I ever really got into a situation like that. I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
What if she just keeps walking? Nah, I would just let her go. That's just me though. That's just me. There are many ways of doing things.
Yeah. See, one of the things that's unique to my style, and we talked about this, Ice, is I really look for, you know, you can never get this right to a science, but I really look for girls who don't leave the house a lot, more low body count girls, family oriented girls. So they come with a lot of nervousness. They're like, the girls I date, they say this, you can never confirm it 100%, but they say that they don't really go out, they mostly go from home to work. And in South America, you do see that a lot more. And sometimes they just get nervous. Like I think I've had 2 or 3 occasions where the girl has just walked, and it's usually a nervousness. It's usually a like one word, one word, one word. So for me, I take it as a challenge to open them up, because for me, it's all about the depth. So I had one case in Medellin actually about maybe, let's say, 4 months ago, where this woman, she seemed really conservatively dressed. Conservatively dressed. So when I talked to her, I did a little like silly pickup line kind of thing, and she kept walking, and she was giving me one word answers, one word answers, one word answers. And then eventually I stopped her and got to the point where she just started opening up like crazy, got her number, went on a date 2 days later, and she was really affectionate with me, really, because I had the ability to open her up, whereas most guys would have just said, okay, she doesn't want it, walk away. And for a lot of guys who are looking for the low body count woman and the more pure type women, don't expect they're just going to be like, yeah, I want to talk to you. They're going to have nervousness, anxiety, those type of things come up. So to me, I love the challenge of a woman who doesn't want to talk to you. It's actually, for me, a positive, because I know she's not the type that's talking to 5 girls a day. She's ignoring them. Most guys are giving up, but I'm not. So if you can move her through it and get the date, now all of a sudden you're in a situation with a girl who's not going out with every guy who talks to her. And I personally prefer that.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. There's
levels to it. I see it as a positive. When a girl tries to turn me down, I see it as a positive, because I know most of the guys are going to get turned down. So now it's my opportunity to not get turned down and be the maybe one guy every 2 weeks she goes on a date with, or one guy a month, instead of her 5th date of the week. For the girls who are just really open,
The vast majority of guys won't even get anywhere near that far. So, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I really can't argue with that. That's perfect. I forgot what I was going to say, though. Damn it.
Sorry, you got 14 hours to remember it.
Yeah. I'm thinking more about like contextually within Lima. It's last night I went to the Malecon of Miraflores, and everyone's just like vibing there. Some people doing skating, roller skating. Some people on like these weird. For a minute I was like, man, this could be San Francisco, because never been there, but I imagine it could be. They had like these palm trees, and they had like straps between them, and there were just people like bouncing up and down, like laying on their front, as if it was like a funky circus trampoline or something, but on a wire, but a flat wire. It was really weird, and they were letting people like go on it. There were some people just like sitting down in the grass. I haven't been to that area for quite a while, because I don't tend to hang out in those parts. I'm just like, go to a restaurant, go to an event, whatever. And I never like stick around places. And just acknowledging like what goes on there. People are with their families. A girl might be with her boyfriend or on a date or something. Everything's just like super fucking relaxed.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm going with this. It's just like, I'm just thinking about Lima in general.
Yeah, it sounds like appreciation,
because the women here are kind of like what you're describing. Some will be shy, but they will open up if you're coming from the right angle, I guess. Because how do we open up a woman who's if you're just like a random fucking falcon coming out of nowhere, like, I don't know. I'm going fucking, what am I doing? I knew I was gonna. I'm surprised they didn't get this crazy hours ago. 6.5 hours in. It's only get worse, guys. You just come in like a fucking falcon.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, here's my pickup artist line and shit like that. When let's take the classic example, which I always hate and pick on. Hey, I just saw you over there, thought you were cute, just want to come over and say hi. Like, how does a woman respond to this? Like, if she's very shy, she's not going to know what to say. Probably a lot of women will be like, oh, okay, thanks, or whatever. But I really believe in the power of prompting and predicting. Like, how do you think someone respond? If I threw, not threw, that's could be a little aggressive. If I handed you $1 million, how would you react? I'm sure you'll be surprised, be like, oh my God, $1 million, this is fun. But human behavior is pretty predictable. If you send a message on Tinder, which is just hi, how do you think she'll respond? She's not going to come up with the opener for you. You got to make things as easy as possible for the other person that you're dealing with. It's not just dating, it's business, it's life. Yeah. If I don't want to come up with too many fucking metaphors, my shit fucking metaphors, I'll skip that. But generally, human behavior is super fucking predictable. So with shy, reserved girls, it's like we get these questions. What angle should I approach her from? Should I chase her? Should I do the stop or whatever? I would like to say do whatever's natural, but at the same time, whatever you say to her, just consider how she'll actually respond. Because if you say something vague, she probably won't know what to say and she'll just like continue walking away. If you ask someone a question, they're like, oh, question, I got to answer this. Like I could have 10 awkward people in a live stream right now and pick on one person. You know, like in high school when your teacher knows you're not paying attention. It's like, Ice, what's the answer? What the fuck? So people respond to certain things, and you just have to make sure that you're using the right tools to ensure that how they're responding is in a way that works for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where there's no script to it. You know, there's absolutely no script to it. It's, you know, one of the things I teach my guys is it's all about how you hold energy. And the way I like to look at it is there's three ways you're going to connect with a woman at all times or have her feel comfortable with you. One is by having a calm presence. The other is by having a charismatic presence. And the other is by having a dominant presence. So those are the three principles on how you hold presence with a woman. At some point, she might feel like you're too much and she's going to need calm or she's going to get scared away. So you bring that calm. Another point, she might be getting bored. She might need that charisma. Another point, she feels comfortable with you. She needs you to start leading. So she needs to feel the dominance. So to me, the worst thing you can do is memorize what you're going to say. But if you're constantly reading, it's just like the fella who asked about, how do I do a kiss on the first date? Should I do a kiss? It's all about reading women, right? Women are emotional creatures. And at every moment, they're feeling something different. And if you can start to understand what they're feeling and give the right prescription based on what they're feeling, right? If she's feeling overwhelmed, you bring it calm. If she's feeling bored, you make it fun, loose, exciting. If she's feeling like she has to lead or take charge, you do that. So I think the real thing here, Ice, is when we're able to read and react and know that, okay, this is the state she's in. This is the state I want to take us to. That's really where the value is. I'll tell you one thing. In Medellin, you had to come up with crazy pickup lines because if you just say, hey, you're kind of cute, each 10 out of 10 times, they just push you away because they're getting approached 10 times a day. In Peru, they're not. So in Peru, if you do some like cute pickup line, they just give you a blank face. And then if you say, hey, like something authentic, you're really cute, I wanted to talk to you, then they open up. So, you know, these places are countries that are very close together. One of them needs intense authenticity. One of them can't handle any authenticity. They need some pickup line that makes you laugh, show humor, show value, etc. So it's just different women. And the second I realized this in Peru, I dropped the pickup lines and I just started opening up authentic conversations and realized, wow, that works really good here. If I go back to Colombia, it won't. So I think the biggest thing I would give guys is just reading the situation. And another point to your point, Ice, around if you're being handed $1 million, like you're not going to know how to react, right? So I had a really interesting situation. That same Malecon you were talking about, I was there a few weeks ago to record a video, and I was sitting on the grass recording a video. And this guy who happened to be gay came up to me and started gaming me. And it was crazy. Dude, it was nuts. He used my opener. He used my pivots. It was like I was talking to me, like, because you know me, I'm deep into the world of spirituality, all that. He brought up my aura right away. He was buttering me up on that, like all of these things. And I got to sit there and feel like, trust me, I was annoyed, right? As a man, you don't like, that's not a comfortable situation. But I was like, let me just sit here for a moment and feel what it feels like for the women. And like, the first thing is like, get out of here, man. Like, get out of my space. And then I started to realize, I'm sure women are, they're sitting there minding their own business. This guy enters their bubble, they're in their space. So it was a really eye-opening experience for me to realize how annoyed I was. And I'm sure a lot of women go through that, especially the ones like in Colombia where they're getting approached 10 times a day. So, what is this guy saying? Honestly, it's nervousness on both sides. How does the guy with sexual shame work on overcoming it? Oh, that's a great question. So my journey has been one of, I was very late to the game with dating, very late to the game due to culture, a variety of things. And when I first started approaching, probably in my late 20s, I just couldn't feel anything. I went numb, nervous, fear of rejection, all of that. These days, I feel nothing but calm, nothing but excitement, nothing but like, I can't wait to see how this goes. And that was a process of probably at least six to 8 years of consistently approaching, but also working on myself. I'm a big meditation guy. I'm a big, I do a lot of deep interpersonal development work. So to answer your question, you have to do that work around your sexual shame. And I think it's going to be a mix of, doing coaching, therapy, transformational work, and also just meeting a lot of women and having a lot of experiences and taking a lot of risks. Because if you have nervousness on both sides, a woman's going to feel it, and it's just going to work against you. One of the things I always say, the reason why stoicism is so important, right? Why is everyone talking about Marcus Aurelius and Andrew Tate's talking about stoicism? Why is stoicism such a big topic? It's because women are emotional creatures, and they need to feel like the two of you have space for her emotions and there's no space for your emotions. So if a woman starts feeling your emotions, whether it's in a relationship, if you're angry, or in an approach where you're nervous, she feels like there's no space for hers. She feels like she has to take care of your emotions. It's that whole mothering thing. So if she feels your nervousness, now she feels a responsibility to take care of your nervousness. So it's really, really important. This is where stoicism comes in, to not show that nervousness, because now it leaves space for her to be fully expressed in all of her emotions and be a woman, be feminine, be crazy, be wild, be emotional, all these things. So there's really no other answer other than take care of your nervousness. You have to do it, because that's where the masculine feminine dynamics come in. When you're able to be calm, when you're able to be relaxed and stoic, she can be a woman. If you're nervous, she's going to close up and not really be able to be herself.
The Mavsters here. What do you think? Oh, we got another person. Well, both of you joined within seconds of each other. What a coincidence.
All right.
Out of 24 hours. So we got two more joiners in here. Maverick's been on twice before, I believe. The polygyny panel and the debate against Mr. Locario. And we got a first timer. So both you guys, we're currently discussing stoicism, but I'm here all fucking day, so who cares if you want to bring it to another topic eventually. But for now, introduce yourselves.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm Maverick Marquez. My handle is Red Pill Christian 144.1, and I am a pro-polygynous activist for those who want to learn and how to embark in biblical marriage with polygyny, specifically a man having more than one wife. I'm a current husband of 2 wives and 3 kids, working on number 4. So yeah, I'm happy to be a part of Game Global. It's been a fun year, and yeah, looking forward to doing many more things with you guys in the future.
Yeah. And
what's going
go
on?
ahead.
Yeah, Brian Marckesano here. I run New City Mastery. So I help guys to run Instagram ads to host exclusive parties and events that allow them to walk away with a little bit of money in their pocket, walk away with some new friends, and walk away with some new women as well. Thanks for having me.
Where's the surname Marckesano from? It's like, it seems like it should be Italian or something, but Italians don't fuck with K's.
Yeah. So it's Italian, but then that whole Ellis Island thing happened, right? They had to kind of Americanize the name so we could like fit in a little bit better with the American culture.
Had to cut that pizza into triangles.
That's right.
Circles. Alrighty. Are you guys pretty stoic?
Yeah, man. Have you guys read The Obstacle is the Way? Ryan Holiday?
It's on my list, I think, but I know.
Oh, man. Well, so my exposure to Stoic philosophy was through that book because it's kind of like the modern day culmination of all of the ancient writings, everything from Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, Cato, a couple of the other ones. I'm actually really big into Stoic philosophy. That's interesting that we're talking about that.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think the term Stoicism has evolved over time. I think nowadays a lot of people use the term for just simply being centered, being non-reactive, not emotional, etc. And one of the things, the way I use it in my journey and with a lot of my guys, is just simply just being non-reactive, right? Just keeping that higher level of awareness, that higher level of clarity. Because if you're talking to a woman, she's going to be lost in her emotions. She's going to be lost in her feelings. She's going to be in that, and enable to for you to be able to guide the direction of the conversation is for you to be able to see what emotions she's having without having your own, and being able to guide it in that direction. But if you're lost in your nervousness, if you're lost in your anxiety or your need to be overly charismatic, you're not going to be able to really read the situation. That's kind of how I see it.
Wait a minute. This guy's saying I look like a member from the Backstreet Boys. So does Brian. And Maverick looks like he was like the previous generation of the Backstreet Boys. He looks like the original Backstreet Boys.
Yeah. You're the post-COVID beard, post-quarantine beard Backstreet Boys.
You know what? I think there was one of those boy band members commented on my fucking Instagram a while back. Was it like Boyzone, or I don't know who the fuck these are. It was like some Irish boy band or something. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, any topics you guys want to discuss? We kind of ran dry on questions a few minutes ago. We've been going for hours. But fresh slate here. Or maybe here's an interesting one to start with since Maverick's here. Brian and Cole, do you know about polygyny?
I know about it, yeah.
Yeah, I know about it. It's something that I'm early in my journey of exploring as well. But I would love to hear more from Maverick because you're in it, you're in the thick of it, and yeah, I would love to hear about what it means for you, especially in the religious context as well.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I focus on primarily. A specialty is I remind everybody that the general term used in the secular senses of things is polyamory, or polygamy, and polygamy in general is an umbrella term. So that covers all 3 of the subcategories, which would be polygyny, myself, a man with more than one wife. Polyandry, where women practices having more than one husband, and then polyamory, where everybody can just marry everybody. Men can marry men, women can marry women. It's just there's no you cannot do this as far within the marriage, and that's primarily used within the LGBTQ community. And as we see, for myself in the religious aspect, I was raised in the secular Christian church, Protestant church, Pentecostal background, and of course, the secular church does not allow polygyny, even though we have done the deep dive in the Bible and started to read it in Paleo Hebrew and Koine Greek, the original languages that the Bible was written in, and found the same thing that Martin Luther found out when he was doing the original Reformation from the Catholic Church, which was nowhere in the Bible does anywhere in the Old or New Testament ever condemn polygyny. As a matter of fact, it regulates it, gives you clear instructions on what to do should a man have multiple wives. And of course, that's not being taught in the secular church now because of the modern day Roman Greco influence that was passed down through the years. And that's what we have now within, especially within the West, is that doctrine. And it's a fallacy. It's a lie. For those that do deep studies, you will find that again, that there is no prohibition whatsoever against polygyny. It is biblically righteous in God's eyes. It's monogamy, celibacy, and polygyny are the three options that you have. So especially now with the birth rates crashing and being what they are, there is a specific scripture that is a prophetic scripture, prophecy in Isaiah 4:1. That indicates that in that day, 7 women will cling to one man, saying, we will make our own bread, wear our own clothes, just let us be called by your name and take away our reproach. And that has not happened yet. So for all the Christians that are out there going, polygyny is sinful, it's wrong, it's one man, one woman. No. You are in for a rude awakening when the Messiah comes back and restores the fruit of his vine through polygyny, which he's done countless times within the scriptures. So yeah, that's where we're at, and I came from a very secular modern day, coming before being saved by Christ, was doing the swinger thing, was doing the parties, doing all of the gangbangs, you name it, I was doing it, so coming from I was definitely a ladies' man, and thankfully by the grace of God I was able to shift a little bit from that and get a clearer path in which I felt the Lord was calling me to. And so now he's blessed me with 2 wonderful wives, and we're in the process of adding more children and possibly even more wives if God calls us to it. So yeah, that's really the stance for Christian polygynists. It's becoming more and more of a topic that people are talking about. And so we're excited to have the conversations, good, bad, whatever the debates that come through. We're happy to have them because we've done various major studies on this, and we're happy to see that at least people like Ice White and other platforms are giving it, the chance to be discussed on. So yeah, we're excited.
Perfect. Nice.
I have a question. Was polygyny ever allowed, accepted, and taught in the church, and then that was removed, or never?
For this is a relatively monogamy only doctrine is actually a relatively new concept, believe it or not. After Christ came and was crucified and rose from the grave, it wasn't until 1,500 years after the original church was established that monogamy doctrine became the way of the land. And that was again by Roman Greco influences. The Romans wanted to have all of the or wanted to basically have all the fun without any of the responsibility. And so that was the way of doing it, was enacting monogamy only and making bigamy and outlawed in the land. Now I will go into specifics for here in the US. Bigamy is in fact outlawed in all 50 states. But what people do not understand is that polygyny is not bigamy, because for people who are practicing it through the biblical context, the Bible says, give Caesar's what is Caesar's, give God what is God's. Marriage was instituted by God, always belongs to God, does not belong to the states. So therefore, no one should be filing state licenses regardless. So as long as you are not filing multiple state licenses, you are not in violation. There is no laws being broken. So you can go ahead, and there are some cohabitating laws in certain states. It's very minimal. Only I think like 2 or 3 states actually have cohabiting laws within the U.S. But check your own jurisdictions for that. I'm not advocating for anybody to go out and break the law. Here in California, we don't have cohabiting laws, so I can live with as many wives as I want. All of my wives are spiritual. As long as I only file one marital license, then I'm not in violation of anything. So you're free and clear to practice polygyny. Just don't go creating bigamy and filing multiple licenses, or you will get in trouble.
I'm just going to quickly address this chat here. If I donate $150, will you eat a whole extra large pizza from Pizza Hut? Probably. The problem is I just ate 184 Lays because I'm trying to get my leg count up. Try to get 2,000 in one day. But then my stomach started hurting like 30 minutes ago, so I had to get some emergency different food. So it's possible. I could at least guarantee that I ate most of it, and probably not end the stream until I finish all of it. Just be aware that I might have to give like one slice to my daughter, just if she's around, or my wife will get mad, super fucking mad. You get a whole fucking, if you allow it. But yeah, I'll that's all I'll say for now. Anyway, back to what we were just discussing. Both of you guys are in California, by the way. Calls in San Francisco. What part of California are you in again?
I'm in. Well, I'm in between because I have 2 households currently right now. So I'm in Orange County in Tustin, and also in Corona Hills, which is in Riverside County.
Oh, I see. All right. Any other topics you guys want to jump through?
Well, I want to talk about the polygyny thing for a second here, if I may.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, religion aside, let's just say that it's something that I'd love to do, right? As much as I'd love to have 2 wives, I've always found it to be kind of a mental quandary for myself, assuming that deep down, of course, women benefit from the dynamic. They may even willingly accept the dynamic, could also possibly be making some type of moral sacrifice themselves. What's always held me back from going that far, with the polygyny thing, is that I've always just kind of felt a little bit bad. Like, even if I can create that dynamic, even if my value is high enough such that they would go ahead and say, okay, let's do it, there's a part of me deep down that feels almost guilty for subjecting them to that, even if they might think they want it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask you, are you a father?
I'm not.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that I draw this comparison to generally being a father of children. A man who bears a son or a daughter and is giving all that love to that child, and realizes they have more love and capabilities to have more additional children. Are you going to feel bad that there might be sibling rivalry that takes place by having other children? And I understand people will sit there and say, well, that's 2 completely different things. And I'm going, really, it's not. You're dividing your time, you're dividing your resources, you're dividing your ability to ever pour all your efforts into one child or multiple children. And when you have the framework that's put into place, and I think, again, I know you said all religion aside, but this is where, again, for me, I go back to, there are being prescriptive laws within Torah and the Bible that sits there and tells you how to do this correctly so that you exactly avoid jealousy. Some men, we never tell another man how to run his household. However, some do who are practicing polygyny outside of the religious faith. They'll have hierarchies. The first wife is the main wife. The second ones fall subject to her. I myself do not do that because to me that can breed a ground for jealousy. And it just leaves you open for a lot more problems to come along down the way, as we saw in Scripture as well, even with Sarah and Hagar and Leah and whatnot. So there are definitely examples within the Bible where it shows the strife that happens and could happen within polygynous relationships, but you see that within monogamous relationships as well too. I mean, to blame the institution is not the issue. It's more or less, how are you running your household and how are you doing these things? So I would draw that comparison to, again, a father with having more than one child. And if you've got, it's not for everybody, definitely no. Our position is not sitting there saying, hey, every man should be out there having more than one wife. No, it's definitely something that, your capabilities, how you're set up, what your framework is in your household. And you would know, I think, can I pull this off? Yes or no? And is it going to be beneficial for my particular life, my home? Nobody wants to live in a home full of strife and grief and walking on eggshells. And believe me, that would drive a man crazy. I mean, and yes, you do have to have definitely a lot of patience for dealing with multiple women, because let's face it, as you guys were talking about earlier, men are very linear. Women are more emotional. They're all over the place. And you kind of have to make sure that you maintain that strong framework to understand that when they start going off the reservoir there, that you're able to pull them back and show them that, hey, no, this is where we're going. And you are not the prize. Men are the prize. Now you have to realize that you are blessed. I'm blessed to have you, but you are definitely blessed to be a part of what we've got going on and being here. So, as far as you feeling bad, I get it. Again, everybody's got different feelings and emotions on it. But for me, I run everything. What I do for one, I'm willing to do for the other. So there's never really any time that any of my wives could sit there and say, well, you do this for her, but you don't do this for me. No. So that does take a lot. It does take a lot of being able to navigate that portion of it and make sure that you're regulating all the times and whatnot. So, yeah.
Just want to re-emphasize this because I discovered more of it thanks to your appearance on the original polygyny panel that we did. Stage 3 of a game is family, raising family, building legacy. And a lot of guys just don't see that as game, but ultimately with family, you get the full benefits of a woman, her loyalty, her support of your mission, even if it's just one woman or multiple wives, her reproductiveness, you get to have children together. So it's much more than just dating around. It's being part of a team and having that leadership. And if you, where did I have this? Let me fucking find where that is. Oh, yeah. If you can keep a woman around, but you can't maintain your game, aka leadership, your life can easily descend into misery. So it's one of those things where, family game, someone who's doing a lot of dating is not necessarily going to understand that until they get to that point. But once you're there, it starts to make a lot more sense. And
no, absolutely.
It really, I didn't even consider, like, in the terms that you and Rob put it before a few months back, you get the full benefits of a woman when you're in a marriage relationship with her, have children with her. You get the full fucking benefits.
Well, yeah, no, and I that's why I really appreciated even having the discussion, with slash debate with Mr. Locario there, because it was, again, I came from where he was at, and to me it was okay. Yeah, no, I get it. You can pull a lot of women and it's fun, but you're ultimately losing out in the end for what these women can actually be. And if they're helping you with the direction that God has given you and where you're moving with it, oh my gosh, many hands make for light work. Let's all come in together and pull our resources and pull our abilities, and hey, let's kick ass and take names for sure. So as far as much as the hookup culture, sure, I'd be lying if I didn't say it wasn't a good time. But like I said, I always felt empty in the end there, because there was still something missing. I was not achieving that ultimate level of game of having a actual family that I knew that no matter what, we were ride or die for each other. So I like that.
That's at least the second time today. A few hours back, Justin Adams was talking about the whole thing of, the mature level of dating around, sleeping with a bunch of women just isn't fulfilling. It's time to do another thing, beyond, more purposeful, more meaningful. It's not just fucking about that. So that is interesting for sure. I'm not sure when Craig's going to jump on. He said he would come in at some point, but both you and Craig mentioned that you split your time between households. So when I first heard about the polygyny thing, I got that image in my brain where it's one household, one property, one massive fucking family in Utah, for example. Why for you, and I also wonder for Craig if he jumps in here pretty soon, why two different households?
Well, actually, that's the ultimate goal of what that you described is actually probably the most ideal, because let me tell you, if God ever did call me for a third wife, I could not do a third household. That would just right now, even with two households, it's a struggle at times. Today's a perfect example. Wife 2 is sick right now and she's not feeling all that well. I would love nothing more than to sit there and be able to do the little things, like simply as, hey, let me bring you some soup, some medication. What can I do to help you out? But I'm not there right now, and there's a good 15 miles between my households currently right now. So, again, there is that drawback to it. This is the current situation because when I came into this, I had already bought a home with my first wife, or my fiance at the time. And then I met my second, who had her own place. And it was always the end goal to obviously come into one household together where we are all going to be, one big happy family cohabiting together. It's just that for various work reasons, where she works right now, where I work, and so forth, we just haven't pulled the trigger on moving everybody in right now. But because this is something that I chose to move forward in, it's ultimately my responsibility to make sure that the time is divided equally. So I just right now currently I'm going between the two households, but Lord willing, in this year actually, I would like to definitely see us all moving it together into one household. It'll probably be a new household, because that's something that nobody ever feels like, oh, well, this was her house first, and now I'm the mistress coming into it, or anything like that. Better to just, hey, let's pull the resources together, go house shopping, buy something that we all love, agree on the area, and then that way everybody comes in there feeling, hey, these are the queens, this is the king of our castle, and we all achieve this together. That would be my recommendation for people. But it definitely makes it a heck of a lot easier to make sure everybody's under the same household. We don't sleep in the same bedrooms, even when we do, because we've gone places, we've traveled before. We will definitely always maintain that respect for each other's privacy and whatnot within the bedroom. So it's not like we're just out there having big old massive orgies where we all sleep together and whatnot. No, I alternate my time in the bedrooms with my wives, fulfilling both my marital responsibilities as a husband to both of them. But they do appreciate, they're not bisexual, so it's not like they're trying to be with each other in that manner. Carl, you said you were interested in embarking on this or whatnot. What have you been looking into?
Yeah, so actually, just give me 1 minute, all right?
Sure.
Just got to make sure they're not rioting outside. Yeah, and in Riot Francisco. Yeah, he's giving us a tour of the place.
Yeah. Home for the holidays. So actually taking a red eye back tonight to Lima, so I'll be back there. Yeah, so I've been exploring that similarly to you. I've been in a lot of conscious communities, spiritual communities, in the polyamory thing a bit, and I definitely don't like that. I don't think that that's a healthy way of doing things. And I've been exploring the multiple wives right now. I'm dating someone. Can you guys see me, by the way?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Is it cutting off or? Okay, cool. Yeah. And I actually just had a conversation a couple weeks ago with someone I'm dating right now around, okay, if we're going to move forward into relationship, etc., this is something I'm looking at. This is my vision, etc. And right now we're exploring whether that would work with us, etc. So it's still early dating this person's, but just letting her know the truth that this is the path I would be on. I am on. So I haven't necessarily been looking at any texts. I haven't necessarily been looking at how to do it. I'm just following my heart, I've been doing a lot of masculine, feminine polarity work for about 8 to 10 years now. So understanding what my needs are as a man, understanding, what a lot of women's needs are. In fact, one thing I was going to share with Brian before he left was I see a lot of benefits for the women I'm dating in this, right? To not have to be available all the time for all of my needs, to not have to, okay, I need this at this time, you have to be that. And even some of the beliefs I have about what keeps the spark alive. A little bit of, I don't know if healthy competition is the right word, but in a way that's honest, in a way that's very transparent. I'm a very honest person. I don't lie, play games. It's like I am who I am, take it or leave it. And it's interested me a lot where I don't think anyone should be sacrificing their needs. I shouldn't be sacrificing my needs waiting for her to get ready, and she shouldn't be sacrificing her needs of, keeping the spark alive. And this seems like a setup that can do that. If obviously I'm very early in my journey, I understand the amount of communication that would have to go into this, the amount of caring about the other person, deep listening, all of that. But it's something that seems very interesting and exciting to me.
Yeah, we always sit there. Me and Rob Kowalski run a coaching program for biblical marriage and for men who are interested in coming into this and how to do it properly. And before, interestingly enough, in the way the structure is set up in our coaching program is, the course, the lover and master are the two last courses of the program. In the beginning, you're going to find, the captain course, which is all about establishing your frame. It's all about making sure that you can't lead anybody into anything until you know yourself where you're going. So polygyny is a result of patriarchy. Patriarchy being the real lesson in all of this. And there's plenty of men in the coaching program who sit there and say, I probably will never actually move forward with finding another wife, but my wife always needs to know that it's always on the table, period. That it is always a viable option. And we interestingly, jokingly, will refer back to Adam and Eve because everybody likes to bring up the debate of, well, it wasn't God's original design. That they use that a lot every time in our debates. It wasn't part of the original design, therefore it wasn't, it's not righteous, now. And I will fire back saying, well, what was part of God's original design? Vegetarianism, nudism, incest. Those were all part of God's original design, but God later on came and gave clear prohibitions to some of these practices, saying, hey, they were no longer necessary. Where was the one for polygyny? Just because he gave Adam only one wife didn't mean that's because that was all he ever intended for every single man from creation there on out. He probably gave Adam only one wife because he had never seen a woman before and didn't want to overwhelm him with everything that a woman comes with a woman. Clearly,
Maverick, how many ribs do you guys have?
I believe we have 7 ribs on each side.
Oh, so 14 wives.
Yeah. Right. I mean, well, going back to the Isaiah prophecy 4:1, in that day 7 women will cling to one man. Oh, so there's something about that number 7. There's 7 churches in the book of Revelations too. Everybody goes,
I'm onto something here.
Yeah, the body of Christ is a church. I'm like, no, well, actually, there's 7 churches that he refers to in Revelation. So it's something about that number. So we'll see. But the bottom line is that again, you're going back to you're establishing that framework of understanding that if like you said earlier, that healthy competition, understanding that if a woman can't put herself on a pedestal, indicating that I'm your only option, and without me, there's nothing. No. Had there been another wife in Eden, maybe when the serpent was talking to Eve about doing this, they could have said, well, you go off and do what you're going to do, but we're not going to be there. And if you do that, you're going to be the one that's outcasted. This wife's staying over here because she's being adhering to the rules and regulations that are established for this paradise. And I think that that's really ultimately what it comes down to, is when women understand that they're not the only one, there is something of humility that comes in there that says, hey, I need to walk my P's and Q's, and I need to be, uplifting to my husband, not a point of contention, within this relationship. Because if not, somebody's going to outshine me, and there may be, I might be finding myself, no longer a part of it. And I think that that's, very, very healthy within a relationship. The same thing for men too. With the coaching of men, iron sharpens iron, according to the Bible. We're here to sharpen each other and keep each other on our A game. Why? Because there might be other men on the outsider who are not part of our community, not part of our group, who are looking to take what is ours. So we're going to make sure that we have the most masculine, most successful men, setting these people up to be successful in life, and how to do this properly, and keeping your family and your home in order. Because if not, guess what? There might be somebody else who comes along, younger, richer, better looking like ice over here, and who will ultimately just take what you've got. So you better be ready for it. So let's lift each other up and build each other strong, and make sure that you're building your house on rock and not on sand.
Yeah. And I think one thing that's been interesting to see is, and I don't know too much about the religious aspects, but you just see where society's been going, right? And the red pill hypergamy's been, the biggest buzzword used in the red pill. And it's factually true, right? A lot of women are dating a few men. It's 80, I think the stats, 80% of the women dating 20% of the men. And this is a society of a lot of free will, especially on the part of the women. Women have more free will to date how they want to date now than at least they did any other time in my lifetime. And you are consistently seeing women saying, okay, I don't want to share you, but I'd rather share you than just be with the average Joe, a guy who's just working a regular day job, etc. And, I've been in 2 different relationships where we've had this conversation. The woman is, where I've been open on my side and closed on their side. I've been in 2 relationships. And every single time the initial thing is, okay, I'm not thrilled about this at the beginning because of societal conditioning, but if I have to choose, I'm going to choose sharing rather than sharing rather than settling. And to me, because we're in a time where there's so much freedom and liberation for women, to me, it's showing a window into their nature that when they face this choice, a lot of women, you can't say all of them, but a lot of women, through deep conversation, through deep reflection, are saying, you know what? I'd rather share someone I can respect, someone I can feel safe around, someone who can guide me deeper, rather than just be with another guy who's going to be, drinking tequila shots with me and be monogamous with him. So I almost sense that women are making this choice right now. They're making this choice that we would rather share a good man rather than settle for an average Joe.
No,
so
absolutely.
That's been an interesting thing. It's like, it's not just something I'm asking for. They're asking for it in terms of not asking for it overtly, but asking for it in terms of, if I had the choice to share you or not share you, I'll share you, sort of thing.
Right. Well, and I think that the feminist movement has not done a lot of favors for women as a whole. Obviously, like you said, there's the exception to the rule where some people are just naturally career driven. That's what they want. They want to be independent. They want to, put their focuses there. And kudos to them. Again, we're not here to knock anybody's personal choices for what they choose for their life. However, it does go against the natural feminine energy that women want, and most feminine who really want to embrace their feminine energy aren't interested in being the breadwinner, aren't interested in making sure that they're the ones maintaining their household and this and that. They want a man who's going to come in there and be a man, and who's going to be a good provider, a good protector, and give a good leader, and lead them into something that they ultimately feel comfortable in. And I think that it goes back to, establishing that framework for yourself, so that your women do feel comfortable following you in this particular life, to know that, hey, he's just not acting on, again, going back to, Locario's debate, just on lustful desires. He's just going to use me, get what he wants for a couple of years, and then kick me to the curb. Well, no, especially for the religious, aspect of it, we don't believe in divorce. God hates divorce. So we were understanding that this is a lifelong commitment. If you come into this, understand this is for life. And if you choose to leave, you leave with the clothes on your back, because again, that's biblical law. You're not entitled to anything. So not subjecting yourself to the state, to where the state now controls your marriage, and the state can come in and say, well, now you have to give her 50% and this and that. That's why we don't do that. We give God what is God's, and we go by what the laws of Torah are, and not the secular church or the state for that matter. So all of these things are of major importance in your initial framework in doing this. But you're 100% right. The feminist movement, again, wanting to empower women, fine, so be it. That might work for, again, a select few, but ultimately at the end of the day, more and more women are waking up and saying, hey, this freaking career, damn the woman whoever made it permissible for a woman to work. Like, I don't want
I
to
know
do that.
some very pro-feminists, like the leaders of it, who are now saying, I don't know if I can keep doing this. I don't know if I can keep doing this. I've actually coached several women who've made their millions and then reconnect with their femininity, and that's all they want, is to reconnect with their femininity. So the lie is revealing itself with a lot of women.
My first wife here, she's a school teacher, and she loves what she does. She absolutely loves her her job, and it's been a good career, for her. And now that the light is there at the end of the tunnel, I guarantee you, it's not because she's burnt out, because she's even talked about, like, I still want to have a side hustle or do something when I'm retired. But she's looking forward to retirement, and she doesn't want, not having to do that daily commute and this and that, and realizing, like, hey, honey, when I came into the mix, it was like, I will support you if you love your career, if you love what you do. I want to be a support in that. So I will permit you to continue to work. However, at any given time that you want to pull the plug and say, I'm done, go for it. At the end of the day, that's my job anyway. So that's for me to figure out, not you. Your job is to make sure that, and that was always my rule to both of them, is like, as long as I don't ever see that your responsibilities as a wife are not being met, I will say nothing about you wanting to work. I do expect, obviously, to be able to come home, have my home in order, not come into a pigsty, food's going to be cooked, or going to meal prep, or my laundry's done, those types of things. And again, oh, that's so chauvinistic. No. Responsibilities go both ways too. My wives, I always use that example. Do I know how to cook? Yes. Do I cook? Very rarely. Why? Because I have two wives to cook for me. Just like my wives can sure as heck open up their own car door too. They have hands, but ask either of my wives, do I ever permit them to open up their own car doors? Very, very rarely. This just is chivalry. I will come in and give payback. If I I'm out there, do I expect them to be out there mowing the lawn? No, that's a man's deal. It's like, I do the thing that men are supposed to do. And you can call it old fashioned or being what it is, but again, to each his own. This is how we run it.
I wanted to speak to that, is because I completely receive everything you're saying, and it's received very well. And what brought me into my journey around dating and masculine, feminine work and all was a spiritual context. Spirituality is what brought me into this, and understanding that when I'm close to my nature as a man, I'm thriving mentally, everything in life. And when the women I'm dating are close to their nature as a woman, how they were born to be, they seem to be thriving. And I think when it comes to this topic of polygyny, right, there's so much Instagram, Andrew Tate, all this stuff around flash and looks, and the level that you and I are speaking at are around, it's a very deep spiritual concept around just what makes things work, what makes people actually feel, in the women's case, safer, in the man's case, more empowered. And for me, what has even brought me onto exploring this path has been nothing other than, what is the most spiritually aligned thing to my biological nature and the biological nature of my woman/women. And I think that's the message that's really important, because when you have this topic of multiple women, guys are immediately going to think Dan Bilzerian, right? They're going to think models, disconnected. You're talking about something very connected, right? Deep conversations, deep alignment with everything of who she is at a deeper level. And I think that's the message that I would want people to hear, is that this is not something you're doing for an Instagram story, which a lot of people in the world of pickup do it for the clout or the validation. This is actually doing it for a deeper level of spiritual alignment. And I think that's, to me, that's the most important message here.
Yeah, no, definitely. You definitely need to be feeling moved and called for what it is that you're doing, and again, for myself as a Christian man, going against the secular Christian church and the priests and the pastors on the pulpit, it was like, okay, I didn't ask to be put on this hill. God put me on this hill, but now I'll die on it for sure. After researching everything that I've done and realizing that using the concordances and the lexicon to actually read scripture the way it was originally written, and going, oh my gosh, we've been fed this lie. And the whole saying, it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone that they've been fooled. And that's the struggle now is getting my fellow Christian brothers, to realize, hey, you guys, we drank the Kool-Aid, myself included. I was once on the same, side of this debate that you're on now, going, no, I'm okay admitting I'm a sinner, that I'm out there fornicating without real intention on marrying these women, but ultimately, no, it's one man, one woman, period. That's how God designed it. And as I started reading in the original language, I'm like, that's not what that says. That's another one. The big one is the number one man shall, to leave his mother and father and cling to his wife, one, and the two shall become one flesh. I'm like, no, the word is echad in Hebrew, and echad means united. How many states in the United States of America? How many countries in the United Nations? It's not singular. It's you can have multiple states and multiple countries under one unification, under one banner. That's what a household is. And when the Bible goes on to later on to give you clear prescriptive in the law of what you should do, it's like, well, why would God give you regulation on what he just downright forbids? Wouldn't he just be like any of the other commandments versus thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not marry multiple wives? Why not just downright make it a prohibition versus regulating it and saying, no, this is how you do it righteously? There are things in there to make sure that you're taking. I always say, if the Bible never contradicts itself, and if you find a contradiction somewhere in there between Old Testament, New Testament, whatever, it means you have the wrong piece of the puzzle. You're not reading it correctly. So do the work, pull back the onion layers, and find out exactly what it is that makes it fit properly. And unfortunately, we live in a day and age with instant gratification. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody wants to take the time to deep dive the subjects unless it's something that they're ultimately moved by, and myself included. It was much easier for me to just be the player back in the day and not have the responsibilities that came with it. But ultimately, God was sitting there tugging on my heartstrings, going, my son, this is not for you. There is a righteous way of doing things, and since then, again, I've been blessed tremendously. So I definitely will die on this hill now and open up as many eyes and pop that red pill for those that seek that truth over, that blue pill and just living in their own lies.
Yeah. So I got a question. I got to go in a couple minutes, but kind of one more thing, which I'm curious about, which might help the audience as well. Something I've thought about is, I've been to church a couple times, I've created a connection with God, etc. But a lot of the people I know who are devout Christians, I sense them to, in the word of their Christianity, allow a lot of emasculation in their life. I almost feel like they're being fed emasculation by the church. And again, I have very little experience. So almost every Christian guy I know is a very good, most of them tend to be good human beings. They tend to be heart-centered, et cetera, but they tend to be a little putting themselves beneath their own dominance, beneath their own masculinity. And their religion is an excuse for them to be less of a man. If that's the case, I see it over and over and over again. And my question to you is, like, do you have any thoughts on where this is coming from, where this came from? Because I'll call it the age of degeneracy, right? The last 20 to 10 years, we're Californian guys, right? People stopped going to church and they stopped going to they started going to EDC, music festivals, etc. Literally religion was replaced by degeneracy, and I think we're seeing the results of that right now. So why is strength, dominance, leadership, etc. so frowned upon in the church, if it is? And let me know if I'm wrong, but at least I know a lot of people. And how can the actual word of the text, because it seems like you are looking at the origin, how can that allow men to actually realize their masculinity is a force for good and not a force for evil, which is what social dynamics have told them?
Right. Well, I mean, it's a great question, and yes, a lot of it has to do with the misunderstanding Paul the Apostle's teachings in the New Testament. You know, a lot of it shifted over to this ideal of equality at this point in time. You know, that everybody was, there was no longer Jew or Gentile, there was no longer male or female, that all were created, you know, equal, you know, in God's image and so forth, which is correct, but they're talking specifically about grace. The sacrifice of Christ in itself was no longer going to be for a specific chosen people. It didn't matter if you were Jew or Gentile. It didn't matter if you were man or woman. It didn't matter. There was nothing else that mattered at that moment in time. The grace and the sacrifice of the Lamb was made for all equally. That's what they're referring to. But unfortunately, the New Testament puts forth a lot of this. Well, the Old Testament no longer applies. Torah no longer is subject. But I sit there and I remind men of you know, in the book of Matthew, when Christ is giving his sermon, he says, "Know that I did not come to abolish the old law or the prophets. Not a single stroke of the pen shall change, or jot of the pen shall change until heaven and earth pass." Well, last time I checked, heaven and earth are still here. So that means the old laws, the Old Testament, still is very much relevant today. People forget that line that Christ himself said. So when you go back to the Old Testament, the time of the patriarchs, everything there is set up in place. There is a hierarchy. There is Yahweh, the Father. There is the Son, Yeshua, Messiah. There is man. There is woman. There is children. That is his lineage. That is how he designed it for it to be. And that never, ever changes. Now, when it sits there and says, Christ, you know, women, be subject to your men in all things as you would Christ unto the Lord. That's all things. It doesn't say some things. It says all things. So you are to submit to your man the way your man submits to the Messiah. And if men are walking in faith and showing their women that, hey, I'm subject to a higher authority just like you are to me, it makes it much easier for them to follow, because they're seeing that they're following somebody who is actually seeking guidance for righteous reasons. Every time we have a dispute in my household or there's a discussion, the ultimate truth for us is the Bible. So what do? I open up God's word and I say, let's find this out together. Because if I'm wrong, I will be the first one to say, hey, my bad. I acted out of what, you know, God's word says. Let's figure this out together. So I'm not subject to sit there and say, well, no matter what I say, that's law and I'm right. No, I have to be in subject to my Messiah the way you are in subject to me. But there is that part of the framework will never change. You need to understand that you are to be in subjection to me. You are to be submissive to me under all things. So even if I'm incorrect, they'll know that I'll find the correction and I'll correct, you know, I'll wait for Christ to put me on the right path. He's done it several times where I'm straying away and he goes, get back to where you need to be. So I'm by no means
So you're
perfect.
saying it's more of a misinterpretation than necessarily a selling out? Because sometimes my mind goes to, is the church just selling out to modern created social society created, you know, feminist principles? And you're saying that there's also a misinterpretation piece.
There's a misinterpretation, but also too, there is a bit of a selling out from the secular church, and I'll tell you why. Because you go in there, there's a lot of pastors and a lot of preachers that I guarantee you know this stuff. They went to seminary school, they know Greek, they know Hebrew, and yet they're not going to come in and teach this stuff in their church. Why? Because I guarantee you, they come in there and they start preaching to the church where, let's face it, the modern Christian church right now, we're outranked 3-1, 3 women to every 1 man. I guarantee you they're going to lose half their congregation because women don't want to hear this. Women are going to be like, wait a minute, what? My husband's allowed to marry multiple women?
I've heard a lot of people say the church, they're just preaching feminist principles in the sermon. That's what I've heard people say that, and that's nuts to me. That's nuts.
And a lot of denominations have gone that way. You know, I know, like especially the Methodist Church. You know, they've started moving towards the LGBTQ, you know, agenda and this and that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening, unfortunately.
Juliana makes a good point here. The religion leads the household rather than the religious man, and I think that's probably what happened, right? That's how I feel around social dynamics with Instagram, right? Dating all these girls, it's like, who's your father? Your father's Instagram. Absolutely. Like, where did you get these values from? You got it from Instagram. So, not to change the topic too much, Mav, but I think this comes to something that's really important to me, and that's the head of the household, the father archetype, the fact that, you know, this is the father has the vision, the father has the mission, and people are in support of that, as opposed to having another leader, which is Instagram, the pastor, whoever it is, who's saying don't listen to the man of the house. To me, that's a big variable.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, and that's why, as much as we don't necessarily glorify or idolatrize the platforms themselves, we need to utilize the platforms to make sure that we are putting out enough content and enough open discussions where we can have these conversations and healthy debates with people to say, yeah, no, that's not the way it goes. So we'll fight fire with fire and use these platforms to sit there and say, like, hey, there is also a message, giving you the opposition to what all this other crap that you're hearing out there. That's just ultimately, again, and you're talking about people who may have different ultimate truths. Again, this is strictly from somebody who is a Bible believer. That is our absolute truth. Now having this discussion, although we found a lot of common ground with the Muslim that we had on the polygynist panel, because there was a Muslim.
Abu American.
Abu American. There you go. Abu American. That's right. So yeah. And again, we have differences in religious, belief systems, but there was a lot of common ground that we were able to find even in that discussion. So again, ultimately it goes back to the framework of, is patriarchy, when done correctly, going to be the benefit to a successful marriage or relationship? And I firmly believe that, yes, it is.
Yeah.
I find that interesting. It's like who's your daddy? Your daddy's Instagram, your daddy's OnlyFans, rather than a real male role model. That's an interesting way of putting it.
To me, that's been the root of where everything went wrong. I always say this. One of the things I always say is, like, feminine nature hasn't changed, guys. Like, women are still submissive. They still follow a trend, follow the leader. It's happening. It's just that the leader has shifted. It used to be the man of the house. Now the leader tends to be social dynamics, right? We learn it in school, especially us Californians. There's certain dogma, there's certain rule sets that are being taught in school. This is how you have to be a man. This is how you have to be a woman. And so many times fathers are being suspended from schools for just having their own rule set for the house, for their children. So to me, this is really where it's gone wrong, is there's still an element of women following a leader. It's just the leader has become an institute instead of the head of the house.
Yeah. King Black's got a question.
So much more sense.
I firmly believe that this is why we're in the situation we're in right now.
Yeah. King Black, your question here is understanding the term red pill, blue pill. It goes back to
hey guys, just a heads up, I gotta head out. It's great talking to you, Matt. Thanks, guys. I'll jump back on in a few hours.
Pleasure.
I got 4 hours of coaching calls. Jump back on, and then I have a flight back to Lima, overnight flight back to Lima tonight. So
you're gonna be as tired as me.
All right, see you guys.
Cheers.
What is the understanding of the term red pill, blue pill? I hear it, but don't quite understand it fully.
So yeah, that goes back to the movie The Matrix. Believing that we're all in this world that isn't actually the world that we're living in, and the way to unplug yourself is by taking this red pill. You're given a choice to take a red pill or a blue pill. If you take the blue pill, you wake back up in whatever fantasy world that you're currently living in. And if you take the red pill, your eyes are opened up to what the truth actually is. And the truth isn't always pretty. It could be a post-apocalyptic world, or whatever it is. But at least you're now able to see the truth. So the term red pill, and I know they use it in other contexts as well, but for me, as a red pill Christian, it's making sure that I am putting forth a pill of truth that may not be pretty, and a lot of people may reject it and want to still to live in their little fantasy world. But if you listen to my content or hear what I'm having to say, it's because I'm trying to unplug you. I'm trying to bring you into reality of what the scriptures and the Bible actually says on certain matters. And so that's the term I utilize it for, is truth over lies. The red pill being truth, blue pill being lies.
Oh yeah? Explain this. These guys were the guys who made the movie The Matrix, by the way. Both of them are brothers, and now they're transgenders. So I'm just pointing out it's a quite ironic thing.
For sure, absolutely. Wow, I didn't even know that.
Man. They literally made The Matrix, and then this whole red pill thing. Got nothing against it or whatever, but isn't it funny that the people who directed such an influential movie about like don't follow what the Matrix is doing, don't do what society is doing, or for lack of a better way of putting it, are literally victims of it now. I got to be careful what I say.
Right. No, absolutely.
Alrighty. Yeah, I don't know. Red pill thing. Let's see if I get anyone jumping in here. Yeah, I interviewed Raul Tomasi. It was actually this time of year, 3 years ago. I was asking him what the red pill actually means, and I can barely remember. Yeah, sometimes I do get a little caught up in like barely remembering what red pill even means. Yeah, I get stuck in that sometimes. But there's a lot of red pill content out there. That's like,
there's a lot of they've taken it to a whole nother level. And even myself, and when people are going, oh, well, it's all in your handle. Your handle, says it all. Red pill Christian, and I'm not interested in listening. I'm like, I think you're taking the red pill to a whole nother level, and that was never the intention when I created this handle. It was simply again the basic of truth versus lie. That scene with Morpheus where he hands Neo the two. He's got his hands open. He's got the two pills. This one here. You take this pill, you wake up and believe whatever you want to believe. To take the red pill, though, I'll send you down the rabbit hole and show you how far it really goes. I mean, that was it for me. It was like, okay, one is truth, one is not. So when I went with red pill, it wasn't for all of the other stuff that it's become necessarily what it is today, and meaning all these other things. It was really just hey, let me give you this red pill and show you how far the rabbit hole goes in truth when it comes to what the Bible actually says.
What do you think about red pill content? I used to watch they got hours long, not as long as this fucking thing, like episodes where they basically just some podcasts basically just invite prostitutes onto their show, and then you're like, what's 2 + 2? And then or name 3 countries, and then the woman is like, Africa, Texas, Paris. Like, oh man, and it is entertaining for the first 5 seconds, but the rest of it is just like lacking practicality, I guess. What's your view on like where the red pill movement, or whatever you want to call it, is at right now?
Yeah, like I said, to me, I think it's someplace a heck of a lot different than what it originally intended it or what it started out to be. And like you just said, it was entertaining for I watched a few of those things, whatevers and whatnot, those types of podcasts where it was just kind of comical to laugh at. But then again, you get some other women who are quite intelligent, who can actually come in there and put up a debate, and I think that at that moment in time, I think it's a little bit diminishing, in the sense of, painting in such a broad paintbrush that, all women are this way. And like you said, when you're kind of going, well, look at who you're bringing on your podcast.
Yeah. All women have OnlyFans. All women have.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Bring my wives on the debate panel. Bring my another one of our coaches. His name's Aubrey Killian, and his wife. She's a doctor, Rogenay. She's smart woman. I mean, you put her on those types of panels, and she, she'd eat up, just about anybody on them. So, again, I think it's just you're painting it with too broad of a brush.
Yeah, we should get Jilliana on here if she's still here. I'll be fascinated to see, because she seems very intelligent. She's been commenting on a lot of live streams. Yeah, it's a crazy thing, because so many guys are now having these weird, unrealistic fucking beliefs where they just consume so much red pill content. They're like, every woman is a whore. Every woman has OnlyFans. Blah blah blah. It just became this whole woman bashing thing slowly and eventually, and it's just really makes me feel uncomfortable about how the future is going to look in terms of like the space that we're in. Like I don't know what to call your space, if it's like the polygyny space, the Christianity space. I don't even know what to call my space some of the time, but it all relates to each other. We could call it the masculinity space, the manosphere, scary words. They're just fucking labels, but in the end, it's like this. Some of these audiences overlap. They overlap with mine. They overlap with yours. And eventually it's just going to make all of us fucking look bad. Juliana, you want to jump on? Becomes this weird thing. But yeah, Dominance Academy, Justin Adams, who was here earlier, saying Red Pill has become a cult. And it's pretty interesting. Oh yeah, the Matrix. Yeah, that's how it is. Any other things you want to discuss? Like maybe the practicalities of how to set up a polygyny lifestyle in the first place.
Well, again, yeah, I think that the key above all else is establishing framework. You know, again, you've got no business even trying to establish a polygynous relationship if you yourself have not established your framework, your mission, that whether it be if you're religious, whether God has given you, or if you're not religious, you know exactly where it is that you are ultimately trying to get to. And I revert back to, again, we go back to the Garden of Eden, where God didn't give Adam, a wife right away. First, he gave him a mission. He gave him a task. He was to name the animals. He was to tend to the garden. He was to expand, God's dominant, dominion in the Garden of Eden. And once that was already being, was given to him, then he realized, what, it's not good for him to be alone. I'm going to make him a helpmate. The helpmate was not supposed to take him down a different path, which ultimately is what ended up happening. It was literally supposed to be, hey, this is the task I've given man. Man is now going to guide you into helping him accomplish his mission. It wasn't her mission, it was his mission. And I say the same thing is relevant in truth for today. Every man out there needs to make sure they have their mission, they have their goals, they have their vision and where they're going and why they are here. And if they are needing assistance or help in making that happen, then obviously you're going to bring in people who are going to help you with that mission, not people that are going to bring you down or put you in a different direction. And if you don't have that frame, if you don't have that ability to stand firm in what it is in the direction that you're going, then you don't need one woman, let alone two or three, whatever it might be, because then you're just going to be getting pulled in every different direction with all these different emotions that may come from each one of them, and you will never accomplish what you need to accomplish. You need to be focused on what it is and be open and establish that line of communication in the very, very beginning. Hey, this is where I'm going. This is what I believe in. These are my sets of values. You're either going to complement that or you're not, and if you're not, hey, no harm, no foul. I wish you the very best, but I'm not the man for you. And now, if you are liking what you're hearing, and you feel like you can contribute something that's going to ultimately help me accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish, welcome aboard. Let's see if this works, and go from there. But again, hold off on don't go off and betting them right away, because again, that's once you bet them, at least from the religious aspect, that now you're responsible for them. So that's literally why there was the bride prices back in the biblical patriarch times, and that to prevent men from just going around and sleeping with whoever it was, because once you slept with them, it was like, nope, now you got to pay the bride price for the father, and you've got to marry that.
It's called a dowry.
Yeah, the dowry. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
Afro-American was
usually,
talking about that.
Usually,
Sounds super expensive.
Yeah, well, it equated to a half a year's wages. So if you're making $100,000
in this economy,
a year,
holy shit,
that's a $50,000 piece of ass. You know, I hope it was, I hope it was worth it. That's one hell of an expensive prostitute, $50K. You know, if you're making $100K in a year. So, but that was exactly what it was. It was a half a year's wages. You know, in that time frame. So, you know, this was, and that was the setup for why it was that men just didn't go around doing what we're doing today, hookup culture. You know, because if every man was doing that, they'd go broke. You know, they absolutely would go broke. They don't have the ability to pay that every time they lay with a woman. So, you know, that's kind of in my mindset, you know, even though those aren't the laws of the land. And now it's no, these are the God's laws though. And I will do my best to obey God's laws to the best of my abilities. So if I want to lay with a woman, I'm getting ready to sit there and say, is this a woman that I generally want to now cover for the rest of my life? Because that's what that means. So, you know, again, going into a polygynous, you know, relationship, you know, even if you're not religious, you know, again, it's still understanding, set aside all the dowry stuff and whatever else like that, because you're not submitted to God's laws, you know, and again, there's no judgment on my part, but I would sit there and say that either way, you are going to have women that are going to pull you in different directions if you don't have the framework that ultimately you as a man are trying to accomplish in this life.
So my wife, as you know, she's a Catholic, but one thing I learned over time, of course, like confirmation after confirmation, leadership is such a necessary thing for not just relationships, but for family. I don't know how true this is, but I think I saw or heard, or maybe I'm fucking dreaming. I'm starting to go crazy now. I think I heard someone recently mention that a man who has daughters is likely to be more masculine. Something I'm not sure like where this comes from or how true it is, but is there anything you know about that?
No, that's the first I've heard about that. Is if and I think possibly that you know that could lead to ultimately men are generally more protective of their daughters than they are their sons. So you by having daughters, and I have two, it definitely there is a different expectation and allowance that they have as opposed to my son. And interestingly enough, my son used to always kind of, you know, recognize that as a kid. You know, he was, oh, why do you baby her so much? You know, whatever. Because a woman should never not be under the authority of a man, whether it be her father to her husband. That was how it was originally designed. You know, a woman was to be under her father's authority until he gave her to her husband, and then the authority transferred. However, for sons, it was, okay, now I need to teach you and I need to raise you to be a man. So, you know, taking care of you the way I take care of a woman, I'm not doing you any justice by doing that. I'm literally clipping your wings at that moment in time and preventing you from being the man that you're ultimately supposed to soar and become. You know, and women were a little bit different. It also came to, he realized that later on when it comes down to inheritance laws. You know, my firstborn son will get double the inheritance than my daughters will, because that's biblical law. So even though I gave more to my daughters as they were growing up, you know, started a Roth IRA for them and this and that, I didn't do that for my son. It was like, you got to learn how to figure out how to make an income. You got to figure out how to navigate this thing we call life. And here I am, I'm going to be the coach for that and to help you get through it. But I'm not going to be doing things for you the way I do for your sisters. And you go, well, that's not fair. Well, you get yours in the end. When I'm no longer here, you're also getting
I
double
never heard that
everything
before.
else. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, that was again going back to what I was referring to earlier. When God literally regulates polygyny, He gives you specific laws in the polygynous household to say this is where inheritance goes. This is how it's lined out. You know, so even down to the very how you're supposed to leave everything when you leave this earth. You know, He goes into that type of detail in explaining how, you know, a polygynous household should run. So yeah, I think that definitely is there's some truth to the, again, having to step up to be a man, you know, by having daughters, because again, you're in that role a little bit longer than you are than when you have boys.
Damn, it's stuff like this that nobody fucking like gets to hear, because it's so nobody talks about it. It's crazy. I wouldn't even know like what questions to ask because it's so strange how society has changed over time, and that's fascinating though. Let's see what it wasn't the father, it was a group of men. Some tribes still do initiation rites. Jillian is asking, how do you feel about having a woman who has a career and income that exceeds yours? I have found that it can intimidate many men. Makes sense.
It's a good question. I myself, I mean, I can't speak for other men. Obviously, every man is different. I myself look at it as I need to raise the bar. Interestingly enough, my wife, who is a teacher, her particular school district, because I know we hear this all the time, teachers don't make enough. That's not necessarily the case. Depending on the district, the school that you work at, teachers can make a very, very lucrative income. And interestingly enough, when you break it down hourly, my wife makes more than I do when it comes to an hourly rate. Now, what I did is I saw that hourly rate and I went, holy shit, okay, you make this hourly. So ultimately, I guess it might answer your question, it wasn't necessarily intimidating to me. It was, again, it was a motivating factor for me to sit there and say, then I need to bring more in annually. So at the end of the day, I am the breadwinner. I do make more than either of my wives. But that's not because it's just the way the setup is. It just means that I go out there and I hustle a heck of a lot more. I will start side hustles. I will work more hours. I will do ultimately what I need to do to make sure that I am maintaining my role as the primary provider. Now, again, we work as a team. We work as, if heaven forbid, I mean, I was in a motorcycle accident in August. And I was out, I had to have shoulder reconstruction surgery. So I was out of work for the next, 3 months, and then when I did go back to work, it was, restricted duty. So I had limited hours and so forth. Now in those times, we work together as a unit. It's no longer like, oh, well, you're no longer the primary provider. So now the roles have shifted and the responsibility or the authority has shifted. No. At the end of the day, the authority remains biblical. It remains that I maintain I do all the budgeting. I do all the finances in my home. So everybody works and everybody goes all into one kitty. And then I pay the bills and distribute the allowances according to what it is that my wives may need. But, again, to me, at those moments in time, I'm not looking at it as necessarily it's intimidating to me. It's more of it keeps me to make sure that I know if I have a successful wife who's also contributing to the household monetarily, that I don't become lazy, and I make sure that I maintain my framework and my ability to earn as an earner. So, yeah.
When I was younger, I would think that I would see it as I wouldn't have been intimidated by it. It's just not in my design, I guess. I don't get intimidated by anything, really. Maybe a really big looking fat bouncer in a nightclub, maybe, who was looking very aggressive. But a woman earning more money, like I had situations like that in the past when I was much younger, and I just saw it as a good thing. I like the mature answer you gave at the very beginning where you said, I got to raise the bar, because once you get older, that's what you realize as a man, like, especially if you have a past of dating women who are richer than you. I come from a family which was poor, broke all the time. My grandfather died as a millionaire, but nobody knew he was a millionaire. And that was only relatively recent. But my childhood, for example, I went to high school, not even high school. I went to school throughout all my childhood, mostly on empty stomachs, because we couldn't even afford lunch for me to eat. So I've been very much used to, if you noticed, I've been streaming for, in 5 minutes, it'll be 8 hours. I have only eaten potato chips and a bowl of cereal. I am so used to not eating. That just tells you how it is in my life. But it's one of those things where as you mature, as you get older, as a man, you start to realize these kinds of things about masculinity. I would not have known or even considered I got to raise the bar once I was much younger. That is something a mature man would say, because I cannot imagine how I would be if I was in a relationship for years with a woman who for years earned more money than me and had more money than me, because that would just make me, in hindsight, that would make me look kind of useless and weak, I suppose. I just think that once you get to have your own family, you start to realize these things and see that your economic power becomes a lot more important. For me, it's not a matter of I desperately need to feed my child or anything. For me, it's more of a matter of just in the past, the same kind of maturity wasn't there. I wasn't worried about money. I'm not worried about money, like in a kind of sense, but it just becomes more important over time, I think. Just the security of everything. I'm not sure how to explain it, but that's kind of making sense. Jillian is saying here, I grew up with a family of all men, just like me, actually. 3 older brothers, 32 male cousins. I was the only girl. My brothers inherited all of the estate. God damn. What part I got? I think you corrected yourself. Here's some. I turned over. Oh, you turned it over to your brothers. That's interesting. God damn. I haven't experienced it, but based on probability, these women that are breadwinners attract weak, insecure men, although they would prefer equally, if not more, successful men. No idea why. Interesting. No, I just feel like when I was younger, I wouldn't have taken the whole thing seriously. I wouldn't have been intimidated, but at the same time, I wouldn't have really done anything about it. The other point I want to make here is some things can be temporary. Like if you're a teenager, if you're in your early 20s, maybe mid 20s, and you earn the same kind of money, or maybe she earns a little more than you for a while. Society is a little strange right now. So it's okay for a while, but permanently, I think that over time, you're going to slowly learn that you really need to raise the bar, just like Maverick was saying, because once you're in your early 20s, maybe mid 20s, don't worry about it too much. But as soon as you hit the late 20s, 30s, and so on, you really got to figure that shit out, and because that shit becomes more important. You got to have property and so on.
When I met my my wife, now I was not my very first wife. I was going through a divorce for my first wife, and my current wife now, or Monica, she was interested in dating me on a much more serious level. We were friends, obviously, originally, and I grew into a physical relationship and so forth. But I never committed to her. I never decided to actually move into a full-on relationship. And the reason why I didn't at the time was because I was going through my divorce, and I knew there was going to be a lump sum of money that needed to be paid to my ex-wife when we were, going through the divorce. And Monica, again, had a good career as a teacher. She had her own house. She had her own, doing her own thing. And even in that moment, I would not move forward in a relationship with her because I felt I was bringing in a debt. I was bringing in things that were unresolved. And I never, ever wanted her to feel like she had to rescue me. So even though she was willing to accept it at the time and like, hey, I'll, come as you are type of attitude, I myself as a man just wasn't even comfortable moving forward in that dynamic until I had squared away my ex-wife, had paid off everything I needed to pay her, and that I was coming in with hey, everything you see here is mine. Everything you see that I've got, I'm not in debt. I don't have, massive credit card debt or anything else like that. Giving her that sense as a woman to feel like, hey, this is a man who's got his things in order. This is a man who didn't just come in and use my career or the money that I've saved up, in my savings accounts to help deal with his problems, even though she probably would have more than happily assisted me in that. As a man, I just couldn't bring myself to do that. It was like, no, I'm interested in you. However, there are just some things I need to take care of first as a man, so that when I come to you, you know that I'm giving you my very best, and you're not getting me at a point where I still have unresolved or unfinished business to take care of, and I'm using you as a crutch to help me get through it.
Interesting. Juliana says, I had men walk away when they found out about my job. We do seem to attract weaker men that want to be taken care of, but we want a strong man who leads his household. I don't want to lead at home. Very interesting. I don't need equal or more successful man. I want a man who is secure in his masculinity. Yeah, that's a really good point, as always. She's got so much wisdom here.
Absolutely.
Sounds like I lead at work. I don't want to lead at home. Oh, I feel that. She leads at work. She doesn't want to lead at home.
Right. Yeah,
man.
It sounds like Jillian is going to be a catch for sure.
I'm sure there's
for a real man who wants to, obviously, again, rise to the occasion, and again, kudos to you, Juliana. I love that attitude. Definitely.
Isn't there like a movie or TV show where there's a perfect example of that? I can't remember what the fuck it is, but I'm pretty sure there's like a woman who's a boss, like she owns the fucking company or something, and she's like bossing around people all day, not in a bad way. And then she comes home and she doesn't want to lead in the house. So I can't remember the movie, but I'm pretty sure there's something like that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
Someone in the chat fucking help me out here. Or I'll just fucking ask Gemini. Is there a...
Ooh, Glenn Lawrence says you can hop on a little bit, huh? Nice.
Let's see what Gemini says. As vague as I wrote it, just because I don't want to take too much time. Oh, I got... Oh, wait. No, I never seen that one. Oh, The Intern. I remember Robert De Niro was in there. I think I vaguely remember it, but that could make sense. No, it's not given too many, but maybe it was The Intern. That kind of did enter the back of my mind. Anyway, Justin says, my fiance is a lawyer. Oh, so your fiance is Jillian. Highly unlikely I would make more. Jillian is a lawyer, by the way. Highly unlikely I would make more than her, but her entire paycheck has been offered to me. She has no desire to have money of her own.
That's good. That's how it should be. Yeah.
Why should it be like that? I just want to understand.
Well, again, because at that moment in time, that shows a very, very sincere motive of understanding, hey, what's mine is yours. It's not a, well, I'm going to stack this up and I'm going to have a reserve bank just in case, things go south. It's literally entrusting everything, as we would entrust everything to the Messiah. She's entrusting everything to her fiance or her soon to be husband in an act of submission to say, I'm trusting you to establish what our household, our family is going to be. So everything I make goes to you. And again, that's how I run my household too. It's what my wives make goes into one account. I have access to those accounts. I pull everything. I pull the entire check and I just leave them with what the allowance is for their day-to-day needs, whatever that might be. They want to go get their medi-pedis or, whatever else like that they want to use it for. I don't question that. It's like, here's your allowance from this check to your next check, make it last. Everything else, I worry about all the investments. I worry about all the savings, but that also means that they don't have to worry about anything when something comes up. So like, for example, we just decided that next year we would love to go as a family and spend New Year's Eve in Times Square for New York. So when that time comes, it's like, hey, we're taking a trip. We're going to New York as a family. That's it. They don't pack your bags. They don't need to sit there and say, well, okay, how much of my check do I need to contribute to a plane ticket now, or the cost of the hotel or extracurricular activities?
Got it under control.
Exactly. It's boom, pack your bags. Let's go. Why? Because throughout the year, I have taken the money and I have properly put it where it needs to be so that we can do these types of activities and take these kinds of trips. And you guys don't need to worry about anything other than helping me maybe make arrangements. I might give them a task to say, hey, can you book the hotel? Here's the credit card. Can you book find the best price for flights? I'll give them those types of tasks, but ultimately everything, when it comes to Christmas time, it was like, okay, here, what's the budget? Here it is. I already sent it to your account. That's all the money that I've set aside for Christmas throughout the year. Here, go what you need to do, and whatever's left over, I'll take back. But see, that's again, they don't have to sit there and worrying about making those budgets or whatever. That's something that I'm relatively good at, is monitoring money. So, I think that's a very wise choice if you're good with money. Now, if I was not good with money, then as a man, even I would say, hey, let me task one of my wives who might be better financially than I am, with that being her role or her responsibility. Is just because that's something that she's good at. But because I'm good at budgeting, because I'm good at monitoring, those types of things, that's something that I, as a man, have taken over. And so they don't ask questions. It's check comes in, here's your allowance. That's that.
Justin says New Year's Eve in Times Square is awful. Was that just an example, or are you actually going to do that?
No, that's actually something that's been on our bucket list that we just want to experience. I mean,
because it's busy or what, or just like crazy.
Just probably like some people say they want to do Mardi Gras, at some point in time in their life. Just one of those things. Go to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. We're going to go for more than just that particular event. Both my wives love New York, or one's never been, and the other one who absolutely loves it. So we just figured, hey, let's go, during that time, and then we can experience, New Year's Eve in Times Square, just to say we did it. So,
man, I wouldn't say New Year's Eve in Times Square is awful. I would say Times Square is awful. Last time I was there, I was trying to catch a bus to Boston, and the station was nearby, and I was walking through at night, and there was like some African guy bending over a Mexican woman on one of those police roadblocks in the middle of the fucking street. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this city? It's very weird. I never seen anything like that anywhere else. I come from the middle of fucking nowhere, so I'm just not used to that shit. Like, at least be discreet and go to a fucking forest like the rest of us. Anyway, that's interesting stuff about the money, though, because I heard things like some guys would say, from the man's perspective, my money is our money, her money is her money. And that kind of made sense. I never argued with it, but what you and Justin are kind of talking about is just like pooling all of your resources, and then you're in charge of where that goes. So
correct.
Perhaps that makes even more sense.
Well, then for us too, it puts another layer of protection as far as showing one how serious they are about the marriage. Because again, if I maintain the only account that no wife is on, so my account is in my name and my name alone, but I'm on both of their accounts. So when I pull that money and it goes into my account and then I redistribute everything else, they're literally living off of that income that is in their allowance on those types of, within their bank accounts. And again, going back to what we believe in, no divorce, if you leave with the clothes on your back. pretty much literally. You know, that's indicating that you better be about this marriage through good, through bad, through ugly. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. You are going to sit here and we are going to figure this out together as a married couple. It's not, I'm just no longer happy, or things have gotten a little bit, hard in the last couple of years. I'm out. Okay, well then everything that you have contributed up until then belongs to the family. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the household. So if you're leaving the household, you don't take that with you. You don't get 50% of everything that we've contributed as a household. We don't do any of those things. So it's literally put your money where your mouth is. If you're going to be a part of this family, then, and you are contributing to this family, then understand it's just like anything else. It's like you're putting your money into an investment account. And if you walk away from that investment account, sorry, the money continues to work, but you've walked away from it. So.
Damn. It's making a lot of sense. Valid. But as a man, we tend to measure masculinity with what we tangibly bring to the table. So I told you guys first hour I'm gonna read it as it fucking is.
I missed that part.
It's that was like 8 fucking hours ago. We're at 8 hours, by the way. 8 hours, 12 minutes. God damn. So it's an uncharted territory for some men who wants to be the provider but can't. There's definitely something to learn here from various perspectives. So it's a scenario where the lady would probably aspire to meet the man wheat where he is. I don't know, just my thoughts on it. And Jilliana says, I have offices in 8 countries. I would love for my home to be that soft place to fall. Oh man, you're painting such a picture in my mind. I can visualize it.
Yeah.
Soft place. Oh man, bouncy, like soft, cushiony, lots of cats. To fall where I could give control to my man. Oh, that just sounds so sexy at the same time.
Juliana needs to hit me up on IG. We need to have a conversation.
Oh, you know what? Juliana, would you be open to a man who already has a wife who would also dedicate himself to having you as his second, third wife, for example? Because not Maverick in particular, but just that kind of setup. Would that make sense to you? I've been wanting to get some perspective on this. Maybe I did ask you before last week. I don't know. Can't remember. Here's a funny one. A lot of these CEOs, the male ones, by the way, are into being BDSM slaves. I heard. Wait, can't click. They go to dominatrixes and get whipped.
Yeah.
I see this stuff like posted somewhere.
Yeah, they're into the simp lifestyle, and I think it psychologically. I do have a master's in criminal psychology, and so psychologically, what we were talking about earlier for women who are in powerful positions within the workforce, how they don't desire to necessarily come home and be that as well. For a lot of the top CEOs, CFOs, things like that, who are constantly having to make decisions, for them it's a way of escaping that relief or having relief from that authority temporarily, so that they'll fixate themselves on no longer having to be in control by going to a dungeon or a dominatrix situation where all of a sudden now they can finally relinquish all the control to the woman and get whipped or whatever it is their kink is that they're going to do. But yeah, psychologically, I think that's why they're driven to that. They're effeminate men, and they can't maintain the control at all times. I myself am not that person. I'm the CEO of my own company, and
I am the one who whips.
Yeah, and I maintain that I have not always maintained the best frame. I will be 100% honest and say that there have been times where I think because I am a people pleaser by nature as well. My second wife likes that astrology stuff a little bit too much. I think sometimes she's like, "Oh, you're a Cancer. Cancers are just these big softies,
Whoa.
And I say, hey, well, you know what? I mean, it is in my nature, and sometimes I do think that I do struggle sometimes with having to make tough decisions that ultimately I know are not favorable in the moment. But I've gotten better in learning how to say, you know what, hey, you may not like this, and it may not favor you in the moment, but you need to trust where I'm going with this. You need to just understand that I have your best interest at heart. I'm not doing anything for selfish reasons or to favor one woman over the other. Ultimately, this is what's going to be best for the family as a whole. And, they've gotten on board and understand that, again, I don't think selfishly, and I'm not out here to do my own thing, because clearly they understand what lifestyle I came from too. If I wanted to live a selfish lifestyle, I'd have 0 wives. I'd be out there just doing my own thing, living for myself and not worrying about anybody else but me. But I've done the exact opposite in that. So I think that they're understanding that may not always, decisions I make aren't always going to be favorable to them in the moment, but they're on board.
Justin is saying, oh, we got another joiner. And welcome, Devin.
My fellow
machine. Hey. Just to finish up what's being said here, Justin just said, yes, it's power looking for relief. That just made me realize something, because me doing this live stream now for 8 hours and 17 minutes, not to fucking brag. Yeah. Do you see that on the screen? Or is it just me? I don't know. I don't know what you guys see. But anyway, I only this 24-hour live stream thing only popped in my head a few days ago. I had no fucking plans, and I still haven't even opened the questions yet for like my usual document for dating coach panel questions. I've just been relying on the chat. So I just realized now, like, you know what? That this pretty much applies to anyone, because normally when I'm doing like dating coach panels and stuff like that, I got a list of questions and I'm leading it. But then I let people answer the questions. I sit back a little. I'm not a great listener some of the time, but here I've been going for 8 hours without necessarily leading so much. Like, there hasn't been a massive. So power does look for relief, or leadership does look for relief. Doesn't matter who it is. That just makes a lot of sense. They're over. It just gets tiring to lead all the fucking time. So that definitely makes sense. For example, I have every 2 months I got a meeting set for photographers in the photography side of my business, and that's like the only meeting I have where I let the others lead it, because I'm not a photographer myself. So that's like a relief of my leadership. So that's an interesting thing to point out. Anyway, Devin's here. Great to have you jump in.
Yeah, there was a lot there. The first thing with leadership, if you're used to leading in your business, when you're on dates with women, it does feel good to just kind of sit back, kick your feet up and be like, oh, I don't have to drive the conversation forward, or I don't have to keep things moving here. And yeah, the second thing is, holy shit, 24-hour stream, 8 hours in. Anytime you can get uncomfortable, put yourself in these uncomfortable situations, like someone probably hears that I've been going for 8 hours, they're like, holy shit. But yeah, getting uncomfortable regularly, because let's be honest, it's like whether it's approaching women, showing intent when there's other people around, that's uncomfortable. So if you can make yourself uncomfortable and get comfortable being uncomfortable throughout your day, embrace these challenges, holy shit. So you're a third of the way through, eh?
Yeah, basically. We'll see how long I last. I'm surprised I'm doing okay for now. Like, I only went for a piss. Oh, actually, I went twice, I think. Went for
I thought you were sitting there wearing like a diaper, and then you weren't gonna.
It's normally like that anyway, but it just feels good to leave the room once in a while.
Change up the scenery a bit, right?
Yeah, from white to yellow. Wait, what? Anyway.
Yeah, someone wants to donate a package of Depends for you, man.
This is delay.
I'm curious, like, what in these 8 hours, what's been a theme, or what's been something that a lot of guys have been asking, or a topic that's been discussed?
Oh, no one particular theme. I don't know. My mind's going crazy right now, so I can barely fucking remember. But in the last hour or so, it's been very much like masculinity, polygyny. In the last 2 hours, more like relationships. Who was here earlier? Like first 2 or 3 hours was like a bit of infield. We're just like answering the questions that are coming in from the chat, really, and just having a good fucking time. Take a nap after 10 hours. Just insane.
8 hours.
Maybe.
Hey, I have a question for you, Ice. Clearly, you have what people like to call the golden mouthpiece or something. Like, people can ask you a question and then you can
think
just
you're muted
talk
there,
and
Joe,
talk
if
and
you're
talk.
talking.
I can actually hear Joe.
Oh, I can't.
That's weird.
Say again.
Oh, my question was for Ice. Clearly, you have the golden mouthpiece. You can talk and talk when someone asks you a question, and you can really like expand it into like a really detailed answer so effortlessly. Now you're on a 24-hour stream, whereas a lot of the guys we're teaching, they struggle with that skill. So is this something you've always had?
Oh, great question.
Or is it something you had to learn?
The story I always say, and you were there for part of it, is back in the day when I was living in London for the first time. You were there the day I moved to London, actually. I think I was waiting for a fucking check to clear, and I had no money in my fucking account, and I had no way of getting to the place I just like moved into. And you gave me like an Oyster card or something. And then someone else gave me money or whatever the case was. I literally had no other way fucking home. I was waiting for a check to fucking clear. I was like, I didn't know it would take this fucking long. Had no fucking money. But anyway, I went to this club, and Joe was there a few times with me years ago. First came to London. And I just made a habit out of taking massive action in terms of every Friday, every Saturday, go to a nightclub and just fucking go to the smoking area or wherever, depending on the club, is quietest, and just fucking hang out and have random conversations, even if they're stupid fucking conversations. Because I grew up always talking to, as a child, I would always generally be talking to adults at parties because the kids annoyed me and I was too intelligent for that. So I always associated up because I could be like 10 years old. I'll be talking to like a 40-year-old at a party, and then there were kids my age or younger or a bit older, just like, I don't want to play with whatever fucking toys they played with at the time. I was just like chatting with real fucking humans with life experience. I'm just like naturally really weird and unreliable. So I had an issue with like, for me to get into stupid conversations in the first place, I had to be willing to, and I had to break out of my shell of having too logical conversations. So that I just embrace the chaos, embrace the weirdness of things, and like, hey, if there's chaos, there's unpredictability, and you can just say random things that make no sense, and people will just fucking go along with it, because who cares if you're talking about a cup and then the next logical thing is to talk about a bowl because they're similar. No, fuck that. Let's just talk about toilet paper for no reason, and let's have a massive lay count and just like go fucking crazy. So it's like word association, apart from you don't need to associate a damn thing. But anyway, the core of the message is what really broke me out of that and helped me the most with my verbal game was going to a fucking nightclub 2 or 3 times per week for many weeks without fucking fail, and just talking, practice. Because when I was much younger, I had a very weak voice. I still got a very naturally weak voice. I don't know if it's genetic or whatever the fuck, but if I take 1 drink of orange juice, my voice is pretty much fucking gone. So because of the acidity and the effect it has on the vocal cords. But essentially, I always had, growing up, a very weak voice. I didn't talk much. I was very quiet. I didn't lack confidence exactly, but I sure as hell didn't know what to say. And I didn't know how to project my voice. And some of the time, I had a really mumbly, deep voice as well. So I'm talking higher right now than I normally would, because a lot of the time people don't fucking understand. They think I'm speaking Russian or something when I'm just trying to speak English in my normal fucking voice and my fucking weird accent that comes from a place nobody's fucking been to. So a combination of all those fucking things, it just came to realization when, as a teenager, people kept.
Did you ever have approach anxiety? This is be a good question for everyone in the group, actually.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did you?
That's a great question. So what I thought of immediately was social anxiety, and that's the perfect point that you made right there, where a lot of people are waiting to be led in conversation. They don't really want to talk about work or any of this other, oh yeah, like how did you get here? Oh, traffic was bad. But nobody's willing to lead, right? So when you make that comment about the toilet paper, you point to the random thing going on in the room and you're having fun in the conversation, it's refreshing. And people are like, holy shit, like this guy's different. He's not just getting along, saying what he's got to say to get along, right? And having fun in the conversation is so key. Because if you're just saying what you think the other person wants to hear, then yeah, that's the that's the first step that is going to lead you ultimately to the demise in the conversation, right? Like,
I think Canadian game is definitely a breed of its own. It's just, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just completely different, because I don't really, I got a big following on Instagram now, but I don't use it in the sense that other people do. I just open it, upload some shit, and then jump the fuck off. But when I do, sometimes I see your reels and you get these, maybe you're wearing glasses or big camera on your fucking, it's glasses, obviously.
Just tape it
yeah, tape to your fucking forehead. And, or just like this. The kinds of things you're saying and the scenery of it all, like that's the kind of approach that doesn't seem like the robotic cold approach that other guys are doing, because there's a friendly tone to it. There's no particular agenda. You'll even be talking to a random ass old man in a gas station because you're just being social. Like this is the Canadian view of cold approach, I think. Because it's not cold approach, it's Canadian approach. It's Canadian socializing. You walk into a Tim Hortons and you're like, hey, what the fuck is going on, guys?
Quite literally, sometimes it is cold approach. Like you're sitting there, like I was just talking to a girl outside and it was snowing. We're both like freezing, barely able to form words, but it was hilarious because we were both in that same situation. But I think the biggest takeaway is I would watch all this content, trying to be able to put myself out there, trying to be like these guys that I saw online, trying to be like Sean Connery and James Bond. And yeah, sometimes I would get results. I would be able to mimic the lines in a way where it didn't feel like I was nervous, but I was. But I always felt like I cheated myself in a sense because I wasn't being authentic. And sometimes even my friends would be able to tell that. They'd be with me and they'd be like, man, why are you acting like that? And that's when it cued in where it was like, yeah, like I am acting differently around women than I am around my friends and around talking to other people. So the biggest takeaway for me was just going out, having fun, entertaining yourself and saying whatever comes to your mind. If people want to rock with it, cool. If not, whatever, because, you know, at some point the mask is going to come off. So it's better to be real from day one and attract the right people into your life than to put on this persona and try to fake your way into, or try to fake it so that a girl gets in your bed, or fake some friends, fake it to make some friends.
Yeah, sure.
That's
How
true.
about the rest of you guys?
What he said about like most people are like scared to lead the conversation. Like, yeah, most people will only take like the safe topics, like the small talk topics, like the weather or you know, like current trends or you know what's on the news and stuff. So yeah, yeah, stuff like that. But nobody really wants. That's not fun, really, is it? So yeah, just being the person who can say what's actually on their minds that puts you so far ahead, like, and socially, you know.
Yeah, and
that's
I
all it
talk to
takes.
so many people that have this social anxiety, and they say that talking to people drains them. Oh my God, I don't want to go to this party, this networking event. But a lot of times they get so drained because they're talking about shit that they don't care about. They're just along for the ride in the conversations, right? Like everybody has that one passion, that thing that they could talk endlessly about. But a lot of people are afraid to lead the dance, and they're waiting on other people's permission to do that.
Joe mentioned, Joe made a post on the school group recently, which, if you remember, was, do you see talking to women as, or cold approach or pickup or whatever, however it was worded, as a chore, or is it fun? Like, shouldn't it be fucking fun? And I think we did a poll on this recently. I think it was like a 51-49 split, but I'm going to check how it is right now. Oh yeah, here it is, right there. Hundreds of votes. 52% said doing game feels like a chore. 48% doing game feels fun. So there are a lot of guys, it's almost 50-50, who just like approaching women is a chore. It's like a job. It's like, but you're not getting paid for it. They're doing 10 hours of cold approach in Washington Square Park in New York, but they're not having.
Are you too surprised by those results?
Strange. I would have expected that it would have been a little more. He would see it as a chore, but it kind of does make sense, I guess.
Oh, as a chore, I was really surprised.
It's kind of divided as well too. For us men who are polygynous, clearly, we don't have the necessarily the desire to go out and seek, in the same level as men who are single. As a man with 2 wives, to me, it would be more of probably more of a chore now, because again, I'm looking at the responsibility that's going to come with, should I be successful in approaching a new female? Okay, well, now this is another woman that I'm going to have to lead. I'm going to have to provide for. I'm going to have to protect. I'm going to have to, so all of it kind of goes into more so all right, where am I at in life? And is God calling me to do this, moving forward? Now, when I was single, it definitely was more fun because I was actively seeking and desiring, again, that to reach that ultimate level of game that you're referring to, is creating a family. And it was definitely more of a motivating factor at that stage of my life. So the men that in my coaching group that are single, they're more definitely interested, and I think find it more, fun to learn how to approach women and what's the best way to cold call. And then you were part of our coaching group. You had a lot of men who were wanting to know, what's the best way to get to establish with my photos and showing that I've got, a good, exciting life, to attract these type of women, and so yada, yada, yada. And in that call, I was actually relatively quiet because I'm going, I'm a man with 2 wives. I'm not out there looking for necessarily another.
Yeah, it's the purpose. It's like, I could sit here and be like, if you see a business opportunity, are you going to chase it? Like, are you going to make a cold approach for a business opportunity? Well, yeah. Then it's not so much, technically that could, like, you could describe it as a chore, but I would see it more as an opportunity. I don't think it's a chore for me to, let's say, I already know Dan Bilzerian, but I don't know, some random celebrity who I'm not, man, I can't even fucking name any celebrities. I don't fan anyone, but let's say there was an opportunity who, I'm fucking everything up. Let's say there was someone super fucking famous, and I know there's an obvious business opportunity there, maybe collaboration, join the fucking live stream or whatever. I'm just seeing that as an opportunity. I'm not seeing that as a chore. It could be fun. Maybe it's a man. I'm not doing it for dating. So there's a strange way that we think about things. And it's like, okay, so in some context, if it's a business opportunity, it's not really a chore. It's not necessarily for fun. It's not for dating if it's a man. Right. So what is it? So then it becomes that funny thing where I see Devin's videos on Instagram. He's approaching a man in the gas station. He's not doing that as a chore. He's doing that for fun. Maybe there's opportunity there. Maybe he has a business. So I think it should be the way people perceive cold approach should be more perceived as opportunity approach. Ross Jeffries describes it as
I do too.
Ross Jeffries describes approaching anxiety as opportunity hesitation. He says you don't have approach anxiety, you have opportunity hesitation. And once I could have fucking heard, he should have told me that years ago, because I only found that out. Maybe he told me last year. If only I knew that years before, because now I just see it completely differently. Like that would have skipped some fucking levels for sure. So it's the way we see things is definitely really fucking important.
Well, definitely. And as Devin, to piggyback off of what Devin said, you've got a passion for something, and there's that thing that that you can talk about for, ever in a day. For me, it's like these things here, coming on board with you, where you were talking about earlier, how all of our messages in some way, shape, or form, they interlap at some point in time, within the coaching, dating coaching panel, me as a polygynous man who, is actively looking to unplug as many men from the fallacy of the monogamy only lie that the secular church pushed on, us because of Roman Greco ideologies and so forth. There's these opportunities where you've got somebody like yourself where it's like, yeah, I could be out there doing different things right now. I've got other things I can do today. However, there is an opportunity here because there's any chance to be able to say, hey, I want to go out here, not only support my buddy Ice White here, who's had me on a couple of podcasts, but also to be able to say, hey, is this an opportunity for one more individual to hear a message to say, hey, this makes sense. Let me research this a little bit more and more. Some of us do it for monetary reasons. Others do it just because it's just our passion. Again, I just started YouTube, my channel. I did my first video a couple of weeks ago. Never was really, I used YouTube, but I've never started my own channel, never did my own thing. I was mainly on Instagram and Facebook and other things. But now this has been a new door that opened up because you invited, me and Rob Kowalski on, and it was like, all right, well, I've never done this before, but why not? And now it's something I'm going, hey, I want to do more of this, so it's becoming a new passion of mine to be able to jump in and have good conversations and sometimes debates with other individuals and be able to say, hey, even if just one person hears this, great, that's just one more person that we reached. So I like how you definitely indicate that you see how everything is always an opportunity, and if you have that opportunity,
you might not even know what the opportunity is. Like right. I don't even know why I'm doing this fucking live stream. I just popped into my head. I was like, let's just fucking see what
the same here. I was like, I'm going to get on today. I was like, I don't know what. I mean, before there were specific topics. It's like, okay, we're going to have a dating coach with polygynous. Okay, cool. I fit in there. Then you invited us to have a debate with Locario. Okay, there's a polygynous debate on biblical polygyny versus modern secular hookups. I can do that. That fits me. Now I'm going on a 24-hour straight where there is no topic. It's just pop in and let's see what happens. Like, okay.
It's a good analogy for cold approach, actually, because I talk to a lot of guys. The biggest problem that guys have in general is that they can talk to the girl if there's built-in context or rapport. Let's say she's a cashier, or maybe they used to work together, or she's wearing a band shirt they like. But if they see a girl walking down the street, they don't know what to say because there's nothing to go off of, or so they say. But when you can train the art of creating context, of not knowing what to say, or having a situation like this, for example, where you're just flying, like improv, pretty much, right? Where it's like, what's the saying? Flying off the seat of your pants or whatever, flying by the seat of your pants, right? Train yourself to do that as you're going about your day. And the thing is too, is even if you're at the gym, at the cafe, on the street, you walk past so many attractive women every single day. You walk past so many people whose days you could make, right? Everyone walks around like this, staring at their hands, and that's actually not normal. We've trained ourselves to think that that's normal, but it is the furthest thing from normal, right? Like I would, if my grandpa were still alive, I would show him these cold approach reels or the stuff that I do, and he'd be like, okay, and right? Because I used to see him do that all the time. Right, he would make friends. He would go and dance with girls that are 40 years younger than him, like all the time. He'd be making friends as he's out checking the weather, having a cigarette. Like, Yeah, it's just crazy how disconnected the world is now. But train yourself to be social.
Absolutely. I'm a 20-year veteran, retired Marine Corps, and we used to have a saying in the Marine Corps: "We don't plan, we improvise." That's just Marines, you know. It's like, adapt and overcome. You know, it is what it is. You know, always make the best with what you're given. So, and when you plan too much, you know, nothing ever goes according to military plan. Never. So that's why Marines are just known for, hey, we don't plan, we improvise.
It's interesting. Every time I've tried to pick up, like in my younger days, I would go and try to pick up a girl. It would always fail. Always, because it's like she could probably see it in your eyes. You're okay. Well, if she says this, I'll say that. Well, you know, it's like sometimes you just exactly got to take your foot off the gas and just improvise. Yeah, obviously having structure and leading it forward is important, but yeah, have fun with it.
Check this out. Let me screen share this. Here we go. My grandpa just told me I need to step my game up and showed me this from when he was my age. He's like at the fucking beach or some shit with two ladies there, and he's like, look at his legs. He's like jacked as shit. I'm getting confused here because I saw a different version and the ladies look muscular. Damn it.
I'll go for the one in the pink. Oh my.
Damn.
But I bet the funny thing is I bet if you asked him, that grandpa or whatever, if he was still alive, if you asked him what his opener was, he'd be like, what do you mean? He'd be like, what? I don't know. I just went up and talked to them. You know, like sometimes guys get so into the nitty gritty of, oh, should I say, I thought you were cute, or should I say, I thought you were beautiful?
Boomer Justin, it said, my first line to my fiance was, you look cute sitting on my lap.
Well,
it's as simple as that. It's funny.
There's got to be so many grandparents that probably do think that way about, like, if they've got some Gen Z snowflake grandson, you know?
Skibbity Riz,
just because
here, motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because just things obviously used to be so much different back then, you know.
Yeah.
I wonder if approach anxiety even existed back then.
Imagine if we interviewed a bunch of like people who came back to life right now who were alive back in the early 1900s. Like, did you have an approach anxiety back then? Were you a virgin for like 50, 20 by the age of 35 and blah blah blah? It's like, nah, I worked in the fucking coal mines and then I just like random fucking shit.
I'm so happy that I didn't have to do that. Like that I kind of figured this out before dating apps, because back in the day it's like, yeah, there was no dating apps, right? And nowadays it's like that's an option, and so people will go and get their photo shoots for dating apps, which is great. But then it's like, okay, now they're getting matches, but they're not training the actual skill that's important, right?
Yeah, like, exactly. I describe it as, I haven't released the article on it yet. It will come out in 2 days. But basically, my distinction of it is there's primary game and secondary game, which primary game is the physical universe, and secondary game is the virtual physical versus virtual. Basically, when you have your Instagram profile, your Facebook profile, Tinder profile, and so on, even WhatsApp, as shit as it is, that's all your virtual presence. It does marketing for you while you sleep. And I have a YouTube presence, you could say. When you leave the house, that's your physical presence. That's the only thing that our grandfathers had. That's the only thing that pretty much existed until, I guess you could really say, 1995 is when online dating really became a thing. And Tinder didn't really become a big thing until 2012, roughly. So it was very insignificant just over 10 years ago. So things have changed so much. Technology can't keep up with technology. Humans can't keep up with technology. People don't have the right understandings of it. But in the mere essence, it's like, are we using the technology for the right reason? If you're not using Instagram, if you're just spending 8 hours per day on Instagram looking at cake photos, I hear an echo there. Who's echoing? It's math. It's math. I'm good. I just got to mute you for a little bit. As mean as that sounds, but there's another thing. It's like you're on a Zoom call or a StreamYard. We didn't have issues with. I didn't have to mute someone in person. I could just tell them to be quiet. There weren't technical difficulties. There, if you were like university, high school, or whatever, you were there. Like you get called on in class. You didn't disappear to the bathroom with your camera off. You had to fucking things are just completely different. I'm just rambling on about random shit at this point. But essentially, there's only physical presence and virtual presence. If you don't leave the fucking house, don't expect to meet women. If you refuse to use social media and online dating, don't expect to meet women. And there are lots of guys wondering, why am I so lonely? Why am I not meeting anyone? Why am I still a virgin at the age of 35? You refuse to use social media. You don't leave the fucking house. So you have no marketing. Nobody knows you exist. So of course this has happened to you because you're not even there. You don't exist.
That's a good point too, because there's some guys that are social, putting themselves out there, getting numbers, but then the girl puts on her detective hat, investigates the guy, finds him on Instagram, and he has all these low value photos of himself that really doesn't do himself any good. And the girl's like, well, okay, this guy was great in person, but I don't know about this, taking selfies with an unflushed toilet in the background in his bathroom. Like guys, it's crazy to me how many guys I know that are good looking, jacked in, like tall, they have everything on paper, but then you see their Instagram and you're like, what is this? This is not an accurate representation of who you are. Like it's like a lot of guys just upload the latest 6 photos from their camera reel and call it a day, and it's like, okay, well, whatever.
Yeah. Or not even that. There would be like a random fucking cat or me. Like, you're not even in the fucking photo. What are you doing?
Yeah.
It's one of the worst profiles I've ever seen, and I've seen thousands of these fucking things. There was a guy who he had like a bunch of selfies, and 1 or 2 of them were him sitting on a bus, and maybe it was in Ireland or something. So it was like one of those double-decker ones. Like he was on the second floor of the bus. Wow, exciting! But like. What? You got a selfie of yourself on a fucking bus? Are you fucking serious? Like, here's me with a garbage can. Another fucking profile I saw like a year ago. A guy was taking a photo in a bathroom, like maybe it was a mirror selfie or something. As that alone is disgusting, but it was worse because he was literally next to a big ass fucking trash can. I'm like, why? Why would you even? What went through your fucking mind? Like, what is this? What are you doing? A woman never gets to see you in a public bathroom because it's gender divided in the first place. Why would she want to see you in the men's fucking bathroom next to a fucking trash can? It's ridiculous. People don't know how to treat this shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But
so you guys might not know, we made the subreddit r/RateMyTinder, and we used it as like a marketing thing to get to like ISIS, like message game and online dating advice. But basically, like normies discovered it, like or Reddit users, even worse than normies, they discovered it. People that like weren't like game aware. So they started posting their like Reddit user profiles, and just every single one is terrible, and it really. You can go on that subreddit now, r/RateMyTinder, and like, if your profile is not better than all of theirs, then you've got some work to do, because they're all absolutely terrible. Like they've not even read the most basic online dating advice ever. These people.
Yeah. Oh my god. And I don't even.
Oh, here we go.
It's crazy.
What the fuck is this? What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck is that?
What is it? Oh, their hands.
At least it's not the profile picture.
That's what I was talking. It's got a fucking cat in it. Like, I get it, cats are cute, but I fucking love cats. But that's not you. What the fuck are you doing? Let's see. That's dark as shit.
Oh, geez. Oh, my God.
Are you touching your dick? What's going on?
How many selfies?
All selfies, except for one.
We're gangsters. What is this? What the fuck is that? You're taking a photo of a computer.
Pro Max Virtual.
Oh, here's a picture of my fucking thumb and my pinky. Here's hey, look at me. Here's the floor. What the fuck is this? What it is?
That's like a photo a girl would take with the shoes and the scenery there.
Man, oh man, what is this? A
You've got a
chubby
fantastic
guy,
head of hair, though.
a fucking dog, another dog, and there are 2 photos of you. And normally they say like how many that guy didn't even fucking read the instructions, how many matches he has and how long he'd been using it. That one's not as bad as the ones I'm criticizing here. It's like
another one with just a dog.
Why are you in Auschwitz showing the trains they used? What the and another dog? What the fuck is this shit? Why are you in a fucking playground at midnight? That's creepy. What the fuck is going on with this hair? Why are you in the field looking like you're fucking lost?
He's in the field.
In the field.
God.
Wait, what was this one? It's like, oh, we get to see part of your fucking face in part of the fucking photo. What the fuck? And I drink your milkshake. Ass energy. And I don't even know what it's the same fucking photo over and over again.
The guy had
another fucking dog. At least this one has a bit of an adventure in there, but come on. Seriously. Okay, now that looks a bit better. Oh, that's kind of cute.
Yeah, I was going to say, how difficult is it to get a photo with your dog?
Finally. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. I'll leave it there because it's only going to get worse after that one. I can at least.
And I think,
but like, if the audience is looking at that and laughing, you should also like, is yours any better? You should be asking yourself that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, guys, a lot of guys have no idea the kind of standards that women have on dating apps. I've seen less than average looking girls swipe through Tinder. They see a guy who's like model quality, and then she swipes no, and I'll be like, why did you swipe no? And she'll be like, oh, I didn't like the movie poster in his room, or oh, I didn't like his jacket he was wearing. And it's these minimal details. So it's like, guys, do not create a reason for her to swipe no. If there's any guessing, if she has to guess who you are in your photo, it's a swipe no.
Exactly. Got a question here in the chat. Devin, can you talk about how to run a public date optimally before the poll?
How to run a public date optimally. Okay, well, yeah, the first thing is leading the frame from the very beginning, right? Whether it's like, okay, you met her in person, or you want to obviously give her a hug, sit down side by side, so you're not reaching over your drinks and whatever else you ordered to give her, or not give her, but have those subtle touches in there, right? And then, yeah, you want to make it light. You don't want to, I think the biggest thing is to realize that she's not there. You're not there to win her over or to impress her, right? You have this light vibe, you're playfully touching, laughing, and then you say afterwards, go for a walk, nothing too serious. Like I would just do coffee, drinks, a romantic walk, right? Scenic walk. And then you go back to your place. You just say, I like how the night's going. I like your energy. We'll go back to my place. We'll watch some Harry Potter. We'll watch the third one though, because it's way better than the fourth, right? Or whatever you guys talked about on that date. But yeah, dress up the reason to bring her back. Don't just say, hey, you want to go back to my place? Right? It's how you make the offer. But yeah, the biggest thing is turning up the volume, right? The biggest mistake a lot of guys will do is they'll keep it surface level. They'll be sitting there with the girl. They'll be talking about how, you know, their boss is this way at work. Oh, you do this thing as well too. Oh, cool. They'll have all this rapport, but they won't really escalate. And then they'll go from that to trying to kiss her. And it's like, whoa, hold on, wait a second here, right? So it needs to be subtle subtly amping it up throughout the date.
Alrighty. Let's see what else is in here. You're following a girl who is nervous, responding, walking away is lowering your value. Is that true?
Wait, following a girl who is nervous and responding and walking away is lowering your value. Isn't that true? Well, it depends. Like, she could honestly be late for class or late for somewhere she's going, right? So if you notice she's falling or she's walking quickly, you can be the one to pull away and be like, hey, real quick, I got to get going. But, right, and then ask her what she's up to, right? If she says, oh, I'm late for class, then yeah. But she could actually be who's nervous and respond. Yeah, you don't know what she's up to, so ask. I wouldn't say it's lowering your value.
You shouldn't be following. If you're just even 2 steps behind her, that looks a lot creepier and like needier compared to like walking with her at the same pace but just a step in front. Even that little thing can make all of a big difference. You should try and stop. You should try and stop her straight away. Like, a lot of guys don't like to do like the front stop. But if you walk alongside them, you do create that that scenario where she doesn't feel comfortable stopping, and now but she's not sure enough about you to stop, and it's not ideal. I think that's maybe what he's saying. In that situation, you want to try, and you got a few seconds to basically win her over, and then could be like, okay, just stop for 10 seconds. I just wanted to tell you something. And that's the way that I would deal with that situation. That's how I read his question anyway.
Responding and walking away.
Let's see. Jillian says, being as busy as I am, a full-time relationship is difficult at best. I don't believe that men are meant to be monogamous.
I guess that answers the question from earlier.
Yeah, exactly. That is a designation for the woman, and I am open to sharing. There we go. Women are open to sharing. We already know that from experience. But yeah, Jillian is the greatest commenter ever. She's always based. And here's a funny one. D'Angelo used to joke the pickup lines are at the end of his program. And because there never were any. But isn't that funny? Like, if that's all it fucking takes, then shouldn't everything just be fucking pickup lines? That's the point.
Yeah. There's one thing I will say about the pickup lines though. If you're just getting into this stuff, and yeah, it's like the Mike Tyson quote, everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face. If you're trying to go out and work on your social skills, but you're nervous, you don't really know what to say, you kind of freeze up in that moment, it helps to have like a context opener. For example, if you're going to a cafe, you can even just say, oh, what are you drinking? Right? I heard the Americanos are really good here. Right? If you're going to the grocery store, you have a context-based opener there. You're going to the gym. Are you training for the Olympics or something, right? Like, just have something in your back pocket if you can't think of anything to say, if you're the type to freeze up in the moment. That actually, not like you're stealing from someone else, but that feels authentic to you and feels like something you'd actually say.
Yeah, Mystery says, have a default.
All right, gentlemen. I need to bounce. I'll catch you guys.
A good man. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
I gotta hop out soon. But are you doing the 24 hours?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, I'll probably hop on later then.
Probably. When are you gonna sleep?
Never. I'm so used to not sleeping anyway. So I think it's
sleep. What is sleep?
What's that? Never heard. Is that my cousin? Never met him.
Probably flirting with me all the time. I just never noticed it. Yeah, that's a good point. And these things are it's so subtle. Right, like even I'll check my clips back, like my meta clips, and I'll be like half asleep. Sometimes I'll be walking through, I'll see girls like checking me out, and it's like if you just come at it from that stance, assuming the attraction's there, oh my god! Instead, because the biggest problem that a lot of guys have is they'll go up to a girl, and then they'll kind of like scan for signs, like is she interested in me? Is this okay? Like is she comfortable? And they're way too in their head. But if you just assume, yeah, it's on, you walk up to her like she just played with her hair, like she just batted her eyelashes at you, like she gave you that choosing signal, then the confidence you carry into that interaction is way more noticeable versus the, is this okay energy?
Yeah, things are so much easier to see in hindsight. I know exactly what he means. So, in that recent video I put up my infield footage, I approached a streamer, and she was filming. I didn't have I had my phone with me, but I don't really film much stuff anyway. And she was doing her own live stream, thousands of people watching. I basically stole her footage after, and but basically there were things once I was editing the video myself, I was like, shit, I didn't even see this or hear what she said. It was in Spanish, most of it anyway. But once I had someone like look into the translation, or I played it back and heard something, I was like, oh shit, I didn't even fucking know about this. Like she was saying things like, for example, I want to be the stepmom because my daughter ran into the camera. She was on the video. And then she turned to the cameraman and said, I'll be the stepmom. And she said, I didn't even fucking catch that at the time because so much stuff was going on. My daughter was distracting everyone. And this other streamer was talking to me. Just like so many things happen and you just don't fucking notice these things. It's crazy. It really is crazy like that.
Yeah. But it still happens from time to time. You're like, oh shit, that girl, like you're not present. You see a girl making eye contact, you keep walking, you're like, oh shit, she was looking at me, or oh shit, she was hitting on me. Right? Like, you kick yourself afterwards. Women are addicted to flirting.
What do you suggest doing for a first date? In winter, it's too cold for walks in ice cream. That's a weak ass fucking opinion. It's never too cold. I'll be in fucking Antarctica. Have an ice cream, walk around.
I'm about to go on one right now. So I do a drink and then I'll go for a scenic walk afterwards. It's probably negative 10 degrees outside right now, but she gets cold, right? So warm her up. Go somewhere else to warm up afterwards.
Yeah, what you doing with your body heat? What the fuck? You've never seen winter before?
Walks in ice cream, yeah. Unless you're a true Canadian.
Photo here. Where is this?
Alternatively, anywhere indoors. Right?
Yeah, that works.
Let's see where it says. Yeah, there we go. Screen share quickly. Kablam. There we go. -10. -10. Oh, it's
there he is.
Cold. I had ice cream and milkshakes that day. And we were walking around. We literally climbed Mount Royal and went all the way back down again. The long way. -10. Oh, but it's too cold for it. And it's never too cold for a fucking date. Motherfucker, no excuses. You ever notice, of course, you go out at night to a nightclub and it could be fucking raining, snowing, whatever. And women are wearing booty shorts. Or like a mini skirt or some shit like that, and they got nothing on their legs, and then they're wearing like maybe normal sneakers or whatever, or they're wearing heels, but their entire legs are just, there's nothing there. They're wearing a really short skirt, and it's really cold. And women don't care; they're doing that for the fashion.
Exactly. Yeah. No excuses.
No excuses. Let's see what else is here. If you're a weirdo, it won't matter how you. Okay, I think we're gonna have to disagree because the police exists in. Yeah. Am I reading this wrong? If you're
I'm a weirdo. It won't matter. Doesn't matter. Embrace your weirdoness.
Exactly. Like if you're just like I was saying before, like if you're doing the more unpredictable things, as long as you're not like the illegal kind of weirdo. Exactly. Yeah. I'm just specifying for the autistic people watching here who can see this and be like, yeah, let me do some 2013 Las Vegas Strip John Anthony lifestyle stuff. That won't end well. Sleep is overrated. Success never sleeps. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Yeah. Man, always in with the good comments. Mr. Justin isn't even here. He's in the chat. Mr. Justin, just join the fucking live stream again.
David Snyder.
you can join again. I know it is. Okay, let's get back. to something here. What reasons do you give for bringing her back to your place and handle the objections smoother? Joe, what reasons do you give? You say we're gonna make some burritos at home. We're gonna do something for the hub. What are your reasons for bringing her home?
Well, the most important thing is to know that it doesn't have to be a great idea. Like, if she's into you, she's gonna like say yes to any reason, like even the most simple things. So often I'm talking about, like, I just saw this amazing stand-up comedy on YouTube. Let's go back to my place and watch it. And that's I'm traveling the world, staying in all sorts of different places, so that can be applicable to wherever I'm staying. Right? If you've got something in your house that's cool that people might want to see, then you come meet my pet, for example. Come see my view off the balcony.
Come meet my pet snake.
I know someone who used to have like a retro, like a Super Sega Mega Drive, I think it was. Would invite girls to play. Like it doesn't matter. What is important is that you see the pool like early on in the date, just to let the idea like fester in her mind while she's on the date, and so it's not like a high pressure situation when she's getting on with you on the date, and then during the like basically a high emotion moment where you make her laugh, or you like say something shocking like, oh my god, I can't believe you said that. That's when you say, hey, when she's like really enjoying the date, that's when you say hey, and then you go for the pool. And to answer your question also, or to expand on it about where to go during the winter, if it's any location which is walking distance from your home, that's going to be optimal from you, because then it's less of a commitment for her to come back with you just for a little bit. Handle the objections smoother. Okay, we'll just treat it like any shit test, right? So the objections are going to be what? Like, okay, you're just trying to have sex with me, okay? And I mean, we can go on a whole lesson about like how to overcome shit tests, but just treat it like it's no big deal, because it is no big deal. You could fully want to go and watch the stand-up comedy or whatever you pitch with her, and just treat it like that, and it's fine. And if she is into you, that's cool, because deep down, like, you both know what you're really going there for. It's just a silly little excuse that women need just to not feel like a hussy, to have basically plausible deniability. So you don't need to overthink it. You just need to think of something and just invite her to do that.
It doesn't matter what you say, just be honest. Newsflash. Newsflash! We already know what you want, and surprise, surprise.
Yeah, just something simple.
I gotta run. That's a good point. And just to add to that, I would say that hesitation destroys attraction. So every time you hesitate, whether it's approaching the girl, showing intent, inviting her to your place, on the date, going for a kiss, or when she's at your place, going for the kiss then, the more you hesitate, the more momentum is going to be destroyed, and the more it's going to come off as awkward. So the second you have that thought, say it. Don't let it fester. Don't be holding on. Should I ask her now? Should I ask her now? Should I just do it? And there's going to be no like perfect moment. Mm-hmm. A lot of guys are waiting for this perfect moment where it's like the fireworks just shoot across the sky and she stares at you for 5 seconds and then you kiss her. But yeah, don't let that thought linger for too long.
Thanks for
all right, fellas, take care.
Yeah. Thanks for
I'll have to check your Instagram as well, Devin. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'll check out yours too. What's yours?
It's certainly unique.
Oh, it's Joe Elvin.
Joe Elvin. Okay. Nice to meet you.
All right, man.
Take care.
Take care.
Thanks for driving in. What reasons do you give for bringing her back to your place? I think I can't think of anything better than this in terms of like, I forgot the way I wanted to word this, but I can't think of anything like more successful, appropriate. I'm losing my fucking terminology here, but basically, I don't find anything more effective than, let's go home and to my place and cook. Cooking is such a crazy thing. Like, people eat 3 times a day normally. Not me necessarily. I eat like once or twice a day sometimes, but she's probably going to eat 3 times a day. If she's skinny, it's probably going to be twice a day or small portions. So inevitably, the timing is probably going to work. If it's midday, then it's lunch. If it's 4 p.m. onwards, it's probably dinner. So the timing isn't really going to be off unless it's like fucking midnight or something. But that's not something you would really worry about. Cooking is such a big thing for me, I realized, like even years ago, because she's going to be hungry, right? And like cooking together, that doesn't have to be part of it. But I just love cooking. I haven't cooked for a fucking long time, actually, because I don't like the kitchens here in Peru. Maybe I will when I get my new place soon. But I don't like the fucking ingredients here either. I'm just not used to fucking grocery stores. But when I did cook, I really only cook in Canada and England when I was living in England. I fucking love it. Personally, I love it. It's a passion of mine. I'm not exactly Gordon Ramsay. I can't make 100 different things, but I do specialize in a few things. You know, like Old El Paso. Put that shit in my. I'm just kidding. I can make burritos. No, not from fucking scratch. I'm not doing it from the fucking scratch thing. I'm getting the tortillas from the store. I'm getting the ingredients. I put the chicken in there. I might season it according to the seasoning packet, or I'm not making seasoning from scratch, but I might mix some ingredients. I might do things like that. So this is just like gringo fucking cooking, I guess. But point stands, cooking is actually a really big thing, with barbecues included in the summertime. Got lots of girls coming over for barbecues. That was one of my favorites. There's just something about it that's just so easy. Something about it just makes it so easy, because even if you don't have the ingredients, you just say, okay, I need to get some ingredients first. You go to the store together, and then you go to your place. She's following you. She's literally fucking following you. So what more information do you need? And hey, if she's following you and she gets hungry and you're planning to cook, it's not like she's going to disappear somewhere else. Like, oh, I need to eat somewhere else before eating in this predestined place that I'm hungry for. So there's just really something about that has always made it super fucking easy to take a girl home for cooking. Now, that's not necessarily one for night game, because like we probably ate hours before that, and it would probably be like 1 a.m. in the morning when you're pulling her, or maybe later, maybe earlier. So food probably wouldn't be a thing there, but I just find it fascinating that cooking, not necessarily cooking together, that's something you can do, but preparing food at your place, that's such a wonderful thing. It just, something about it is so fucking easy. I need to think about it more, but statistically, it tends to happen on date number 5 in society. Like after date number 5 is normally on average when couples start have like a cook together date, not necessarily cook together date, but a cooking date. One cooks for the other, maybe they cook together, whatever the case is. And that's according to Tinder statistics and some food company. But I just find that really fascinating. Also, statistically, that's when that's like a checkpoint for when the relationship becomes more serious. So there's a really strange implication around it. And most of the time, it really works out. So there only been a few occasions when a woman's like not coming over for a barbecue or whatever. But it like we were saying before, it doesn't matter exactly what the reason is. I just wanted to point out how interesting the weird observation I have with cooking specifically. There's just something there, and I want to figure more of it out. But that has worked for me so many fucking times. It's crazy. I just fucking love it. Yeah, that's it, I guess. Done 9 hours and 15 minutes so far. Joe, do you want to do the next 15 hours? I think I broke him. Joe, are you okay? Joe, are you okay? Is he fucking with me? Am I imagining this? Am I here right now? I think the craziness has started. It's kicking in. Joe, are you okay? What's going on? I just see you standing there. I'm scared. Guys, what's going on? Moving on, I guess. Also, the thing that men are thinking is original never is, because all other men are thinking the exact same thing, basically. It's never too cold for ice cream. Just chase it with hot tea. Yeah.
These are the next 9 hours. Yeah, I thought you'd ask one of us to take over while you were sleeping.
Did it take 2 fucking minutes for
my connection to you is? Oh no.
Oh, never mind. You'll answer the question in 2 minutes. What's going on? Joe, are you okay?
Damn it.
Joe, are you there? Joe, talk to me, Joe. Please. Oh my God, he teleported. Whoa, what the fuck? It's just me again. This is the first time I'm being alone for 9 fucking hours. I find that really impressive that there has always, up to this point, there has always been someone here. Although technically it should be longer since Joe's having connection issues, but we'll see if someone jumps in. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. I need to pee too. Again, Devin got an aura similar to Paul Janka. I noticed that too. Well, I don't know who Paul Janka is, but I noticed like a kind of what you're saying. I'm feeling something there. Yeah, humans recognize the same shit. Doesn't matter what you say, just be honest. Oh yeah, did I already read that? Yeah. Am I supposed to yell this? In women communication, they are screaming flirtatious. I told you I'm going to read it exactly how it's written. And men usually don't catch it. Let's keep up with the chat here. Have you ever gone through a very long dry spell? 7 years? No. 7 years? Not even fucking close, man. Between the ages of 0 and 7, yeah, I had that dry spell. But what? For real? Have you ever gone through a very long dry spell? Maybe 7 years? What did you change to turn around? I'll probably save this question. I'm going to highlight this for save it for later in case there's someone in who can give a better answer than me. Because I haven't been here. What did you change to turn it around? Due to the fact that you live in a small town, live family, no car. I come from a small place, middle of nowhere. Nobody goes there specifically. And I lost my virginity very early on. I was 14 or 15, one of those. Definitely no later than 15. And definitely not after 15 and a half. So 7 year dry spell. I just can't imagine because I have never experienced that. Like generally since I started like being exposed to game nearly 10 years ago, the longest dry spell I would have after actually starting to take action was 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I'm not fucking around. Like I got nothing to prove here. I'm not trying to sell you something. I don't have evidence exactly. Like here's camera footage following me around for 2 weeks. Believe me or don't believe me, doesn't matter. I'm not trying to sell you something. You don't have to believe me, but really 2 weeks would be my longest dry spell when I was starting to actually take action. Before that, my longest dry spell was probably a few months. Like when I first got told about game. When I got told about game, I just got out of a relationship, so I probably was single for a few weeks or something. So my dry spell back then would have been a few months at most, I guess. Maybe I'm forgetting that there was a one night stand somewhere or something like that. Maybe it was less, but it definitely was no more than a few months before I got into game. Like just before and around the time I got into game. But when I started actually taking action, 2 weeks. I'm not fucking with you. So I'm really surprised at 7 years. And I lived in a small place most of my life. I did move to a big city, and I'm in a big city now. I lived in multiple big cities at this point. But man, that is pretty crazy. So unfortunately, I don't have a great answer for you because I haven't been there myself, but I'll mark this question to save it in the background and revisit this when someone comes in who could have an interesting answer for this. And then if not, I'll just keep reserving it for whoever else comes in. Man, I'm starting to cry for you because that breaks my heart. Hesitation is interpreted as weakness. God damn it. Jelliana should be a masculinity coach. She's not even the man. What killed the samurai? Hesitation. Oh, you know what? That's a great... I never heard that before, but that's a great thing to say. That sounds so fucking good. Is that should be in a movie if you didn't take it from a movie in the first place. I usually go over and make it obvious and watch what happens. I love it. Every moment is a perfect moment when I'm involved. Whoa. Okay, we got some fucking bars coming out today from the chat. What if I'm not trying to cook though? I'm trying to eat her. Okay, Hannibal Lecter, calm down. No, like even the silliest thing, like I had a nurse come over one time, well, multiple times, but first time she came over, we literally baked fucking cookies. Probably not even that. I probably put all the cookie dough together and just made one giant cookie because I felt like it. Sometimes I do that. Maybe it was individual cookies. Maybe it was one big cookie. I just don't follow... I like to make my own fucking rules. I will not follow the cookie dough. Make 20 pieces. This isn't a family bag, family pack. This is for me. This doesn't have 22 servings. This is all for me. I'm not gonna fucking share it. All these cookies are for me. So yeah, I don't follow the fucking rules. Anyway, I don't know why I was talking about that. This is so random. Yeah, but it could be even as silly as like baking fucking cookies, like you're 10 years old or something. Literally did that with a nurse who made more money than me. And she was super busy and she fucking loved it. And then we had sex. So there was that. It really doesn't matter like what you're cooking. There was a saying in Pick Up the Ghost, the more you hesitate, the more she resonates. I didn't even hear that one before. I thought it was more like you hesitate, you masturbate. I heard that before. Cooking with her is a whole date. Basically, shouldn't it be like an experience though? It's not like a date and then you have sex. It's like the whole thing's a fucking date. It's an experience. You're spending time together. You're doing fun things. And shouldn't doing fun things help you get laid if that's what you're going for? Shouldn't that help you get into a relationship if that's what you're going for? So all those things. Joe disappeared. Oh yeah, there we go. That's what I was talking about. who hesitates masturbates. I love to cook for a man. Why are you making me feel so good? Nothing's better than making him his favorite meal, snack, or dessert. One time, oh my God, I got a story for this. There was a girl, I wasn't really seeing her seriously. She was just like a fuck buddy. I found her kind of annoying. She was blonde, so that probably makes sense. Anyway, she invited me over for Valentine's Day, and she wanted to cook for me. And disaster. She gave me Uncle Ben's rice, microwaved. It wasn't even the flavor I liked. So she messed up with the like original plan, and she had to resort to Uncle Ben's microwave rice. I'm not one to complain, but like at least get the flavor I like. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, for real, like having a meal cooked for you. I'm not necessarily like, I can see how men are super into that, but I just enjoy cooking by myself. I'd like to cook what I want. Maybe that made me slightly fatter over the years, but I'm trying to control myself. But there we go. Oh my God, Joe's back. And he's sideways. What's going on? Oh, there we go. Joe, what's going on?
Last chance. If I freeze again, it looks really stupid, so I'm giving it one more chance.
Okay. So you're not going to last 15 hours then.
You were talking about cooking.
Or shit. Oh, yeah. I basically finished that now. Samurais got killed by guns and betrayal. You spelled betrayal wrong. But nice try. No, there's a really good show I just finished watching. Just came out on Netflix recently. Last Samurai Standing. Is that what it's called? Yeah, that's what it's called. Last Samurai Standing. That was pretty interesting. Literally just came out. What am I clicking on? Are you planning to bring any specific guests? Not at specific times, but I have invited a lot of people. You should see the fucking list. I don't even know who I invited. The list. I just took all the fucking emails and just let the chaos unfold. Yeah.
This reminds me of my birthday in Peru.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a party
at the start.
There's gonna be a party. Oh, isn't this awkward? And then, whoa, what's going on? So yeah, Mr. Locario said he's coming on. Craig, Abu American, maybe come. He did say something came up at work many hours ago. I don't know, and he's based in Germany, so time zone is going to be a bit
just to
weird.
elaborate. Yeah, I threw a birthday party in Peru and invited a bunch of women, but everyone in Latin America is always 3 hours late for everything.
Yeah.
So it was
that
me,
one.
Ice
Yeah.
and his wife for the first couple of hours, hoping that people showed up.
Was that the restaurant one? Everyone's fucking late. It's in Peru. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, that one. That was the worst. That was the worst one. I was thinking of the one at my apartment.
Oh man, I can't even remember. There were some good ones. But at least we got one or two YouTube shorts out of that when I took her phone and fucking started filming. So you're gonna swipe right on all these old men. Chaos. All these random Germans. I was swiping on her behalf, unconsensually. Oh, he was actually delayed. I thought stare down was on purpose. Yes, connection problems. Where are you right now?
Yeah, I just flew to Rome. We're at our friend's house in Rome.
Oh yeah,
to celebrate the New Year.
Wow.
So that's the thing when you're always traveling, you have to rely on different internet connections and hope they're good enough for live streaming, which they not always are.
Yeah, I did go to Rome a few years back. Was it like 3 years ago? And no, 3.5 years ago. Pretty interesting, I guess. I wasn't there for long, but yeah, everything was kind of rushed. I like that they got those water fountains everywhere. You can just drink because it's so fucking hot. Anyway, Ice Wote, how dare you get my name wrong? If you want to get some dating coaching, get a better dating life, you can contact me. Okay. If you want to learn how to spell my name, you can go back to school. Microphone drop. Bitch. Do you have interviews, podcasts with any OGPUAs lined up? Okay, so maybe I gotta break some news to you. Sad news, unfortunately. So Ross Jeffries, he's basically not doing this anymore. He's selling his website, seduction.com. I've been aware of that for a while, but he's basically not making appearances anymore. So I think we have had the last appearance of Ross Jeffries, like not just for this channel, but in general. He's doing sales stuff. So if you have a podcast about sales, like sure, he's probably going to be interested in that. But where dating stuff is concerned, he's not into this anymore. So there's some sad news, but maybe Mystery's going to come on later. Mr. Locario is going to come on later. Maybe Abu American. There's some. I am losing track. Like who the fuck is coming soon? I got to check my messages too here. Can I go live on Twitter? What? I don't even have an account there. What the fuck? Oh yeah, and Playing with Fire. Oh, Joe disappeared again. What the fuck? Playing with Fire will come on at 2 a.m. in the fucking morning. So holding out for Playing with Fire, okay? Anyway. The thing I like to say is I invite you to dinner so you can finally cook something for me. That's a good way to word it. How do you go about being more assertive while approaching women without her perceiving it as a sense of entitlement? Being more assertive. What do you mean? Let me think about this. How do you go about being more assertive? I'm not really sure where that's going. I don't understand that really. Some coaches say you should be outcome independent, and she senses you have an agenda. Women aren't that silly though. They can be, but they're not that silly. But others say you should always be closing and have the outcome in mind. What are you supposed to do? So confusing. Okay, this is an interesting way to think about it. So outcome independence definitely is a thing. Definitely really helpful. But I don't think this actually contradicts like what's being described here, because outcome independence is a mindset in general. Like the mindset is it doesn't matter if she doesn't sleep with you, like obviously, especially if you're a virgin, then it's gonna matter to you more. Like you desperately, or if you're on a mission to have as many lays as possible, then you're gonna have this unhealthy obsession where I need it. That's where the outcome independence does not exist, because you're like, I need to pee. So gonna cut my answer in half here, and I'll be back because it's ruining my concentration. Bear with me a minute. 9 hours though. 9.5. That's crazy. Okay. By the way, super chat, and I will fucking eat this. I don't care what super chat it is. I will eat this spicy chocolate right now. Anyway, outcome independence. I don't think it really contradicts always be closing or having an outcome as much as it seems like it does. Things are not always so black and white. So outcome independence, you're not really going to feel that if you have that neediness, if you are so obsessed with lay counts. Oh, lay count, and stick it in right now at +1 to my lay count. I can get tattoos. I can fucking screen share that shit again. And man, I'm gonna, let me still screen share that shit. And where'd it go? Here we go. Okay. Totally normal, guys. Totally fucking normal. Anyway. The point I want to make here especially is there's the outcome independence in your mind. It's a mindset. But it would also be stupid if you don't try to move things forward. So there's trying to move things forward. Always be closing basically means try to. It's not always be closing in the sense of I need sex right now, but don't be a dumbass. Get her phone number, get her Facebook, get her to follow you on Instagram. Like, yes, have outcome independence, but at the same time, don't be fucking stupid. You want to see her again? Be able to communicate with her again. Put yourself in the position of having her add you on Instagram, having her add you on Facebook. Don't put yourself in a silly position. So, yeah, outcome independence, you're not going to feel that if you're desperate because you're lacking either experience or you're lacking validation, you're lacking sexual activity. Outcome independence is much easier when you're already getting laid. So it's more of a mindset thing. But at the same time, always be closing. In the sense of always be taking the opportunity. I wouldn't necessarily say like taking the shot because that could be thought about the wrong way, but always be acknowledging that you should make it count. Not for the lay count, but you want to see her again, get her phone number. So seems contradictory, I know, but both things can exist at the same time. You just have to be stupid to talk to 100 women and never try to talk to them ever again. That's called stupidity. At the same time, or in general, just I don't know how to describe this. Oh, look who's here. We got. Okay. Nice. Turn that off now. I'm only at 184. It's kind of disappointing. And he's back. Okay, you would have an interesting answer to this actually. What timing? Some coaches say you should be outcome independent, and she senses you have an agenda. But others say you should always be closing and have the outcome in mind. What are you supposed to do?
Committed to everything, attached to nothing. So if you're really out there gaming, this gets into a concept that I call active versus passive game, right? Like how badly are you trying to achieve your outcome? How hard are you gaming? if you're really out there gaming, trying to improve, or you have a woman that you are particularly interested in, I do think that generally speaking, the more you focus on something, the more likely you are to manifest that outcome. Now, that reaches a breaking point where you become too attached to the outcome. It comes across as desperation. The woman can sense you have that agenda. You're too attached to it, right? And it causes all sorts of inner game issues as well, internal strife, and just generally not a pleasant feeling, right? So it's a paradox. A lot of the game is this balancing act of doing and allowing. So the mantra that I like to say to myself is committed to everything, attached to nothing. So go for it. Game hard, bust out all the stops. If you don't actually try to get the girl and you don't try to utilize all of the information and skill that you have, you're not pushing yourself past your comfort zone. You're not making improvements, right? So push yourself and try to make it happen. But then when it doesn't work out, because it won't work out sometimes, and if you're not cherry picking your approaches, it will often not work out. Don't beat yourself up too bad for it, right? You're making improvements. You're making strides forward. Wow, your lay count is going up big time right now. Is that 190 bags of chips or 190 individual chips, Ice? I'm going to guess it's individual chips.
Please, Erik. It's 200 lays.
It's 200 lays, period. Just a really quick update for you, Ice. I did message Mystery, tried to get in touch with him. He is with his kids right now, and it has been many months since he's seen them. I want to say since September or something. He's been on the road. He's been traveling. We did Miami boot camp. Then he was in Australia, New Zealand, China. He's finally back in the U.S. So I'm pushing him to get on a call for at least 20, 30 minutes. As of right now, it's up in the air whether he's actually going to make it on the call. But yeah, I can give some Mystery-esque advice. I can give Mystery's take on different things. I think I know his teachings pretty well. So if anyone has questions in the comments, I'd love to answer them. Actually, when I jumped off the call too, I did check the comments and I noticed there were a few questions for me that that I didn't see until after the call. But do we have guys basically just asking questions in the comments? Here we go.
Yeah, I think this is referring to, before you just came in, something about Ross Jeffries. Nothing to do with that. He's just doing sales, and he doesn't want to be involved in dating. Well, like he was already like moving out of the dating thing for a long time anyway. But yeah, he's an old man. It's time for him to rest. So I was just saying, basically, Ross Jeffries is retired from game, basically, from my teaching it.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying.
That's the vibe I got too, talking to him.
When will we see Todd V versus Deepak Dating versus Owen Cook? Oh, geez, well, probably never. Two of them have an active legal dispute between them, so yeah, probably never. Or actually, you could just attend the courtroom, see how that goes. What's wrong with being entitled? That was referring to something else before. What's your unbiased opinion on Ross Jeffries for the guys considering if it's worth studying his content strictly for results with women? You want to take this one? I'll also give my perspective, but you got something.
Yeah, I'll take it real quick. So yeah, no, I do think you should study some of Ross's stuff. I think that, he's one of the first guys that really took NLP and applied it directly to game. And there's
I think your microphone is set to the wrong input, so it sounds like it's coming from the computer right now.
Ah, okay. Let me see if I can fix that. Stop mic cam. Should I leave and come back in and reconfigure this? Oh wait, here we go.
The arrow.
Testing. Is that better?
Yeah, that sounds better. There we go.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I do think it's worth studying Ross's stuff. He's one of the first guys that took NLP and applied it to game. And I think that the effective use of language is something that is undervalued by a lot of people. Much of what we do is about conversation. You know, we can get into the debate on subcommunication and energy and emotional state and mindset and way of being and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, a huge part of the dating game is your ability to have a conversation with a woman, convey your personality, and that requires the effective, efficient use of language. And NLP is something that does that deep dive, whether it's the language that we're using to communicate with her and the effect that that can have on her mind, the words that we use, the choices that we make when it comes to the actual architecture of our sentences. It also has implications that tie into the way that our mind operates and the way we frame things. There's all sorts of other components to it, anchoring, nonverbal communication. So Ross Jeffrey's stuff, I mean, specifically the scripts that he's used, I've seen some scripts of his that I like and some scripts of his that I don't like as much, but I could say the same about just about any coach. So yes, study Ross's stuff, read his books. It's worth it. You're racking up a lay count there. Nice.
Yeah.
20.
I'm the best in the game, okay? No one can fucking do it faster than me. And stay thin at the same time. Like I'm the one, guys. Anyway. Yeah, I fucking ran.
You
out
are
of
looking
things.
good these days, man. You're looking trim. Not saying you don't always look good. I'm just saying you look extra trim as of lately.
You haven't seen me. Well, you only see me on fucking webcams. Anyway. Oh yeah, Ross Jeffries. Let me stop fucking screen sharing this shit for a moment. Ross Jeffries, first met him in 2018. Definitely knows the stuff. There's definitely something to learn. Like, you cannot deny that. And similar to what Erik was saying, I was literally going to say, like, you put it more poetically, I guess, but than I ever could. But there's definitely an undervalue of what he does with words, and especially reframes. Like, it's not just like what words you say to a woman, but the reframes in your mind alone. Like, if Ross Jeffries did nothing else and you only knew him for reframes, he would still be a fucking legend, because the reframes alone, they're just so fucking powerful. It literally changes lives. Like, you guys unaware of what reframes actually are, just consider being suicidal and then not being suicidal because you think of things differently now. Like, that's the power of reframes. That's the power of inner game. And how you, I already mentioned earlier, probably less than an hour ago when Devin was here, about the approach anxiety thing. Best advice I ever fucking heard about approach anxiety came from Ross Jeffries. I wish I heard it years ago, many years ago. You don't have approach anxiety. You have opportunity hesitation. That's a reframe. Why are you thinking about it in terms of cold approach, spam approach? You know, that's what a lot of guys really are doing day game. Just fucking numbers. No humanization whatsoever. Just approach. No wonder 52% of guys consider approaching a chore rather than fun, or like whatever way the poll was phrased. Gaming should be fun, not feeling like a chore. So another way people are really missing out on reframes alone is they go out and do a game, but they don't even like it. Like, aren't you doing this for sex or for a relationship, for whatever reason you want? but it's not fun and you find it draining. So no wonder it doesn't work for you. No wonder you're not enjoying yourself. No wonder you're not getting any results if that's the case. Because it's draining. It shouldn't be fucking draining. Gaming shouldn't be fucking draining. Back to the approach anxiety thing. So much terminology in the whole POA sphere is very much strange terminology. I understand where it comes from. And the non-harmful intentions, like there's no harmful bad intent or anything like that. But some of the way that the mindset is like lay count is one. Like, let me get one more lay. If I put it in now, that's one more lay. Yay. Like, is that your life goal? That's so strange. And you place your value on that. Erik, did you see that video? I posted the clip where John Anthony Lifestyle finds this random streamer. I don't know who it is. Clavicular is his name. And John Anthony Lifestyle literally very recently found this random streamer and tried to boast about his lay count. Hey, I have 2,000 lays. The guy wasn't fucking impressed. Nobody cared. He was just trying to brag. And nobody gave a shit. It looked embarrassing. That's what happens when you get stuck in stage one of a game. That's what happens when your entire existence is just so fixated on getting validation because you fixate so much on let me get laid. It's so weird. So there are lots of strange things. Anyway, back to the point. I'm kind of waffling on here, but this has been nearly 10 hours now. Fuck, it's getting... I'm surprised. I'm still going strong. Anyway.
Good work.
There's a dehumanization. That's my point. Dehumanization. Why are you thinking about it? The reason a lot of guys aren't even taking action is because they think cold approach. Oh, scary things. Just going to be mean to me. Bad things are going to happen. It sounds really fucking unrelatable. But when you consider not so much approach anxiety and cold approach and more like opportunity, hesitation, and opportunity, that's where the real game is, because that's when you're more likely to take action. It's the same fucking thing, but you just have the epiphany that, oh, you're just following opportunity. You're making the most of opportunity. So that alone, so fucking powerful. But Ross Jeffries gets criticism for, I don't even know what he gets criticism for. I guess he's old. I don't know. Everyone gets old, apart from the ones who die. I'm just talking random shit here. This is, now I know I'm going crazy. 10 hours in. But anyway, whatever criticisms you think you have of him, can you just at least recognize the great things he has? So yeah, definitely worth learning from. Not a single coach has all the answers. Nobody has all the answers. But do take the answers that make sense to you. Do implement the things that benefit you, and don't be an asshole. So that's got nothing to do with him. But do the game that works for you, and discard the rest if you implement a lot of things that don't work over time. So I guess that's all there is to say on that one. What's next in the chat? What to do when a girl comes into the front of my apartment building, but then says she's not going to my apartment after giving all the signs for short term, like last minute resistance, another term I don't like. Is your apartment complex like super ghetto? Like is it in the south of Chicago? That could be part of it. Well,
you want me to chime in on this one?
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, so if you get to a situation like this where this can happen, the ideal is when you don't have this happen. When you play solid game and you don't rush things forward and the girl feels comfortable, there shouldn't be any issue coming into your place. But in the event that she stops and she says, I'm not going in there, most often she's worried that you're going to turn into a creeper the second you get her into your place. Okay. So if we're at that point and she's like, I'm not coming in, I might just kind of look at her funny and be like, why not? You know? And if I get any indication that is the issue, that she's worried about going into my place and then I'm going to turn into a lecher and I'm going to pounce, you know, that is a time where I will actually acknowledge it, right? So I will say, like, are you worried that if you go inside, like all of a sudden I'm going to go from being this cool, fun, laid back dude to like being all over you or something like that? Because I'm not that dude. I'm not desperate. I'm not clingy. I'll be a perfect gentleman. We can go inside. You can see my place. Whatever you told her you were bringing her there for, right? Did you tell her you were going to have drinks? Did you tell her that you were going to show her some cool thing at your apartment? Whatever it is, you know, no, let's go inside. Let's have a drink or two and just chill. I promise you, I'm not a desperate dude. It's all good. I'll be a gentleman, right? That's often all it takes. Like sometimes she just needs some acknowledgement of where she's at. And when you can do that, you're demonstrating that you know women and you understand their fears, you understand their anxieties. I mean, there's other ways to handle it. You can just try to blow it off or play it off like it's nothing. But typically, if a girl says she's not going somewhere, how are you going to break through that barrier? Really, the only way to break through it is sort of to acknowledge that she's uncomfortable and give her some reassurance that you're not that dude. And then when she actually gets inside with you, don't be that dude. Be chill. When you sit down on your couch with her, put her across the way on the couch, give her space, let her feel fully comfortable. If something's going to happen, let it happen organically at that point. We don't want her feeling like you are ushering the interaction along too forcefully. Since you're chomping into some chips there, and since you've been carrying the conversation for a while, I'll just take a quick back step. I want to just comment on a few things you said in the prior question, or we can keep moving forward if you prefer.
No, it's so good. I got 24 hours.
Okay, sweet. No, I was going to talk about the lay count thing really quick.
Yeah.
There is an element of dehumanization when it's just cranking out lays, right? And even the act of practicing game, I don't really like the practice frame. We're talking about frames, right? I like to treat every interaction as if it's a real interaction. There are no warm-up sets for me. The first girl that I decide to approach is a girl that I'm actually interested in, and I'm actually going to authentically try to attract her, right? There's no practice sets. I'm not using women as a means to an end. That's the key. When you're practicing or when you're just trying to get lays under your belt, you're using another person as a means to an end rather than treating them as an end in and of themselves. And if you're like most dudes, this will kind of turn you off. It'll make you feel some internal friction about